I'm here and I am on time. I'm not late. We're just gonna do some Diablo 4 for now. Although there are a few things that I would like to do today. There's a very special interview that I've been made aware of from a pretty reputable institute. We're gonna take a look at that, because that will be the key to understanding at least a few things about Russia and its mentality. So there's quite a lot for us to do. So let's not even linger. We will do it all. We will do it all today. In 2 hours, we will be clearing that accursed raid boss called P9S Pandemonium 9 Savage. And then, well, the sky's the limit. The sky's literally the limit. I also want to catch up on the drama between the Psycho Magician and President Sunday. Apparently there's been a real Psycho Magician on... Apparently there's been a real Psycho Magician on the stream of President Sunday, and it's been a real home run. So we'll see. Apparently it's really good.
I need more time.
It's more than really good. It was a smash, apparently. Oh yeah, oh god, I forget to do it all of the time.
I need time.
Alright. We're gonna do it now. Hold on.
I cannot do that here.
Okay. I'm gonna link YouTube as the page some people are not really fans of. So let's go. Let's do here. 40. Oh. Right. Boom. There we go. Oh, might as well. Global. Everyone send bam. Alright, ready. We are ready to continue this onslaught of... Hello, fake Alec, Kyle Parker. How are you today? I'm sad to inform that because of my... I'm gonna try not to be harsh and self-demeaning, but I have missed a very important
I need time to do that.
medical appointment, so I am going to have to... Oh. Should we...
I need more time.
Maybe you should get over that. Maybe we'll talk about it today since... Hello, Doogie. So I'm going to try my best, even though I keep flaking, to go to the doctor's thing and to arrange another visit as soon as it's physically possible. So right now there's a level of intenseness,
I need more time.
because missing an appointment is quite stressful. You know? If that makes sense.
I need more time.
Look, it's a side quest. We're gonna do a side quest. How exciting. What is this? Look how exciting. Who are you?
I am on my way to Wedgen Honey for a cure. But
Honey?
to go on by myself. Would you be willing to escort me? I want to look for herbs as I walk, to trade for the help of the elders. But I am worried that I would not see any creatures in time to defend myself.
Alright.
All right.
I didn't know how much to redraw your original character. Well, since it's you, I'm gonna say whatever amount you decide to pay is fine by me. You know? I think since it's you, I think that's fair too. I think that's fair.
I lack the needed mana.
What? Why? Oh, come on. You diced? I'm dicey, sir. What?
I need
Yeah, but you're supporting me a lot, so...
If anyone in Marley for a tonic, but I'm desperate.
Let me think.
Everything else. Everything.
I don't know. I just thought that whatever you decide is good is fair, considering that you're a very supportive person. I decide. Oh God, how I don't even. I'm really not good at evaluating the worth of stuff. $30. Oh, nice. Yeah, that works. I think that works. I think that's fine. Yeah, $30. I think that's okay. My goodness, $30 is getting me richer. Thank you. Here's the monies for my OC. All right, I'm gonna do it today. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it so hard that it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be fun since the drawing is nice. You know, we really live in a society. True. Hello, Maya Major. Just to be clear to everybody watching, Bruce being that is a good thing, assuming someone worse doesn't take over. We might we might take a look at this as well. I wanna look over an interview with a special institute. Doesn't take over that. Okay, we're gonna take a look at this. I'm doing a bit of writing with Anastasia again. A lot of things are happening, you know?
I need more time.
I got a really interesting interview from her as well. Berlusconi was still a very powerful person in Italy. I understand this very well because the person that is in charge of Poland, technically speaking, does not hold any big office within the government, okay? He's just in charge of the party that rules the country, so that makes him the de facto leader. But he doesn't have an official role, right? So that's why he's called the shadowy leader. So I can understand a person that is a powerful person, but does not hold an official office. It happens more than we may realize. Not related to Belarusi, by the way. Okay, we will watch all of this, okay? We will watch all of it. My goodness.
I need time to do that. I need more time.
I do need more time. Okay. Oh, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Can you actually DM me all of the links? Can you DM me all of those links so I can go over them in order once the time comes? Because if more people start chatting, it might get lost. Does that make sense?
It's locked.
Wait, that's a chest? Oh wow, you're here. Karasu is here on the page. Oh wow, thank you. Thank you for being here. 2020, but why is it 2020?
What will it be?
Why did I come here? Thank you for the tier 3 subscription for Karasu. Thank you. Karasu can now use special emotes such as this. The Dak salute. Thank you. I don't remember why I teleported back anymore. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, I remember. I remember now.
I need more time.
Okay, there are the links here. Right. We will go through the Berlusconi thing. We will go through it. If only my friend was online more often, we could talk about... I would bring them on to talk about this. All right, we're going back. We're going back.
I need time to
I really want to go through that interview because all of you should see it. It's from an institute that is in Russia, but is apparently like one of the only objective sources of information from Russia. And it's an interview that sort of explains the attitudes of Russia when it comes to the war. I'm gonna send Anastasia my talk with Dylan. Where is it? All right, nice. Okay. Sorry. I'm not really good at things. So we have talked with Anastasia a bit over the thingy. And there's a massive systemic problem in Italy and fascism is not going away, sadly. Oh, yeah. Just by his dad. Actually, I've heard from a very reliable source, my dear friend, Mirdian. Mirdian, actually, they've been on the fundraiser, for my mom, and they've spoken to Demon Mama as a Colin. They've said, well, it's pretty common knowledge that the fascistic party is apparently on the rise. And a pretty direct descendant of Mussolini is in that party. Which shocks me, okay? It shocks me that a pretty fascistic party can be like active and Mussolini sympathizers along with a niece or some other type of relative. Like, what?
I need time.
Yeah, there's a literal descendant, like literal niece or some other relative of Mussolini in the party. It shocks me to say the least. Like, what? How can that even be? How is that a thing?
It's just... I can't let my little baby get weaker. And nothing else has helped. We prayed and prayed.
pray or you will become prey, as they say in a famous anime. And this party given the Prime Minister of Italy, yeah, it's like things are getting
I need time.
really bad. And Melania is the person Kidology protected. Like,
I need
we do need to remember that there's this rise of the far right again. We can, yeah, we can watch it because I'm going to stream for a long time because that is what I do. I'm a hardcore streamer who streams for a long time. We're gonna go through these topics and we're gonna discuss them, which is part of the reason why we should keep an eye on Germany, yeah.
Just remain anxious in the island.
And it's part of the international solidarity that we should just... The elections are incoming.
I lack the need of valor.
The elections in Poland are coming. At least Melanie is not against helping Ukraine. At least that. Though to me that's a pretty low bar.
I need more time.
Like, people are starting to say that the Polish government, the current one, might actually lose the election because of their near suicidal move of creating the
Need more time.
law that would, you know, the Lex Tusk. Do you remember what Lex Tusk is? Or do you want a reminder? Do you remember what Lex Tusk is? From previous streams.
I need more time.
A new city? Oh wow. Alright. Oh wow. I have not been here before, in the beta at least. That's pretty awesome, actually.
I need more time.
Doesn't ring a bell for me. Okay, it's a Polish law. Ukraine conflict did fracture the right too, not just the left. Yes. And I'm gonna say I am happy for it, that it fractured the right. Okay. The so-called Lex Tusk is a law that will create a special commission that will investigate people into their ties with Russia. And if a person is thought to have ties with Russia, they will be excluded from political life for like 10 years. And their assets might be confiscated as well. So you can see why people rightfully reacted to this law by saying it's basically just a law to persecute and destroy political opponents and more, actually. You know? And it is said that this law might be the law that might actually cost the government the election, but we will see. I'm gonna be quite honest. I'm gonna be quite honest. In my mind, I'm not even sure if the government is going to give up power in a fair election at this point. That this is my biggest worry, that the government is just gonna not give up power, you know? That they're just gonna move towards not respecting any sort of election anymore. This is what I'm actually pretty worried about, you know? After all, Hungary pretty much did it, so right?
Mind what you drink.
Yeah, here's the risk if they do so. You are a new member state. Sort of no, but sort of yes, right? Orban is basically a dictator.
I need time to do that.
Hungary, you had no election where Orban since 2010 had been risked to be removed. Not one. Yeah, I thought so, right? They are always a considerable majority. Yeah, exactly. And Hungary is a EU member state as well, so like I'm basically afraid that Poland is just gonna move towards being like Hungary. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Shakespeare. I'm hoping that we can have a conversation about history and things soon-ish. I'm hoping we can have a nice conversation about history and many other things too. Yeah. And I'm afraid that Poland will do that as well. You know? Oh, you DM'd me. I only have an hour before the raid, so we might be able to in 3 hours. It does. It does. Oh, you see? Poland, interesting that you say that because Poland is actively moving towards restricting votes from abroad. Yeah, Poland is actually moving in a real way to restrict votes from abroad to be counted. I think there's some super ridiculous time limit after which the votes from abroad will not be counted. And I can tell you, apart from the US, because the Polish people from the US are wild, apart from the US, most Polish people from abroad voted against against the government president candidate. And keep in mind, the far-right government has been in power for quite a few years now, and they have been making moves to undermine democracy for some time now. And also there's the fact that the Polish government doesn't really care that it's a European Union state. Poland, like, the government doesn't really care about being the European Union member. Like, there's a reason why I'm pretty sure Poland is still fined by the European Union with fees like a couple of million euro per day because of the shenanigans with the court and so on and so forth. They sort of do, but they sort of really don't because money from the EU is still being blocked. We do need to remember that because of the government's many anti-democracy moves, and we are still being fined. The country is still being fined by the EU. You know? And a lot of the money from the EU is still being blocked for Poland. Yeah, but the problem is that Poland is actually really slow to change things, even when the EU pushes for it. That is the thing. Poland has still not been able to fix the court situation, and the money from EU is still blocked because of that. Oh yeah, that's true. Direct January 6th will not happen, although
I need more time.
the current Polish government is semi pro getting out of the European Union, so
Happy travels.
I am worried. I am worried.
Time to do that.
The best case scenario is that if the current government just gets replaced by a more progressive one, whatever that means in Poland. Right? The situation is not the greatest.
Thank you. And I hope you'll keep this between us. They wouldn't just burn me. They'd burn my baby too if they knew. They think the medicine here is all evil. But if it helps, if my baby lives, how can it be evil?
Let me see which party group your party belongs to. Alright. What do you mean by my party? Alright. We will talk after the raid, which is amazing. Just hope we can clear today.
I need time to do that.
Of course, also I really want to go through a few things. Oh, Law and Justice, Prawo I Sprawiedliwość. Yeah. Yeah.
They're dying. You must be the new attendant sent to help. You look well enough, I suppose. Go ask the other elders for their thoughts. We need to understand this illness.
I have never been in this village before.
I'm sorry, lad. I'm trying to fight this. I swear.
Hold on, Papa. The elders have to find a cure soon. Just hold on.
EPP? Wait, what? What's the EPP? You mean... PAL? Or the... I guess you could say it's... I guess it's now called the Citizens Coalition.
Everyone with it dies, except those who give money to that charlatan Udara.
Huh.
Don't feel good. Everything hurts.
I need time to do that.
My goodness.
No, you must stay.
Right?
Be still.
Law and Justice.
It started with a man. I
think his name was Breck. Poor fellow. As I recall, he came here with his sister, both refugees from the north.
This sickness is not natural. Erimon would have known how to stop this, but now we would need to find a witch to cure this.
Right. I hope it gets better. They say that it's incurable. Everyone sick dies, and Aldera claimed to have a cure. That Brett was the first.
Aye, it is deadly for all who became afflicted, though suddenly none have come down with the illness. Defies explanation. As for Aldara, she was told to leave the town once we saw that her so-called cure was to touch the afflicted with an amulet. We do not allow the false hope of faith healers here. Then the first death was not the first to come down with the illness, but the last. Strange. Brecht was a man from the north, though I will need to consult my records to recall more than that. Go search the pyres of the last hearth for that man's body. I will find someone to take over for me here and meet you soon.
Damn.
I need more time.
Are you seeing these gigglers? And of course, there's the third power in Poland called the Confederation, which just wants to leave the European Union altogether.
I need more time.
Oh. I want to look at this case. What was the case about? What was the case about? Do you know what the case was about? Oh.
I told Aldara I wouldn't go along with this scheme anymore. She used the amulet on me, her own brother. She's killed me.
Damn.
He's the brother of our local miracle worker, Aldara. This amulet... This could be the cause of the sickness. It would explain why we've been powerless to fight it. If you can get hold of Aldara's amulet, I can break the power and cleanse the curse from it. The journal also says something about Aldara's plans to hide amongst the heretics in Light's Refuge if things went badly here. Perhaps you should look for her there.
We should. We should look.
I'll look into it.
I mean, worry a bit. Feel free to worry a little bit. It's healthy to worry a little bit. It is a minor win, let's see, as Atlas of Hate had been targeted of defamation adversaries they called other. Okay. Have to look into this. After all, even 8M, even a minor win is still a win, right? So I would still want to look into it, even if it's a minor win. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I like to celebrate even the minor wins, you know? You could say that in that way I'm a bit of an optimist. In the sense that I do like to celebrate even the minor victories. If that makes sense. How do I... You cannot sort, can you? Right. And also it's important to gather those small victories. All of us can be sort of... All of us can make small victories happen together, I think.
I need more time.
It's part of the understanding that alone we are weak, but together we can have a lot of small victories and accumulate them into big ones. How is everyone? Please wish me luck today because I'm hoping for a clear. It's true. Small victories are much better than huge losses.
I need more time.
Apparently the US is getting quite a big win with the whole Trump situation.
I need time.
So I need to ask, does the whole thing with Trump means that you'll be excluded from being to run? Or is Trump now excluded from being able to run for president, or what's up?
I need more time.
I think it would make sense if he was excluded from being able to run, right? Wait, he's not? Wait, that's... But why? Wait, why? I think only if the charges show true, perhaps. Yeah. I think if the chargers prove to be true. Wait. Eugene Debs ran for president when he was in jail. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the US, prisoners cannot vote because they cease to be citizens. They cannot vote. You know, regular people that are imprisoned for possession of marijuana, they cannot vote. But if Trump was sentenced for a crime, he could still run for president? How does that make any sense? That makes no sense at all. That's just baffling to me. Like, he should be out of the race. I swear. What is this? What is this country? What's happening? Like, I genuinely thought the same as Karasu, that if the things turn out to be true, at least, you know, if a sentence is made and Trump is guilty, then he's out of the race, right? But apparently not.
Precious man.
He totally should be out of the race. Yeah, exactly, Karasu. That's my thoughts exactly. Then why can't prisoners vote? Like, I could understand this if prisoners could vote, but they cannot. Yeah, I mean, it does. It certainly looks that way. That it only favors the wealthy, yeah. I think it's a fair criticism to make. Oh. It's dystopian to the max. I agree. It's messed up.
I need time to.
Like, I actually thought Trump was out of the race because of this. Because everyone, all Trump, I swear, all Trump shields are talking about this as if Trump was out of the race. Everybody's like saying that Biden is trying to eliminate a political rival. I assume Trump was out of the race because of this. Oh my god.
I need time to do that.
Okay, so Trump is still in the race. Oh god.
I need time to do that.
If Trump was out of the race, that would be a big win.
I need time to prepare.
You're just viewing it as the ultimate smear campaign. Comrade Bante is bringing law and order. Well, it's shaping up to be not the biggest smear campaign. It's shaping up to be the biggest martyr tale. Oh. Poor Trump is being persecuted by the woke left.
I need more time.
Oh my god. But would DeSantis be treated seriously as a candidate? That is the question. Because his Twitter thing was so sad and pathetic. I'm basically willing to say that the Twitter thing was anti-campaign for DeSantis. It was a joke. I think it's better for him not to be out of the race so there can be some Republican infighting. I guess I can see some merit in that. DeSantis and Trump do seem to be rivals.
Don't stir too much, though.
They do seem to be rivals. We are in new territory now, everybody. This is we did not do this in the beta. So this is outside of beta territory.
I'm not ready yet.
I need time to do that.
The Sanders has big right-wing tech support, though. Not that it necessarily helps. I mean, I genuinely think that the Twitter thing was anti-help. I don't know. I do think DeSantis can be a serious threat. Well, I mean, that is a fair point considering that everybody thought Trump was a joke candidate. At least I know there was a time when everybody thought Trump was a joke candidate. And suddenly he wasn't. You know? And I'd rather be proven wrong than there isn't a threat than underestimating him like people did with Trump. Oh yeah, see? I guess great minds think alike. Trump was considered a joke candidate for quite a while. Oh no, Dab DeSantis. Oh, he might be a serious threat. I'm just not sure Musk was so much help yet. No, I think the whole Twitter thing was pretty bad for DeSantis, all things considered. I think it was pretty embarrassing. Yeah. Just because the first thing was a joke, it doesn't mean that future attempts won't be far more dangerous. You're right. You are right about that. That is unfortunately true.
I need time to do that.
I need more time.
We'll have to see how things develop. I, of course, urge you to... Well, I don't think I have to tell this audience that it would be best to vote blue. To vote blue and not, you know, not vote. That start being a joke is gonna hamper him in the primary, but once it boils down to reps versus Dems, it won't really matter anymore, I think. You might be right, yeah. Also, Musk has money to chip in, and that could matter. Oh, that definitely will matter, I think, yeah. Especially if he himself steps away and let the money speak. Yeah, you might be right about that. Money does speak. This isn't just... It's just baffling that Musk, who has a trans child, basically backs the biggest transphobe candidate possible.
I need time to do that.
Yeah, plus if he would get the nomination here, there's probably more help he'd get from the Republican Party. Yeah. Plus, there's another big factor to take into account. How old is DeSantis? How old is DeSantis again? How old is he? 50? 60? I assume he's not as old as Trump, right? I think he's younger than Trump. I don't think he's as nearly as old as Trump is. Which means he has a lot more years to perfect his game, so to speak. 44? Oh no. That means he has a lot of years to perfect his game, so to speak. That's really bad. 44 means it's basically just the beginning for him.
I need more time. I'm low on precious money. I need more time.
Like, it literally means that it's just the start for him. This actually makes it much worse than I thought. That means he has time to try again and again and again. Less than a year older than me. Yeah, he has so many years to try and again and refine his methods. That's really bad. And if he gets the backing to keep trying, that could be really screwed up.
I need more time.
Look, it's the knight from chapter 1.
I need more time.
I think DeSantis needs to be properly humiliated in this election. He needs to become an actual joke in the public eye and not just on the left. Trump might be good on that, to humiliate him. And honestly, running in the primary against Trump might actually do that. For as long as the innocent live, DeSantis' hatred will fuel his presidential runs. Yeah, oh god. Oh my god. Well, that's screwed up. That is a really sad, sad thing.
I need time.
But that is why we must activate. That is why we must do the opposite of what certain people say. Not voting is the worst thing that you can do, in my opinion, in this climate. Did you know that there's a WIC panel coming up on this very topic? Did you know that there's a WIC panel coming up that will be vote who, no matter who, versus people that don't agree with the stance vote who, no matter who? As I've said yesterday, I almost made it into this panel. But Wick hoped that I would be against vote blue no matter who, and I just don't think that's a very wise position to take to be against vote blue no matter who. I just don't think that's a very... I would think that most people would more or less support the vote blue no matter who. Considering what the alternative is, you know?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
I feel like they don't really think it through. Yeah, I think so as well. Anarcho-kitties don't care about fascists taking control of the state. It does seem that way.
I need time to do
Which is unfortunate. But what can you do? You can just ignore them and do the best you can, honestly. To actually
I need more time.
vote.
I need time to do that. I'm low on precious mana. I need time to prepare that.
They're pretty strong opponents here.
I lack the needed mana.
Okay, comparison. I don't think that's that good. Okay, in 30 minutes, we're gonna start the raid. And after the raid, we're gonna do all the... Oh yeah, after the raid, we're gonna have a talk with Shakespeare about history of Mexico. Because as you might remember, fake Alec Kyle Parker, the topic of the War of Independence of Mexico is far from over. It is far from over. And we have to continue researching and discussing it until... Well, at least until we have done it to a minimum degree. Which we are from having done so. So that's gonna be... It wasn't planned for today to be the continuation of Mexico history, but I say if an opportunity arises in that direction... Okay, the controller just died. If an opportunity arises in that direction, then I say we should embrace it and take it. Right? We should embrace any chance to be able to talk to an expert about the Mexican war heroes. Or at least I believe so.
I lack the needed mana.
How are you liking the parts of Diablo that are new?
I need time to do that.
Anytime I hear about things like burn your bus, I remember DJ Mules bashing Zand for vote blue no matter who, and him saying that Zand doesn't care about minorities because he voted for by. Oh no, DJ Mule also was. DJ Mule was burn your bust. So he was against voting. Oh my god.
I need time to
Of course. Of course he was. Why am I even surprised at this point? What a guy. Oh yeah, because if you let the Republican Party win, you're definitely pro-minorities. Of course he was. He's a dumbass. Plus he wouldn't be affected by it. Like, oh yeah, if you let Republicans win, then you are super pro-minorities. It's just amazing. It's just amazing to me. Oh god. You know, I really like this enemy's design. The Dread Knight. I really like the Dread Knight's design. It's really neat, I think. Especially since when you take into consideration that there's probably a person inside.
I need more time.
DJ Mule hates Mexicans. DJ Mule is one bizarre person. Of course he was.
I need time to do that.
He said hashtag Digimil hates Mexicans for being burned your bus. Yeah. Yeah, I understood that, yeah. Yeah, I understood it. He's British, of course he doesn't care about minorities. True. Jesus.
I need more time.
Damn.
I need more time.
I'm thinking of... Okay, I'm gonna have to... I should plan... Well, okay, I should plan more. Or I should just...
Time to do that.
I should fantasize less and I should just do more. Is what I'm trying to say. I should do less fantasizing and more doing.
I lack the needed mana. I need more time.
I'm really enjoying the book about the if that's the word that you can use in this case, the book about the Czechoslovakia period and the soldier who's the author is actually quite good. It's sort of an apology book. It's very personal. The soldier that has been guilt-ridden for like over 40 years about the events of the invasion. Interesting, huh?
I need time to do that. I need time to prepare that.
I've got a skill point to use. Is this a hedgehog? Looks like a hedgehog. I did not know that, Karasu. It is good to hear that they won against the zones. Imagine the LGBT-free zones are like the ones in Russia. Sonic the Hedgehog. Also, I'm pretty sure the EU is withholding funds also because of those free zones. Like, the European Union has declared that all the cities that have the status of LGBT ideology-free zones will not be getting any funds from the European Union. You do need to keep that in mind. That the European Union is trying to pressure and fine Poland for its weird anti-minority and anti-democratic action.
Old couple by the rocks.
And that ends... Oh.
Family on the creek. Missing half. Send patrol. Hermit by the bridge. Paid up at last, after some convincing. Wood carver south of the grove. Still won't budge. He's courting a girl in Wedge and Honey. Maybe she'll listen to reason.
Jesus. And there are instances in which in which Poland just accepts the fines and doesn't care. Like the Polish government told the cities that are the LGBT zones that they will pay them twice as much as what European Union promised them. And they took the money from the special fund that was prepared for abuse victims, right? They took money that was prepared for victims of abuse and said, we will use this money to pay the LGBT free zones because what the European Union is doing is abuse, said the Polish government. Yeah, they did do that, so yeah, but it's unfortunately not abnormal nor unexpected from Poland, so because they said the European Union is discriminating against those cities. Yes, that is the term that they used. It's discrimination and it's abuse to withhold funds from those cities, so, you know.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
Oh, guy. Oh my god. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription for with outro. Away with your ugly whiteness. True. I died as well. But it's not a hardcore character, so don't worry. We're not doing that yet. We're not doing that yet. We're not strong enough to do that. Thank you, Barry. Oh my gosh. I did not take that into consideration.
I need time to do that. I need more time. I need time to prepare. I need more time.
All right.
I need more time.
Oh.
I need time.
Got like 10 minutes to finish this. Fire mode. It's true. And now we're gonna be in the savage mode. Who's this cleric?
I need more time.
Oh my god. How big is this dungeon? I did not expect this to take like 30 minutes. Easy mode. Well, it's normal mode, not easy mode. Oh my goodness. The difficulty is actually second tier, so it's not easy mode.
I need time to do that.
It's not easy mode not to play on hardcore. My goodness. Easy mode. I cannot believe what you're telling me.
My brother sent you to take my amulet, didn't he? Weak. Give us a chance at a good life.
I need more time. I need time to do that.
It's not easy mode. Oh my goodness. I'm playing on the wall tier 2.
I need time to do that. I need time.
I guess I might as well tackle the boss as well. 9 minutes, huh? I think 9 minutes is enough to beat the boss.
I need time to do that.
Okay, hurry up. Let's hurry.
I need time to do that.
Yeah.
I need more time. I need time to I need more time. I need time to do that. I'm not ready yet.
Yeah. We made it. Dungeon complete. Okay, we're done. We're gonna exit the game now. And yeah. And play FF. The raiding commences. The raiding commences, everyone. Right now. Right here. Hardcore raiding that I hope we'll be able to clear in the name of justice. Wait, let me see. In the name of justice. You know? In the name of justice. It's true. escaping this. Exit Diablo 4. And we're gonna launch FF. I'm gonna go to the toilet quickly before the raid commences. Oh my god, there's gonna be a serious talk today, so I'm gonna have to have the group muted. I don't want delicate group information to go out. Okay. As we are going to be doing the meeting, we're also going to do some extra things like I'm gonna show you. True. I don't think that will happen, but I'd like to be safe, you know? Better safe than sorry. So I'm gonna mute the group chat for now. I'm gonna unmute it when we will be discussing the history of Mexico. The only true history. Which is embarrassing because I don't know much about it. Do I actually have any books on Mexico in this house? That actually might be a very interesting hunt to commence, to look through all of the books and see how many of them are on Mexican history. That might be an actually a really interesting exercise. Hello? Has something happened? Right. I'll go quickly to the toilet, okay? Right. I'm back. Who, me? Hmm? Right. So we're giving feedback right now? Right. Well, just glad to be raiding with my favorite teacher, well, my only teacher. Retainers. I think, yeah. Well, the one number I hate, I guess, is getting the 6, but... Oh, good, good. Alright. Oh my goodness. Oh, no! Oh! What pain. Yeah. The last mechanic being the, like... lines plus... Oh. I thought we died more on the lines plus positions, to be honest. I think one thing that happened... One thing that happened that we should probably... What? I second it as well. That is what... I second jumping wide. I do this for your... I do it for your entertainment, the whole... I think we've got that part down pretty much as well. My gosh. CVP is cracking down on gamers, right? Can you... Oh. Right, yeah. Yeah, but we should stress that we should go to the edge and not to the markers, because yesterday one person went inside the marker and... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, not to clap people with the thing. Right, yeah, because it just repeats the mechanics from the beginning of the fight, which is like... Yeah. Hello, good for Gabby. The samurai teacher will be angry at me, but it's okay. Oh. And there's also the no the skill speed is not exactly like the ay ay ay. An acquaintance. Hello? So you're an acquaintance of Sakura? Oh yeah, I have duckies here. Hmm? What did you miss? Sorry. Oh. Ah, my God. You're at the doctor. I was so late. I missed the last appointment. I'm embarrassed. I missed today's appointment to the doctor. My God. Yeah, I missed today's. That's painful. Oh. Like usually when you change people, you get like inevitably people die and it gets messy a bit. And it can discourage people that are from the old roster and it can turn into a vicious cycle. Like I've once been with you remember that old static a long time ago? You know, with that dragoon. I'm kissing Sakura at the moment. The one the old static where you helped us for a bit before you had to leave. So that's changed basically into a revolving door that static at some point, where people just almost every session left and new people came in, and it's ended up in us being, I think, stuck forever on Eden 8. That was the Shiva one, right? Yeah, so we got stuck on the Shiva thing forever. And the static died from it. Right. Right. And if there's any, well, they're giving individualized feedback, so if there's any feedback I need, I'll take it on board. Like a real giggler. Alright, so how is everybody? Yeah, I'm so nervous about the fact that I've missed today's doctor's visit, because it was quite important, today's one. It actually is going to, I am going to be told to do a blood test as well, so it's interesting that your test is sort of related to what I'll probably be doing. It's quite interesting, I think. Because I'll probably be sent to do a blood test as well, and general test. It's gonna be a test to, because it seems that I've been on HRT for a few months now. So the point of the meeting, or the point of the whole thing, will be to sort of see how my body is reacting to the whole procedure. And to see how to proceed from that point on, if that makes sense. Does that make sense to any of you? Does that make you feel that you understand the current situation? Sorry? What a painful moment. Remember, we also followed you. I knew all of you except for me. Thank you. It's a bit, I don't know why it's so nerve-wracking that I've missed today's appointment. I don't know, part of me, even though it's extremely irrational, part of me has this worry of, what if they tell me, well, you've missed this one, so we're not allow you to book another one. You've missed your chance. You should have been there. It's a pretty strange and irrational way of thinking about the whole thing. So there's this strange... Since I'm gonna go to the city tomorrow to book another one because I want to book it in person, I will also be going to mom. My mom will be leaving the rehab center on the Juneteenth, which is pretty interesting. Juneteenth is gonna be the special stream that we have booked. Juneteenth on the Juneteenth stream. Oh. Oh God. I am quiet because I'm focusing on the thing that I suck at most, the jumping puzzle. So if you want to see me fail at the jump puzzle, you can hop on YouTube or my White Forest page. TM. And don't be shy to subscribe either. It's like dysgraphia but in hearing. Is it at least sweet wine? I like wine when it's... because sweet is a nice taste and bitter is a horrible taste. Yeah, but bitter all the way is horrible. I went to my doctor's appointment today and they had a happy Juneteenth banner. Oh, maybe I should get a banner on for this stream. Trying to get through that moment. It's hard because I'm bad. It's true, we're all gonna celebrate it. There's 5 bottles. I'm still here, of course. I'm gonna be here for at least 7 more hours. My god. I'm such a hardcore streamer. In 5 minutes we begin the raid proper. Ah. Okay. This is so nerve-wracking. The nerve-wracking of the jumping puzzles. Like, it feels so stiff. This weird. Feels a bit like I'm fighting with the stiffness of the controls too. If that makes sense. Oh, I'm in the party already. Oh, this part. Okay, almost. Ah, you seeing this? I should eat some food. I wanted to say drink some food, although the animation does turn to drinking, so I'm gonna drink some food. I keep um Thinking new messages are appearing in the chat, but there's nothing new. Oh, top chat. That's not good. All right. Guess we're ready. I'm gonna have to focus like I've never focused before. I have to focus so much that I'm gonna... Whoa. Two people are not ready. Oh, in 30 minutes I'm gonna have to take my things. Oh my god. Where are my things? Okay, I'm ready. We're just jumping straight into it. I'm gonna have an amazing first bowl. I can feel it. Okay, I'm not having the best first bowl. Controller off. Oh, guy. Controller die. Yes, it's not gonna be the best DPS wise pull. Since I've just stopped doing anything for a few seconds. I'm with Divine. Alright. Oh my god. I have to do something about this cable. God damn it. I just can't. Oh God, I can't stand this. Oh, this is driving me crazy. Is this bit of plastic that keeps touching my finger and it's just driving me nuts. I cannot hear this person. Okay, now this person is turned up. Okay, the plastic will not touch my finger anymore. Okay, now I'm doing okay. Ouch. Alright, we're doing it. We're gonna beat this level. This boss. By level, I mean boss. The boss is in a level, in a way. We'll never adjust. Need to be in your position, in other words. Oh, new outfit. That's nice. What a nice outfit. I'm excited to clear this fight and get gear. Oh, wait, why am I? Oh no. I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, I had a weird feeling that I'd be. Not even third eye saved me. And I did try using the third eye. I'm wearing a classic outfit that I've put together myself. I'll get a position in. Look. Sadly, I do not have the Faraday ready for this mechanic. Well, that's a mess up on my end. Why did we... What happened? Alrighty. Damn. Oh no, I've messed it up. I've messed up the rotation. Oh, that's annoying. Too soon. Oh, good. You should have practiced in real life, yeah. Almost. Why did it snapshot me and not anybody else? Snapshots on this are so ridiculous. It drives me insane, actually. As long as we can. What am I? If I'm a blue, then I'm fine. I love being the blue, to be honest. Oh, 4, the exact same as before. That's because I'm focusing like a real giggler. I don't have the blue spot, but I wanna clear the fight badly. Wait, so what happened? I had the same number twice in a row. Yeah, 4. I was 4 in the pool before, and I was 4 now. Yeah, the same number. All right, I'll try to be more upbeat. If there's if there's a reason for me to have the blues, it would be because I missed that doctor appointment and I'm quite nervous about it, you know? Especially since I'm actually starting to run out of estrofam now. Oof, I'm really screwing up the whole rotation right now. I'm saving up my energy for the talk with Shakespeare about Mexico. That's gonna be, my gosh. It's gonna be awesome. Okay. I don't know how, but I'm at the top of DPS again, it seems. Oh god. Oh god. Today is not... Oh yeah. Today is not a good day for me for this mechanic. I don't know why. I just... Yesterday I did this so much better. And today it's just... Well, now I'm not third in the aggro. Not anymore. It's gonna be okay. Four. Oh my god. How bizarre. How weird. So I just wanted to say that I was number 4 for the 3rd time in a row. But it's the number of death. At least in some languages it is. Let me inspect. What have we got here? Island Resort. What is this? Very nice outfit, I must say. So how is everyone? Oh no, nobody. How is everyone? How is everyone in the... How's everyone in the audience? Are you excited for what comes after this? Are you super excited? Are you excited for what's happening right now? Bored? Oh no! Oh my gosh, I have to entertain you then. Are you saying you're not entertained by this, by the tension of the savage fight? Don't you feel the savage? Don't you feel the savagery of the savage? Okay, I think for the talk with Shakespeare, we're gonna be doing some Drakengard. That is actually a good idea. It feels strange to just go back to the same game that we've played before the raid. So we're gonna mix it up and we're gonna be playing Drakengard now. It feels like it feels like I'm making really slow progress on Drakengard, by the way. It sort of feels like I should have beaten it by now, but it's okay. We're slow gamers. Oh no. If I don't... Oh wait, really? Only me? Only I got... I'm gonna go insane. Only I got clipped. Am I going mad? I'm gonna get angry. But apparently even when I get angry, I don't really sound angry. I am incapable of sounding angry, it seems. Oh, I'm nothing. Okay, I'm a blue ball. I am 4? What? That's impossible. Beast. Such a beast. Oh, 1 second, okay? Literally one second. Sorry, what can be baited? I'm gonna... Okay. My goodness. I'm gonna check. Lucy Hazard. Swisties, baby. My goodness. A party member just said that she almost passed out. Don't pass out, party members. If you pass out, if you pass out, we definitely won't be able to clear this. Don't pass out. All right, this is the pull. I can feel it. I can feel it, everyone. Can you feel it? Thank you, Chaotic Poser. I'm not sure if I've seen you on this stream before. Are you new? You should join the page. Are you here for the politics or are you here for the Savage Raid? Is my main question. Are you here because of Final Fantasy or are you here because of the other things that we'll be doing today? Oh, I just want to believe I do. Ah, okay. Oh, you spammed chat. Nice. You should join the page then and use the custom emotes. Oh, hangover. So are you here mostly for Final Fantasy or other type of content? God, I made it finally. I'm so proud of myself because of this achievement. I mean, oh, President Sunday's career. Nice. I'm just gonna say that I do think that the League of Legends animated TV series, well, internet series was pretty good. I forgot what the title was, but I liked it. You know what I'm talking about, right? The League of Legends animated series, the whole thing, like, that had quite good animation. Arcane, yeah. I did get 50 viewers. I got 50 viewers because of a President Sunday raid, actually. See, this is what happens. I've been four times in a row, and the moment I'm not four, everything goes to hell. I think it's because I was not four anymore. I'd like to believe that is what happened. Exactly, you did nothing and you should have done something. Exactly. Wait, actually, I might as well unmute the team.
I'm now convinced that whenever I'm doing re-clears of this, I will still need to have like a guide open on the second monitor. I'm never remembering that.
Oh, I just got the numbers ingrained in my brain, but I'm a numbers person, so it's just easy.
Macro in the chat. Macro in the chat.
Do you think I should?
What's going on in my chat? I just know it.
Do you think I should debate
I remember not to do it, Lloyd.
President Sunday?
Yep.
And if you think I should, what do you think I should debate President Sunday on?
And now I'm stuck at 50% HP. What is this?
Give me your opinions on
Purple pass, yeah, guys.
a possible President Sunday debate topic.
99 red.
People love debates.
I still don't think I'm completely sober today.
Oh. Partner position.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what you think I should debate President Sunday on. Partially because I don't know myself what I should debate President Sunday on.
No, I just want my little grey pass.
Proteins.
All I need.
In. Partners and that.
I mean, there's one thing that I could debate President Sunday on, but it's so old that it's worthless to debate President Sunday on it. I'm not even sure what President Sunday's opinions on it are anymore, to be honest. I have to revive the whole Professor Flowers thing and debate President Sunday on that. Now that would be the best thing that I could possibly do.
God knows DPS adjust.
Right? That would be the best move that I could possibly do, right? To debate President Sunday on Professor Flowers. Probably very excited and want it to happen, right?
There's one too many here.
In the wrong position here.
Well, I'm dead.
In, front, out. Front, out.
The chat went so quiet. Fake Alec Kyle Parker, are you saying you disapprove of the debate topic? Well, that worked out.
Lucy tried to murder us.
Murder us?
Yeah.
Yeah? Let's go.
Be the only survivor.
I mean, you're the one who brought intentional murder in the convo.
I did nothing. I'm keeping everyone alive. I'm an innocent pink mage.
Maya Major is not happy with my debate topic with President Sunday. Maya Major disapproves of me. I can feel it in my soul. I can feel that you disapprove of my hijinks. 6.
E.
Oh god.
2 out.
So I have to like move around to see what mark I've got on my head.
Yeah.
Or is it gonna
4
be...
out.
Oh. I thought it was gonna be nice.
6 out.
I think it'll be safer, Aska, if you just go to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should
Try
just
to find the
stay.
wrong position.
Wait, why did you go out?
Huh?
Yeah. I just got up behind the group.
No, Sakura went together with me.
Yeah, I tried to raise and I didn't know where I was at the time.
Ah.
It was fucked already.
I really wish we'd start like
Didn't get our duck bones. It's true.
marks in these arenas.
It's true. Can see it in the
At
emote.
least orient yourself on them. because
Weird
this
jam.
is just a circle.
I wish I had still access to my old tools.
What?
We used to have tools where we used to be able to place waymarks during fights.
Ah.
That was a fun thing.
Well, that's cheating.
Yeah, I've got Yoshi
Yeah.
on the other line right now.
I remember watching a guides on like coil, turn, the last one actually, yeah. Or the one of dive bombs, basically.
It's okay.
It said
I'm
that-
not gonna debate President Sunday on Professor Flowers.
No, not Twintania, the other one with dive bombs.
Okay.
So the guide went, if you have a tank free,
I don't really think my debate with President Sunday will ever happen
where the dive
since
bombs are going to come from. And now I spent like a day trying to figure out how this is possible.
Partners? Yeah, it's not anymore.
it doesn't really seem like.
Partners and out.
You used to have summoners
Proteins and out.
putting markers on their fucking carbuncles and positioning them around.
Oh, yeah. Partners and then. I think. Yeah. It's much nicer that Searing Light actually procs off of your position now instead of Carby.
Really, are you asking me what my position on Professor Flowers is, or are you asking me? Are you asking me if what
I wish you could have the.
what President Sunday's position is on Professor Flowers? Which are you asking me, fake Alec Cole Parker?
I've
Got
got
enough
Selena as my
DPS adjust.
scholar, but I wish you could have.
'Cause I'm sincerely not sure what you're asking. If you're asking me about my position or if you're Sundays. I think okay, I might be wrong. Maybe I will have to ask him because I'm pretty sure his position is that she worded her position badly, and that is what he debated Vosh on. That she wasn't pro
Behind boss and then out.
genocide, but she just worded her position badly.
Oh, I swear to God.
Out.
And then President Sunday's position was that after that she just shoot herself on the foot by the way she sort of.
Oh, Barry!
Not correct. Okay, just wipe. Yeah, not lucky.
Nah. This is.
Thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you so much, Duckyborn. Duckyborn, by her honor, is sworn to keep evil forever at bay, and the fiercest foes rout when they hear triumphs shout. Ducky, for your blessing we pray. Thank you.
I don't know. Why did
Don't
you?
know.
You had no faith in us. That's what happened. This is what
we
happens.
continue?
Thank you. Thank you for it. And wait, he sucks to me now. Known. Wait, what? What do you mean he sucks to me now? What?
I can't get Lucy up. Shit. How does it?
What do you mean? Wait, we're still going?
I am not sure if that will work.
Fine.
It will not work. No, no, no. Wipe, 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 wipe.
That wasn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was under impression we were restarting, so.
Yeah.
We were going to, but I was being positive, you know.
It's good to be positive.
I just wanted to try. But we've had some pretty good pulls so far.
Okay. Please, please summarize it. Well, it means that Karasi thinks that the position is simple, and she'll try to explain it to us. Explain it to us. Explain President Sunday's position on Professor Flowers. Self-determination of a political community means that no other body decide upon them. There is a political meaning of sovereignty. Well, yeah, that's true. And I do think that, yeah, President Sunday was basically mostly debating that aspect with Vosh. Yeah, that's I'm with you so far. If there is no decision on a thing, that political group ethnic is not sovereign.
Than I thought I would tonight.
Right.
Considering you had like 2 hours of sleep, yeah.
I'm running on 2 hours sleep, and I don't think I'm completely sober still. Not gonna lie.
So, okay. Yeah, that's...
It's the alcohol then.
Of course, it raises questions for me, right? It raises questions for me. It does raise questions for me, right?
Just want to clear this fight.
So that is good that the political group itself has a power upon to decide on genocide or not.
Not tomorrow.
It does not mean that it's morally good. It means that they can do it.
I'm not sure if it's meant to be stormy tonight. I'm gonna shut the door.
If they cannot do it, they're not sovereign. Okay. I guess my follow-up question to that, because I don't disagree with that, but my follow-up question is, in that case, is it ever okay
it's disgusting.
to violate a country's sovereignty in that case?
89% humidity. Ugh.
Is it ever good? Is it ever okay in that case for a country to violate a country's sovereignty in that case?
Thank you.
Let's go.
Come on, this is the kill.
Here's the issue though, and you see this playing up. Okay, I'll let you just finish. I did throw my question into the ether, but you finish first. I mean, that is what I'm alluding to basically. With Otro. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This is too much excitement for.
That is what I believe. Yeah. You can go to war.
Toes, you know?
Exactly. It's a focus.
Yeah. I think so, Karasu. Yeah.
I should be keeping me on my toes, but I'm just far too used.
But that usually happens as or a conflict between sovereign. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, correct.
Proteins. In.
Yeah.
In, out, shake it all about.
Partners and that.
I do think I'm still not even sure if that was the case. But if the issue with Professor Farid seems to be concerned the other Often painful that ex-marginalized group, if they will sovereign, they will have a power to do genocide, means they should be no free. Right, but
Enter Cardinals, thank you, suggest.
basically if Professor Flowers was trying to say that, right, then I will say that she really worded it very badly, you know? I do believe President Sunday believes that as well right now.
Out, behind the boss, and then
Which has worded the whole thing really badly.
go behind boss. And in. Hero groups.
Oh my god. Like, I think that is what he's like. That I think.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What?
Oh, I don't have spells.
Oh no.
I'm raising a Sakura.
Yeah.
That is also true.
That was just straight up damage.
Mixing up whiteness with white people, but
It's fine.
it is, yeah, absolutely it is.
I know.
I think that is what President Sunday meant when he said, I'm not sure who he was talking to, that Professor Flowers was being stupid in the conversation. And Professor Flowers got really angry at President Sunday for that. Yeah, correct. It's not the same.
Got the 2.
2 out.
Keep in mind,
I could probably just like actually walk to this.
4 out.
I have so much time.
keep in mind that, like, for example,
6 out. 8 out.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, 6 has to be like either very, very fast going all the way across the arena.
Just sprint.
keep in mind that, by the way, PF herself understood she's making a mistake with delivering the message.
I
Okay.
just use sprinter and I always make it as
I can accept that, yeah.
I mean, I don't even sprint.
I can accept that.
straight behind the
Exactly
group.
what
We can go for the Haiti example, right? The Haiti uprising to see just how political the concept of whiteness is. In fact, we can see by the Haiti example that in fact,
Anything, you can just pop your sprint.
Honestly, I kept messing up at the first because I wasn't used to timing, so I was too slow.
and maybe people will disagree with me on that one as well, but keep in mind, blackness is also a political concept just as whiteness is. I don't think people will disagree with me there, right? That blackness is just as political a concept as whiteness, right?
The Medica.
Oh my god, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's because whenever I
Like-
say at the beginning, I'm just used to doing that now.
In Haiti, Polish people are given the political status of being black.
I literally didn't even think about it.
Like, it's an important thing to sort of remember, in my opinion.
I think that's the whole fight up to 11 strike now. I literally just do autopilot modes.
Out.
These are like, that is a really good way to put it. Political concepts.
Proteins. Out. Partners and in.
Um, Oh, my Final Fantasy just died. I think my internet died.
Lucy, do you see it?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm still in the voice chat though, so...
Might be okay.
Okay, it's just Final Fantasy, it seems.
DPS adjust.
I cannot adjust. I am out of the
We can
loop.
keep it going for as long as necessary. For now, not
Sorry.
allowed.
Sorry, everyone.
Lucy's kind of in like a good spot for the knockback.
Kinda.
Correct. By the way, height is important historically to remember how this, if oppressed rise, they will be oppressor narrative constructed. They do this against workers to be doing sense.
Oh fuck. Shit.
Okay, well,
You were in the right position then.
What's wrong with my Final Fantasy?
You were.
No, there wasn't any safe spots there. I don't think. I just saw two big areas.
Safe spot was 2.
I was the wrong side.
Marginalized groups in power, they will kill their oppressor.
Tank wins.
I was definitely not in a safe spot. I had two big AoEs on me and nowhere to go easily.
Yeah, if you see people's group up at some point, you can look directly opposite them.
It's a pretty big narrative when it comes to white supremacists, actually, that if the minorities gain any rights, they will just turn white people into the new minority. I hear this over and over from right-wing circles.
I was doing okay tonight though. I've only had a couple mess ups from that tonight.
What's happening with the launcher?
Considering my capacity right now, I'm doing alright. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good, all things considered.
I'm still, you can still hear me and see me, right?
20 minutes left.
You're just not responding because you're being quiet, right?
Well, we're waiting for Lucy. I'm going to quickly smash my save.
So the launcher does not want to launch for some reason.
Rest in peace.
Maybe I've been banned for crimes against raiding.
Somehow she's still on Discord.
And muted as well in the recent.
I'm not muted. Wait, I'm not muted.
Yeah, I was about to maybe go check on the stream what's happening there.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Stream.
Can you hear me?
Let's see what's going on.
Wait, you cannot hear me?
Game though, because sometimes I like get crashes and stuff from.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Talking to us, but we cannot hear them.
Oh.
Lucy, you're unmuted, but we cannot hear you. I only figured out that you're trying to talk to us to your stream.
But you can hear me on the stream, right?
Wait, is that stream? Is that stream on? The
Yeah.
stream is up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Now we can hear you.
I think I'm on Lucy's old.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there we go.
Okay, maybe Final Fantasy will work. I've been banned for crimes against raiding.
I like the optimistic Reddit check, Aska.
Oh, are you streaming on YouTube, not Twitch?
Will
Yeah.
reality check work if it's
I didn't
7 out of 7?
realise.
And on...
I thought Lucy was still in.
I went on your Twitch and I was like, where's Ducky?
And on my White Forest page.
Yeah. I was gonna stream tonight, but I thought it'd be a bad idea.
You should stream. You should stream hardcore like me.
No, I'm not in a state to stream right now. I'll do it tomorrow.
Orbital here is revenge is a necessary next step of a liberation. That is what I said here. And what I said here is the maintaining of status quo often done through scaremongering. Yeah, that is a big tactic on the far right. As if I was a white man, I wouldn't hear because you're a foreign woman.
Work.
Wait, what icon? What do you mean? How do you create your own icon for the page? Wait, how do you do that? You can have your own icon? I didn't know that. How do you do that? I didn't know that was a thing. Hold on. I need to get to work. I didn't know an icon was a thing.
I've literally just splashed myself with water and
Yeah.
it's already evaporated. That's how hot it is right now.
But yeah, literally, literally.
It's in air conditioning.
Oh, I wish I had aircon. Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I just wish that we had dry heat and not this humid, disgusting, wet heat.
Yeah, I feel you.
Because dry heat's a lot nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what?
That's why your people are going to Spain.
Oh, honestly. I really
What is being alluded to is that Professor Flowers is vaguely gesturing.
Let's make the last course account.
One moment, okay. Wait, what? Let's make what?
The last course account.
Oh yeah, let's clear. Let's clear.
Yeah.
We've
I
had so many
need the
good
tomes.
tonight, so.
I think people are saying that Professor Flowers is vaguely gesturing to to our revenge in South Africa.
I still need to sort out my my weapon.
But you know that not all white people were killed actually. Listen to this wall of Haiti. Yeah, because Polish soldiers who were on Napoleon's side started
Well, I'm sleeping.
Started sort of admiring the Haiti soldiers, and they saw them as identical to themselves, if that makes sense, right?
I can see that.
They saw them as identical to themselves because Polish people were sort of fighting for a piece of land for themselves, and Haiti people were fighting for a piece of land for themselves as well. So they saw themselves as allies in a fight for freedom. Yeah.
Partners and M. Proteins. In. Partners and out.
Cardinals, DPS adjust.
Right. Let's see.
Out, front, in.
Who made it?
In front. Healer groups? Oh
what?
shit.
I thought it was.
Well, let's try.
I killed you.
I swear to God, I was in the safe spot then.
It's kind of wonky there.
Yeah.
Because you think you'd be safe inside its hitbox, but it's actually a little bit more narrow.
Yeah. I'd also, to be fair, that bit has the worst snapshots ever.
Oh no, the worst snapshots are the blue markers in 11 Strike.
I don't think they're that bad.
Now we clear. I'm sure we will clear now.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's have
Yeah, I think it's silly to stop people from being free in the name of some Schrodinger's revenge massacre, right?
Partner groups. In. Proteins.
I think I'm doing pretty well here.
In. Partners and out.
Right. Because what if Ukraine decides to attack and destroy Russia? Which, by the way, there have been Russian shows and debates that have actually put this argument forward, mind you. Okay.
In, front, out. Out.
Motherfucker.
Healer positions.
Let me see. Oh, I'm nothing. Okay.
You out.
Okay.
Um.
4 out.
Yeah, I'll read that.
Yep.
What
Team
happened?
messed up.
There was a defamation in the group.
Oh.
I would like to report a murder.
Right, don't pull again. So I'm ending it today here. The only thing I'm gonna say is that it went a little bit better considering that we literally have 2 people adjusting again than I thought. Hopefully, hopefully, Wednesday is gonna be the day. If you have been away or haven't been around, just make sure to study up on the mechanics, and then everyone else that has been here, just keep practicing in your mind.
Sounds good. I also should be a lot better because I'm
Obviously.
not gonna be half not sober, half running on adrenaline.
Okay, so next raid day is Wednesday, and then that's followed by a Thursday. Everyone is still okay with that?
I don't know if I could do Thursday this week, but depends on the internet. I could probably stream into my computer Thursday from my laptop, so I'm not gonna be at home. But I'm gonna try and come in.
Do we have? Let me check the news sheet.
Yeah, this is just a one-off for this Thursday. I'm normally around on Thursdays.
Check my sheet.
I don't think I filled in the sheet.
Tomorrow is a no. Wednesday is a yes from everyone. And then Thursday was almost a yes from everyone.
I can't even find the sheet now.
That's fine.
Somewhere. Where is it?
Okay, let's just stick to those days for now and see.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for tonight, everybody.
Yep,
Sleep well.
thank you for the raids.
Bye-bye.
If you have any questions, you can direct them to me in a PM. I will hand out the personal notes tomorrow, hopefully.
Mine's gonna be get good scrub at Ruby.
Yes.
I don't even. I'm
Skill
already
issue.
knowing. Yeah. And at first I don't know if I could do, because I'm basically doing this thing at the zoo where it's adult only on the Friday, but I have to go up on the Thursday because I have to travel. Oh.
Alright then, good night everyone.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you for dealing with my shit tonight. Oh my god. I
You're
feel
alright.
like because I'm so like overtired, I kind of chat shit, which I don't normally do. I apologize if I've been weird tonight.
You're okay.
Thank you for the kryptonite.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for joining. Welcome to hell.
No, it's not too bad. Like, I messed up a few times as well, but I think
Oh,
Wednesday I
we're
made it.
chill. Like,
For me,
you're,
it's
you're
like...
only as strong as your weakest link in a group. So, if someone's struggling, you have to help them out, you know.
I'm pretty sure we'll nail it on Wednesday.
So,
But yeah, I'll see everyone later. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh my god. I think I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, just
I'm
go.
gonna pass out. I feel really bad. I feel like I'm just, I don't know. I feel like I've been annoying people, like I feel like I'm being weird. I don't know. Am I being weird tonight?
I'm muting the party. I'm muting the party, okay? This is Alright, we're ready to go to the next thing. Okay, let's okay, let's Alright, ready. Alright, it's time for me to take my leave today to do some, yeah, I'm gonna do Drakengard. You know, the epic famous game Drakengard. Nice. Nice. You should play free now. Alright. Although 2 is apparently the one that Yokotaro did not make in any way. Alright. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you when the next time is for the raid, which will be, I'll see you in. Okay. Bye bye. What? Alright, I did it. I've done it. It's like boom boom boom, you see? Alright, we're quitting this game. Hello Drakengard, it's true exit game. Okay, I'm also need to go to the toilet. Let me see. The Drakengard. How do I make this appear? Okay, now I... Alright, I'll go to the toilet. I'll go to the toilet. Fox News hits Tucker Carlson with a cease and desist following premiere of his new show on tour. Wait, really? Wait, fake Alec Kyle Parker, are you serious about... Wait, really? Wait, is that... Can you link it? Can you please link it if it's really... If it's true, please link it. Also, Karasu says she's not angry at you, Votro. She's just frustrated with the whole topic. She's not angry at you, so it's okay. And that the Professor Flowers convo has made it impossible for a long talk about this deeply. You know? Wow, what a thing. So don't worry. It's gonna be okay with Votro. Don't worry. Jesus. I haven't seen this intro. What a cool intro. It feels a bit spoilery though. Okay, I'll be right back. And now I really need to go to the toilet. I really need to toilet. What a nice game. I'm loving this game. Before I go, I'm gonna DM. Be right back.
That's not true. You carry the awful weight of the seal. We must find you a place to rest.
Allow him to bathe in her gratitude and love.
I truly love Furiai with my innermost soul.
The goddess will die.
No, that's not true. You lie.
No more gods. We are free.
Love. Crimson blood. Poison. Eternity. Revenge. Two. Sacrifice. Mother. Ritual. Scarlet. Prayers. Heresy. Hell. Solitude. Sky. Madness. God of world. Adore us.
Back. Also, we do need to DM Shakespeare. Okay, let's look at the article, the special article. Okay. We're gonna take a look at it. Where is the... browser. Okay, so now we're going to holy crap. The infighting is so sweet. Love to see it. I don't know why, but I expect to hear tam tam taram tam taram taram taram. Tam tam taram tam taram taram taram. Oh god. Okay. Let's go. Fox News hits Tucker Carlson with cease and desist letter after latest episode of Twitter show. This is amazing, and I think the music we are using right now is very fitting to this glorious event. True. Fox News has sent Tucker Carlson a cease and desist letter days after the second installment of Tucker on Twitter. Do we italicize Twitter show titles? Hit the social media app. What was the second episode about? Oh my god. The first one was about Ukraine. What was the second episode about that they sent him a cease and desist letter? For a second there, I thought that they sent him the cease and desist after the Ukraine thing, but no. Apparently they did something in that second installment. What did he do? Fox News, since it continues to pay Carlson after removing him from the airwaves, claims exclusive dibs on his content. Oh, that's interesting. Carlson's lawyers, meanwhile, have asserted his First Amendment right to free speech. Oh my god. Amazing. Fox defends its very existence on freedom of speech grounds, Carlson's lawyer Brian Friedman said in a previous statement to Axios, which was first to be reported on the cease and desist letter. Now they want to take Tucker Carlson's right to speak freely away from him because he took to social media to share his thoughts on current events. Does anybody know what the second episode of the Tucker Carlson show was? Oh, they're gonna say it. No. Never mind, they're gonna say it. This Tuesday's third episode on Tucker on Twitter reportedly will focus on Carlson's response to the latest indictment of President Donald Trump. What was the second episode about? Let's be real. The first episode was Tucker ranting about Jewish people. Yeah, true. But what was the second one about? That I'm curious about that now. Can anybody tell me? Can anyone tell me what the second one was about? What was the second one about? Harmeet Dillon, a lawyer who represents Carlson with Friedman, said in a statement to Axios. What did the reigns show? A third episode on the indictments. The name of the name of episode 2 is "Cling to Your Taboos." What does that mean? Cling to your taboos. What does that mean? That people should keep taboos as taboos? That's stupid. That is stupid. What did I expect from Tucker Carlson then again? I live under a rock. I haven't watched episode 2 either. True. I mean, I think not watching Tucker Carlson's show is more... Hello, Connor. I think that's more of an indication of being healthy mentally than of living under a rock. I don't think... Like, I'm interested in the topic of Ukraine, so I watched the first episode of the Carlson thing. But apart from that, I don't really think there is like I don't think there's a reason to watch that show like at all. In episode 2, he blames the map thing on the left. Well, why am I not surprised by that? I don't watch him for my health. Yeah, I think that's a good attitude to have in general. Harmeet Dillon, a lawyer, said, doubling down on the most catastrophic programming decision in the history of the cable news industry, Fox is now demanding that Tucker Carlson be silent until after the 2024 election. That would be a blessing. Tucker will not be silenced by anyone. He is singularly important voice on matters of public interest in our country and will remain so. So sad. Such a sad little man. News of Carlson's ouster from Fox News broke on April 24th, with the cabler saying in a statement, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. Carlson's exit came in the wake of Fox News Channel reaching a settlement in a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit filed by Dominion Voting Systems. Just as their much publicized trial was about to get underway, Dominion claimed it was owed damages resulting from Fox News airing or false claims about its role in the 2020 election. In the past few months, emails and texts gathered for the trial from Fox executives and anchors, Carlson and Sean Hannity included, hinted that people working at the company knowingly put forth false information about the election and Dominion's involvement in it. Justin Nelson, an attorney representing Dominion, said the case was settled for $787.5 million. Weeks after losing his Fox News perch, Carlson said in a 3.5-minute Twitter video that the show he had hosted for 6.5 years would continue on via the social media platform. Damn. Yes, that's it. We can just be... He has good attorneys. He may end up winning this. I don't know about that. Fox is a pretty big station, right? So I don't know. Scarlet Mother. There's a thing that I would like us to watch. Okay, we're gonna make the game really quiet now. There's a thing that I really want us to watch as we do Drakengard. I'm gonna find it now, okay? I'm actually interested in those interviews. So if you don't mind to If you don't mind us going... We're actually gonna watch this. If you don't mind watching this with me, we're gonna watch an Anastasia talk with... Let's see if we minded, we wouldn't be watching you. I mean, if you minded, you could tell me to do something else as well, right? You could tell me to watch something else. All right, let's go. That character is so sad. You know, that character is so sad, really sad. Especially when you read that backstory. What's his name? Emmanuel? Pardon me. Everybody has such a complicated name in this thing. Inuart is a pretty tragic character, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree. Do you agree that Inuart is a pretty tragic? Lucy, you're testing my vow not to read. It's okay. It's a First Amendment space, so you can read because it's your First Amendment right to do so.
Wait, can you turn yourself up?
Very low.
True, turn yourself up. No need to change chorus. Lucy is our girl boss. She is in charge of this ship. Okay, let's go then. We're gonna listen to Anastasia talk with Loner Box, and we're gonna comment on what's going on.
I'm loud.
Yeah, but I will make you quieter.
Okay.
Yeah, that works, I think.
Okay.
I do anything, or can you do something with my voice?
Yeah, I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay, and I want video too.
Yeah.
What the heck? Oh, yep. There it is.
First.
Okay.
I don't see you though. But
No, my
yeah.
camera doesn't split, so
Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
I remembered.
But we can see you.
The
It's alright.
the thing. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hey.
I actually have the exact same problem with my camera, by the way. It doesn't split either. It can only work in one source. Does that mean that there is no way for me to fix that? Does that just mean that there is no way to fix that problem? I did not know that. Now I'm wondering what camera Loner Box is using. I really wonder what camera Loner Box is using.
Hey, it's me again, the green-haired person. Well, I wanted to chat with you, but explosions happened, so that's why I'm a bit late, happens. Yeah. The sounds were a bit like dim, like the sound is very specific. So it was artillery, which is something that didn't happen for quite some time in Kharkiv since the counteroffensives, pretty much. So I'm a bit
It's true.
confused how
Should I make Anastasia louder? No, I think it's okay. Also, it seems like... Wow, we're not even halfway through the game.
artillery was shot at us, but we will, maybe figure it out later on. Who knows?
I was gonna say first
Yeah.
world problems, but it doesn't really fit for this. So yeah.
It sort of doesn't.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, well, it's just this sound used to be pretty, all the time back in the day, but now
Yeah.
it's mostly missiles. Yeah, so I was kind of like confused. I thought it was thunder at first.
Oh.
But then I was like, yeah, well, no, it doesn't sound like thunder exactly. So it was RSZO, which is, I think, multiple grenade launcher in English, something like
Okay.
that. Yeah, so kind of like I said, confused how exactly it happened, considering they have not shelled us with artillery for quite some time. They're too far away for that. So we'll figure it out, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. So how have you been? What's up?
Oh, I'm fine. Just chugging away as
Wait,
usual.
where's the?
Yeah,
Chilling.
not many changes here. Yeah. My
Yes,
my
well,
ex first minister just got arrested for
Oh.
funding malpractice. So that's interesting.
That's interesting. Apparently, like very important people are getting arrested all over the place.
Yeah, I was
I hope
after
at
seeing what
least for
happened
one to be arrested.
I mean, after seeing what happened with Trump, I just thought like, yeah, that's such an
Yeah, that's
American
what I
thing. But
mean.
actually now, no,
Hmm.
the Scottish first minister from like she was there for 8 years. She's been arrested.
Damn.
Actually arrested, not indicted or arred. She's been arrested.
Damn.
So like properly.
Over the party
Properly
finances.
arrested.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well.
Well, good luck, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else
Damn.
to say. Yeah, with Trump, as I understand it, it's not a sure thing yet. So the investigation is on, as I understand it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, one can hope, right?
Yeah. Well. I mean.
Yeah, well.
As far as Trump goes, he looks pretty fucked.
Let's do.
Oh,
I'm
really?
hope.
Well,
I
based on
didn't
what I've heard,
yeah.
like whether he
That would
gets
be nice.
like it's pretty clear he's done something wrong. Whether he gets like a formal conviction is maybe different, but
Oh, if he did.
I don't even know how it works. Like in the United States, like can you do they even have a protocol for jailing a president? Like I don't think they do. I don't
Good
think
question.
Ever happened?
yeah,
So
they have particular facilities for all kinds of other criminals, but not a president. So I don't know. That's gonna be interesting if they're gonna have to build a new place for him or something like.
God.
Who knows?
yeah, I heard people saying that he most likely will not be exactly like arrested, like actually in jail, but most likely something will be done, I guess you could say. But as far as I'm concerned, he will not be able to be elected, I suppose, as a president if he's convicted.
That would be great.
That's what I care about.
Yeah.
But that's like another.
That would be great.
Story, yeah.
That would be great.
Considering
That's what I'm hoping for.
I guess you
I'm not even gonna
about Ukraine.
pretend.
I'm super not. I really like most Ukrainians don't want to see him as a president of the United States, which is I think you can understand.
Well, it's quite
Amongst other reasons.
scary to
Yeah.
think that.
I don't think anyone wants Trump to be the president, to be honest. In my op, presidents, other elected officials are the only people who should be subjected to capital punishment. Oh. My assumption would be taking his passport and house arrest, but we'll see. I hope he'll be out of the race. That is the main thing that I'm hoping
If
for.
Trump comes in, it's just gonna be a coin flip, right? He might. The way I always saw it was he could just withdraw all the support because he's an isolationist, but he could also see how popular Biden was off the back of doing the Ukraine stuff, and maybe just go further and just give Ukraine loads and loads of weapons because he wants to be like the big guy,
That's what I thought before I heard his recent things he said. So I thought he might be like this coin flip, as you say. But since the recent comments, I think he would be like pushing for cutting off aid and negotiating.
Yeah.
Negotiating.
Yeah.
So yeah. I suppose that's what I kind of expected, but I was not sure. But after his recent,
I wonder what will happen. This is going to be interesting to see. Well, it might be a bit nerve-wracking to see, to be quite honest.
Willing to even name the aggressor.
People have run for presidents from prison, so that's certainly not a sure thing. Oh god. Yeah, I've heard about that today, which is pretty ridiculous to me. If people can run from president, if people can run for president from prison, then how come prisoners can't vote? That makes no sense to me.
Next time around. So yeah, so he was basically like, Putin is a like reasonable dude. We can figure this out. We need to stop people from dying. You know. Is pretty much what he said, and he hardcore implied that he will be pressing for, so to speak, negotiations, like I said in quotation marks.
Yeah,
and I know
quotation marks are right.
him and Putin are like they do get along. You know, they're not like
Yeah, for sure.
They have.
Oh god.
Yeah, makes sense. You know, buddies, you know, pals and stuff. Yeah, but anyhow, we will see how everything works out, I guess. Have other problems to consider right now, which is, you know, counteroffensives and the dam and everything.
Yeah.
So the guys, you know, in your community probably like know about the dam business, but it is a pretty tough situation. So who the hell knows? I've been told that it will not affect counteroffensives to very much, to a large extent, but you know.
That's
not sure, honestly. To be honest, it sure as fuck affected, you know, animals, people, and ecosystem. So
yeah, in some cases irreparably. So you say it's fact for felons should be allowed to vote. Too much anti-democracy, right? Yeah, I agree. I think England has the same thing with prisoners not being able to vote.
Pictures, yeah. Yeah, I mean, has that, because as far as I know, that was from what, Kherson and then down to the southwest, right? Where that's affected?
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Nova Kahomka is in Kherson, and most of the affected area is in Kherson, but also all sorts of shit flew into the sea as well, Black Sea, I mean. So, for example, my relatives in Odessa filmed stuff that was just floating to them, you know, like houses, bodies of people, and, you know, all sorts of stuff. The actual people who drowned, but also people who the cemetery was washed. So because of that, there are like decomposed bodies floating about, and they have been washed to the actual like beaches in Odessa, which is another oblast, not Kherson. The guy actually filmed a house that was just drifting.
My family wants Trump to be president. Hold up. Oh man, I can't imagine having family members that want Trump to win.
He was in
that must be tough. That must be pretty tough.
Floor house that just flew to the, you know, to the.
That must be hard.
So yeah, so contamination of waters is pretty heavy because of all the dead, you know, bodies, and also there's like oil that was tons of it. I think 150 tons of oil have been, you know, got into the stream, the water, and you know, all sorts of stuff. So the water is not only about like drowning; it's also like contamination of the water. So like,
and the soil, etc.
It's pretty toxic. You can just die from that, basically.
Yeah.
Like insane amount of fish died, and people were not even allowed to take it because it's contaminated, and you can get botulism. I don't know how to say botulism.
Oh wow.
You say in English exactly
Interesting.
like that. So all sorts of like shit, and yeah, of course, no water now, drinkable water for entire region.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So there's that as well.
Dylan is there now, by the way.
Issues, of course.
Filming videos, etc. Dylan is in that region now.
Evacuated, lost houses.
Dylan went there now.
And yeah, some
the ecocide. I've made a whole video about the ecocide.
For example, nature, you know, objects such as
Yeah.
There's like this place. My sister actually went there to take pictures years ago, called Kinburska Kosa. This is a very beautiful like nature spot there in Khersonsk Oblast. Was entirely destroyed by the
I agree.
water. So
a lot of the nature is just irreplaceable. Irreplaceable.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry. Yeah.
I think. As far as the whole like investigation of it has gone as well, it's like the dam was controlled by Russia from the inside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Occupied it. Yeah.
the dam has it was literally built to sustain
a nuclear strikes.
like aircraft bombs. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Even nuclear strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems pretty clear that it was blown up from the inside, not from the outside.
Seems to be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, it has been frustrating for many Ukrainians, let me put it like that. Not only
Yeah.
Ukrainians, but also who support us as well, because it was just such a weird coverage of this. I understand, like, there's such a thing as, journalistic integrity, and you can't make, like, 100% concrete statements without proof. This is something I understand. It makes sense, right? But at the same time, there's difference between not making like concrete statements and just being like this both siding or no siding shit.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, Ukraine and Russia blame each other,
Yeah.
That was the coverage. That's the bad part. So of course
that does sound worrying. Trump probably did a lot of radicalization. Yeah.
you can say like
Hey, he
needs to be
did.
an
He did.
investigation, which by the way Russia prohibits.
Definitely.
By the way, they the day before, 2 days before the explosion of the dam, they pretty much prohibited investigating the dams in the occupied area. So they will not allow any like investigations, any suspicious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so there's that. But overall, like journalists have done a shitty job. No offense to journalists, but that was a very bad.
Some offenses, okay, I
Timothy
think.
Snyder did actually a great Twitter thread about it that I reposted. He basically like made all the great points. I cannot even repeat how great they were. But one of the main ones was like you cannot like equate what Ukraine is stating and what Russia is stating.
I agree with that 100%.
Russia lied in 95% of the time, whereas Ukraine said the truth 95% of the time. So those statements you have to like give context.
I died.
You say like Peskov made a statement. You should clarify that this person has lied about everything during this invasion. So every statement he made has literally been a lie. You cannot say like this person made a statement and equate it to the statements made by Ukrainian officials, considering the level of trust and reputation. Those two people very different, because it just is it's just very weird. And not to mention the lack of, I guess you could say, of support as well from the Red Cross, from UN, and from ICRS, or how they're called, whatever, the organizations that are
Poland helped a bit by sending equipment for water.
Themselves with the little boats we did have, and civilians evacuated other civilians. We have like very little.
Really surprising. Poland actually did send equipment to
other countries, foreigners and such. So I understand it's like a shelled area, because when the evacuation was happening, Russia was shelling.
Poland didn't send any rescuers. That will be pretty disappointing, to be honest.
I understand it's dangerous.
I'd be disappointed if Poland didn't send any rescuers.
Can't help but be salty about it. Let's put it like that, right? Because, for example, despite a horrible situation and catastrophes all over the country,
journalists have the job to report the truth and give voice to the voiceless. So yeah, offense. With the exception of Dylan Burns TV, Bob Woodward, and other like them, screw those dudes. Yeah, I agree.
We have sent a bunch of emergency workers to Turkey, for example, when the earthquake.
I have to check if Poland has sent any.
It does feel a bit, like, we managed to do that, but the world didn't manage to.
I wanna see if Poland has sent any rescuers. Maybe. I know Poland sent equipment, but no rescuers. Equipment, I don't think. That's a bit disappointing, to be honest. Okay, we're just gonna listen to the conversation, but I'm disappointed a bit.
To help people. Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I don't like the saying "it is what it is." So I'm just
I wonder,
gonna
like,
be salty about it.
because I know that the Russians have done this before in Ukraine. Like in 1941, they
Oh,
blew
the
up a
dam.
dam in
Yeah.
Dnieper. Yeah,
Correct. Yeah.
The idea was to slow down the Nazi advance, which is like, I mean, I guess that might have happened, that might have worked, but you're also under the bus.
No.
Yeah.
So
1,500 Nazi soldiers died, and between 20 and 120 civilians died. So no, it didn't work in 1941.
100,000 people, by the way. Just
yeah,
to point out how many people died that time.
Was that
So
100,000?
also, yeah.
Wow.
Some were estimated between 40,000 and 100,000.
Okay.
So
Interesting. I know the estimation between 20 and 120. So more than 100,000
not
actually.
also their own Red Army people as well. So they like flooded their own soldiers as well.
Wow. Yeah, well,
Which they did this time around as well. By the way, because most of the positions that were flooded were Russian actually occupied territory.
I was wondering about that because the river is kind of like the cutoff point, right? The river is where where a lot of the front lines
exactly,
are. So
Mhm.
so it would go both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it does hold the opportunity to pretty much do the counteroffensive there because of the water and everything. But overall, they did flood substantially their own positions as well, which is, like I said, nothing like out of the ordinary considering it's Russia. But but overall it was of course. Timothy also made this point as well. He was like basically saying like the armies that do the offensives usually don't blow up dams to hold their own offensives. The armies that that are retreating to stop the offensives, they do blow up the dams. So there's like a precedent for that, but pretty much no point in blowing up the dam for Ukrainians like whatsoever. To be honest.
I do want.
Yeah.
I wonder. I wonder if it's the same when it comes to previous wars. When it comes to when things like this would happen, and one side was clearly lying all the time.
I mean, misinformation was
in this kind of like 50-50 way. I know. Like I think the only other example I can think of is after Dresden, when that was like Goebbels' last big propaganda act, and I think there was
I actually found a historical book about World War II in England when I visited England years ago, and it actually said that that Nazi soldiers allegedly dressed up as Polish soldiers to provoke, to do the false flag of an attack on the German radio station. So in a British history book, it was framed as an alleged thing. The thing that happened a day before the Nazi army entered Poland in 1939. Isn't that interesting? So I guess that could be an example of that happening.
Newspaper that published the death toll, but it was Goebbels' death toll.
It was sort of both sizing by saying we don't really know if it's true. We don't really know if it was German soldiers dressed up as Polish ones. I guess that is a example of both sizing. I think
civilians dead, right? Which was less than 20,000. So I don't know if I'd be interested to see if that was like quite a common thing during like previous wars as well. But I can't imagine it being. I can't imagine like British papers in World War II like saying, "Oh, but Nazi figures say this." I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But,
yeah, it is pretty weird. But this is like the common trend, I guess you could say, because Russians are still treated, and Russia is not treated like a fascist country, So, and that's why you have like this attempt to equalize all the time, and people are still like, why would they do it? Why would they shell like their own occupied areas? And you're like, why are we asking this question after a year and a half of like insane amount of damage of infrastructure, of critical infrastructure, of like flattening entire cities, the entire
genocide.
most of my country is spent with no heat and no electricity.
Mhm.
Like what are we talking about here? Like what is the surprise? I just don't understand. Like where have you been? Like
There's no surprise.
living in a cave under a rock. How did you miss like the absolute atrocious actions they committed during this war? I just it sometimes blows my mind. Like why are we still surprised?
Yeah.
That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
So
really hard thing to get around is like, because I guess the whole point now, and maybe this is a bit different today compared to what it was, is that people's trust in mainstream narratives is so destroyed, I guess, maybe because of,
yeah.
I guess, like the beginning of the century, we had like the Iraq War at one side of it, and then we also had a recession that no one in the mainstream thought could happen, right?
Oh
So
god, this is
I
a
think lot of
difficult
people, especially
moment in the
my
game.
age, that was our earliest time engaging with media, right? Was weapons of mass destruction, and then also a recession that apparently couldn't happen, you know? So I think a lot of people are still
Makes
like,
sense, yeah.
and then that's obviously kind of damaged a lot of people's perspective from now on.
I hate these enemies.
They know they're not convincing that many people, right? But they are sowing doubt, and that's like the whole idea.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. I was like thinking about it, but it seems like the trust, is very low to many people. But I would like buy this argument that this is the reason, but at the same time they believe Russian narratives, which is like the most false media. I don't know, probably North Korea doesn't have like media to be honest, but I don't know what the heck to compare it even to in the terms of the amount of just straight up false.
Yeah, lies.
So it's kind of fishy that people will say, "Oh, I can't believe like
I died again.
like Ukrainian media, but you are spreading Russian narratives and you believe their media."
Maybe I should change the weapon for
It's
this level.
very kind of like confusing. I could understand the person saying like I don't trust like any media, like they all lie, you know. Although again, like
Russia media is #1 media you should not believe ever.
media is one thing, but we like post videos ourselves, you know. So people just post a bunch of like insane amount of like I don't know, like on their cameras, on Telegram, on Twitter,
Yeah.
everywhere. People just post everything themselves.
I cannot. I don't know how. I don't know how to change difficulty.
So it's a bit, I think, different, and it's kind of hard to dismiss, but people manage to, yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be I think a method that I've found that maybe works is that a lot of people don't really know just how.
I don't know how to.
A lot of Russian propaganda is like it's kind of like just a very exaggerated version of what we do.
I'm just gonna change the weapon for now.
Kind of stuff that we used to do in the 2000s when it came to terrorism, right? Like we would justify so much in the name of counterterrorism.
It's like people terrorism. Yeah,
but it's like actually, I think a lot of people don't know that Russia did that like 10 times as much as us, and from like the 90s onwards. Yeah, Chechnya was a big thing. Even even there was an article I read from like 2011 in Crimea where they were saying that there's this huge struggle between Tatars trying to get like compensation or reparations or land back from when they were ethnically cleansed in the 40s, and a big tension between Tatars and local Russians was based on allegations of terrorism and Islamic extremism, even though most Crimean Tatars are secular. They don't really give a fuck about Islam in general, let alone radical. Yeah, and
this is interesting because
maybe that, like highlighting that maybe.
This is interesting because I'm pretty sure most Polish Tatars are Muslim, actually. If you want to change difficulty, you can go to the option menu. It's on the main menu. But won't it be like a disgrace as a streamer and stuff?
That like, I think there's maybe people try to always paint like Russian propaganda as like this kind of very like weird, like shadowy outsider. But a lot of what they do is actually quite similar to what we do here, but just
I think it's
massively exaggerated, right? Yeah.
You know, they're using what works mostly, right? So certain narratives, you would paint people like, for example, like Nazis is a very like Russian thing, you know, to paint people as Nazis. You want to denazify or basically genocide or invade and excuse your actions. For them, it's very useful because of the context of, you know, World War II and Russia and the narratives that are within Russia, like such as like they're one of their main foundational, like ideological, I guess you could say foundations of their society is their victory in World War II. So
Yeah.
their victory against Nazis. So also they pretty much always call themselves like liberators, the saviors of the entire world from the Nazis, which you know, very questionable in some ways because they basically pretend like Britain did not participate in World War II. Neither did America. Lend-Lease was not a thing, and you know, it's just yeah, it's a lot of things. Like apparently, like the war have not happened before like 42. Nothing happened there because you know it's a bit cringe to talk about the time before that, considering the fact that they allied with Hitler, Soviet Union. I mean, so there's that, you know. And overall, it's very like skewed and very propagandistic, but still this narrative of them being this like self-sacrificing benevolent angels that you know, sacrifice their lives to save the entire world from Nazis, and the world is ungrateful. It's very like prominent ideology.
It's been a big thing when talking about Poland.
Still works sometimes to call like your enemy basically, or someone you want to invade, a Nazi, and then you will excuse it for the local population pretty well. So there's that. Also, it's something that Western communists still do. Apparently, I didn't know that because I have no displeasure of talking with any of them, but now since I do, they use it all the time. So they would describe, for example, like a cleansing Stalin did as sort of rightful because he was cleaning up.
Oh wait, why?
Not like nationalist or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's
So
mercenaries, it's traitors, it's class traitors. Yeah. Kulaks. Yeah, all that shit.
So, but at the end of the day, it kind of justified, you know.
Oh,
They might not outright say it sometimes, but
they will. They will say it.
those people kind of deserved it, you know. At the end of the day, some people would even say that about like invasion of Poland, for example. I recently heard
Yep.
that.
Yep.
So people would be like, "Well, they were like nationalists and such," and you were like,
"Yep."
And so, yeah, so same with Baltics. I hear that pretty much this whole Nazi nationalist shit about pretty much every country that is against Russia and was against Russian imperialism and fought against it. So yeah, so Finland would be called like Baltics, you know, Ukraine, Czechia, whatever, right? Any country that was not willing to be part of the Soviet Union, and those people considered to be like betrayers, I guess, of the Soviet Union, which is, by the way, Russian narrative again, because they all the time say like, "Oh, you like betrayed great Russian people," right? And you're like, you know. You're like, who did we betray? What's up? You know, they will always use this argument. It's very funny to hear like Westerners say these arguments in English all the time. So yeah, this is
pretty well. That's funny is one way to funny is one way to put it, but I would not describe it as funny. But
covered fully ever, pretty much. So yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, I think
laughter can be a way of coping with stress.
I feel like a lot of Western leftists, even ones who support Ukraine, have kind of made their own bed with it because, like it's not even like a leftist thing. Like even in again, like in the 2000s, like Keith Olbermann, who's like a kind of liberal center left pundit, like would call George Bush a fascist, like over the Iraq War, like all the time, he would call him a fascist. So I think. The problem now is when you're like that as a leftist and you've been so keen to call people Nazis and fascists like that much, like that loosely, then as soon as it comes to supporting Ukraine, and then suddenly you're the one who supports like an army that's got like maybe like I don't know 1% fascists there, you're like, well, everything that you've advocated for up until 5 minutes ago actually would mean that you would oppose Ukraine, right? Because you think that if there are 10 fucking
I don't think that's very
Nazis, right? Well, that would mean the Ukrainian army.
I don't think that's quite. As President Sunday would say, "Hold on, cowboy." I don't think those are quite analogous. That's the word that I'm looking for. I don't think calling Bush a fascist is comparable to not supporting a country that is being invaded by their neighbor. I find it kind of weird that somehow Lonerbox found the opportunity to make this about lefties calling everybody fascist. You know? I think it's kind of weird on Loner Box's part. I would ask Anna to define a comment. No, I would not. That's pointless. Manning who? Manning who? Kariza annoying lib. Yeah. I just don't think it's I just don't think it's comparable. As for Anastasia, I think it's perfectly understandable why she likes Destiny. I'm gonna be quite honest. I think it's completely understandable why. I don't think it's concerning in the slightest that Anastasia, of all people, likes Destiny, to be honest. I don't think there's a point in having a debate on what is a communist. I'm gonna be honest. Especially since from our conversation, without having long debates, I can tell that Anna can tell the difference between Bolsheviks and Soviets and actual socialists and communists. Because we have discussed this and the topics have come up organically.
All Nazis, yeah. So you've kind of you're kind of in a difficult position from doing that. So yeah, shit. I think I always wonder if that's maybe why people like Vosh felt like they had to do a bit of like damage control with the whole like the Azov takes because because
I think that's why, yeah.
Honestly, because he spent the last like 2 or 3 years using the word Nazi or fascist like quite liberally. Yeah. And
I heard his conversation with it was so cursed I just barely could listen to it. I was pulling my green hair out of my head. So I was like listening to the conversation Wash had with the TikTok tanky.
Oh my god, oh yeah.
Me cringe. Yeah, the TikTok communism, it just makes me, lose my faith in humanity. But overall, yeah, it's just, he was, it's impossible to talk to that person because he just recites like talking points like an NPC in a game. Like he has a tree, and he doesn't go anywhere, he doesn't stray. He just always goes, returns to his talking points.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. Anastasia is not on trial to have to acquit herself or dig her own grave. TM.
But Bosch also kind of surprised me there because he had to qualify so much. Like, yeah, Nazis bad. Yeah, I don't like Red Sector and Azov. Yeah, they're bad. It'd be good if they died, And you're like, just why are you qualifying it so much? I mean, I understand, why now, because his audience and everything. And I think he genuinely believes as well that, we talked and he confirmed it when we talked. It was like a bit of an emotional talk, but overall, he confirmed it that he does think that it indeed is good that our right people dying for fighting, other far right people in Russia. So it's not like, I don't say he's lying or anything, but it's just, yeah, it is very interesting to see that. I disagree with that point with him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the very easy way around that is just acknowledging that Marxist foreign policy is completely useless. It's dead. I think it's one of those things that half the time it might work sometimes if you're in the same way that a broken clock is right. like twice a day.
Yeah.
That's kind of because I imagine like throughout the Cold War and even through Iraq and Afghanistan, then there was a huge open door there for people like Marxists and like people like that to get in because America was doing such horrible shit. Like the capitalist or like the Western world was engaging in like really either reckless in some cases or just like brutal like imperialist stuff in other cases. And that's a very good opportunity for people like them to come in. But the only reason like Marxist foreign policy was correct in that situation, and even then they still lied about all that shit as well. But like even then they were like, yeah, they're just like lucky, you know. I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase morally lucky when.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
pretty much,
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Fits.
So, but like,
I do take big issues with loner box, sort of straying this. I do take issue with loner box straying this conversation into the whole lefties call everyone Nazis
situation. It's just like, yeah, it's just a dog shit way to approach foreign policy.
like,
and I think
Yeah,
the
yeah.
sooner we get rid of that, the better. Like, yeah, it's
Like,
it's so
I am,
not
like,
needed.
Yeah, despite me being a Ukrainian, which will make my Ukrainians, luckily nobody from Ukraine watches me that much, but it would make them cringe that if I say like there's a lot of thing in Marxism, like not like international foreign policy, but inside, like, you know, the changes you can make in society to elevate like the, you know, the poor and the working class people that I kind of, you know, find appealing. Despite being like in Ukrainian, I don't want them to be implemented obviously how they were implemented in the Soviet Union, obviously, right? But I like, for example, like looking at Scandinavia and countries like that, then they implement some like things from socialism, right? And they seem to be working pretty well. So I'd say this is one thing, but apparently every like Marxist or like socialist, when it comes to foreign, you know. It's a clusterfuck. The only one that is not, I think, is Zizek, which is, you know, pretty much the only person, I think. I might be wrong. There might be others, but this is like the only one I actually saw that had decent like foreign policy and like international affairs takes. But yeah, other than that, you pretty much land into Chomsky most of the time.
Yeah, and I think it's ironic that the one Marxist who actually like prominent one who lives in that area would understand, right? Like, because he's from Slovenia, who actually did experience like the failures.
who do you think most Belarusians side are on? Whose side would you be on if you were Russian? Kitini. Whose side would you be on if you were Russian? This is a silly question to ask, to be quite honest, because we can't know what side any of us would be if we were Russian. We can't know. If you say if I were Russian, I would have been on the side of Ukraine 100%, then I would press X to doubt, to be honest. Yeah, but why do you assume you would have your ethics as they are now if you were Russian? That's silly. Are you saying that there's some essential quality to your soul that grant you the morals that you've got right now, no matter if you were Russian, Belarusian, or born anywhere else? That's just silly. Yeah, but you assume that you'd have the same morals, which is pretty silly to do, to be honest.
Of Western communism and or the successes of NATO and shit,
The absolute giga chat moment was when he was given this interview, and I don't know where it was exactly, like in time, but he was given an interview and he said like NATO intervention in Yugoslavia was based. He didn't say based, but he said it was.
He said he supported it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, whoa! I mean, it's absolutely rational thing to say. But it is something you would definitely like not hear that much from like a lefty or even like a libertarian or like pretty much anyone. So Westerners always bring up this Yugoslavia business to pretty much say, look, NATO is not a defensive alliance.
Yeah, because your point is stupid, quite honestly. I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty stupid to ask what side would you be on with your current morals if you were Russian. You seem very invested in Anna being either morally lackey or a fascist. Don't think I haven't noticed that you have been very invested for a long time in Anna somehow being a hyper nationalist fascist. It's pretty transparent. So you're not exactly coming to this topic from an emotionless, neutral position. Ah, yes. Anastasia likes Destiny, the person who has, who's one of the biggest people that supports her when it comes to her efforts to support the troops on the ground. How suspicious. She must be a fascist. How sus that she would like Destiny. How sus. Actually, she should turn down all of the help from Destiny because, you know, she should be morally correct in this and she should just be, you know, Destiny, all that help that I used to, you know, buy gear for the troops. I don't really need it from you. No thanks. You're a sass character. I cannot accept help from you. Fuck you. Okay.
It's like evil imperialist, whatever, right? So they bombed Yugoslavia, right? And they always bring this.
Now. Oh, and I was the one that was straw manning. I was the one who was straw manning. I was the one who was straw manning. Luckily, you're not the only one in the audience right now. Have I said that Destiny supports the troops on the ground? Have I said those words that Destiny supports the troops on the ground? Have I said that? I would call this our line of argumentation stupid as well, by the way, while we are at it. Anastasia receives financial support from Destiny, and she uses that financial support to buy equipment for the troops on the ground. I never said that Destiny directly supports the troops on the ground. Right, you're an idiot. I can see that you're an idiot. I will repeat it once more for the last time. Destiny supports Anastasia financially, which allows her to support the troops on the ground. It is fact. And in this immaterial what Destiny's motives for it are. Because then we're going into the whole argument of, oh, the US is not helping Ukraine out of the goodness of their heart, which is meaningless. It doesn't matter if Destiny himself wants to support Ukraine or not. It is a meaningless line of argumentation. Yes, we can continue. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, I'm continuing.
Point up, and I always was kind of shocked at the fact that they never bring up why it happened, you know. So they would bring up like people they killed civilians in Serbia, and they don't bring up ever just the sheer fucking amount of people who Serbs killed. It would continue to kill if there wasn't for that invasion. So basically, like Albania, Bosniaks, right? 100,000s of people were killed. And they were on their way to be exterminated as a nation, as an ethnicity at that point. So yeah, they killed 500 civilians in Serbia with their pinpoint strikes, which is always not great when, you know, people die, obviously. But to compare it to the actual like absolute disaster genocide that Serbs were performing at the time, and to say that's why they cringe so hard when they see those like Bill Clinton statues and stuff in that part of the world, because I would have that statue like in my yard, let me tell you, if I was them.
You'd be naming your kids don't they name their kids Tony Blair, don't they? Tony Blair.
Yeah, because they were literally saved from extermination by that. Like I would be grateful like for the rest of my fucking days if I was them, and they are. So, you know, just like we will be obviously for the, not like, you know, nobody shelled Russia, but, you know, like just for the support, for the aid, and for the weapons and everything, we will be, you know, obviously forever grateful because it helped us so much. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird because I feel like NATO had. I was looking through the timeline of that whole
real name. I see.
Like NATO had drawn red lines to the Yugoslav government, and they'd also been already conducting exercises like near the area for like a year, and then they had the conference where Milosevic, for like a ceasefire conference where Milosevic refused to attend, and then they like prepared an offensive. They had like 40,000 people at the border ready for another offensive, and a bunch of people had already been fucking displaced. So it's like, I mean, if you've been given every warning and you're not going to respect ceasefire terms and refusing to sign fucking agreements, then yeah, I don't know what else you can do. Yeah,
and continue to just kill local people, just straight up shoot them in the fucking head, then yeah, of course, you know, it was one of the few times when people here in this part of the world actually think that NATO had you know, did a good thing, so intervened actually. And, you know, people say that this was the last time when they had balls, but that's you know, that's another story. But yeah, it is something that most people would consider reasonable people. If you're not Serbia, Serbs don't like it, obviously.
Yeah, Serbs
but
don't
if
like
you're
NATO,
not, yeah, but if you don't, obviously, because they kind of like halted their entire imperialist expansion plans, which you know, upsetting for imperialist expansionists. But yeah, overall, it is of course a good thing, and I was just a bit surprised to see like Zizek, you know, say that. So yeah. Which, you know, I shouldn't be. It's a reasonable thing to say. I don't understand like why a lefty, it's such a shocker when a lefty says something like that. But you know, it is
it's
what
like
it is.
The so I don't know. I have a word for this. Maybe I'll change it. I call it the eyeball theory. Have I ever told you about the eyeball theory?
No.
So if you have like,
Explain it to
so when
me.
you have these theories, like whether it's leftism or intersectionality or colonialism or like anything like that, like these are lenses of analysis. You know, like it's a different lens that you use to look at the world, and it can give you a different perspective. The problem is I think some people get quite lost in the world and they feel a bit scared, or they're just they're just not that inquisitive. So what they'll do is they'll take one theory, like fucking Marxism or whatever, and then they'll just fucking rip out their eyeballs and replace them with that theory, right?
Oh, that's the eyeball theory. I
Yeah.
see. Yeah.
And that can
Makes
get you
sense.
into really weird places, right? Because if you learn about like
Hmm.
decolonization and maybe how there are lots of instances where it's like very acceptable to use like quite extreme levels of violence to stop like settler colonialism, or if you believe in the way that racism kind of reinforces through our everyday interactions and all that, like you can learn things from that. But if you adopt them completely, then it's like you get into this weird situation of how everything the United States does is capitalist, imperialist aggression.
Yeah. Yeah,
Everything
that's what happened.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then you get into a situation where like all like white people are upholding white supremacy and like they're
Mhm.
you
Or
just
white
get into
people
these
can be genocided, things
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
you just
Yeah.
get into these really reductive places that are just not, or like everyone's like every white person's a colonizer, right? And then that means they can be treated with the same moral worth as someone who's
I don't
going to a different place and shooting people and stealing their land, right?
I don't think
So, yeah, it's like I think when you get
I really disagree that this is a problem of the lens of analysis, to be honest. You can see that Loner Box is using this conversation to go on a whole on the anti-lefty arc.
into that space, then you are very lost, and that's kind of probably where like Marx has good ideas and all that, but I don't think you need to apply a 250-year-old theorist or his extensions to like Russia and Ukraine in
sorry, it's just
2023. You know, like
Loaderbox, round of applause. That was so based. I appreciate it. It's just, yeah, it's very, you're right. This eyeball.
I don't think that's happening, to be honest.
Not only on leftists, to be honest, like on, rightoids as well, obviously. It's just this like ideologues pretty much is what they are. So
Yeah.
they only like operate, they not anything that does not fit in their like ideology, they just pretend to not see it, or they pretend to it's not true, or it's fake news, whatever the fuck, right? So yeah, and it does seem to be like that. So if you're like so invested in your like you see everything through the lens of a certain ideology, then seems to be this kind of like catch, that you will be you can't like rationally look at things anymore. You just have to like, it's like this like kind of thing like
Also, there's the question of what the ideology is, right? Is the ideology that one is adapting Marxism, or for example Marxism-Leninism, which is a very different beast than Marxism itself.
like how it's called in English, meat grinder thing you use. Like everything just gets through it, every position just gets through it and recycles itself to fit the Marxist or like the nationalist or whatever the fuck narrative, right? So yeah, seems to be the problem. But one of the things that personally is like very frustrating to me and also to people from other places in this part of the world, I just yesterday talked with Lucy, who is
I've been
Polish streamer. She's like a small streamer.
I've been named dropped just now.
but you know, I talked with her, and she also is very like frustrated by that shit all the time. When you hear like nothing but fucking excuses always about Russia and communists from like leftoids, right?
Mhm.
Because they would be like thing that they will berate America or the West for like non-stop. They will not.
And since I'm here, I can say by that I do mean Marxism-Leninism. Because in Eastern Europe, that is what most people mean when they say communism. Yeah, and unfortunately, that is what a lot of people think of in Eastern Europe when they hear communism. I actually have a book about it, since we're on the subject.
Just excuse if Russia does it, but actually find reasons why it's justified all the time, you know? And it's like always like that pretty much. So everything just is the fault of the West. Russia is always protecting itself. It's always for the greater good, for the security, for like that guy when I joined, they attacked Finland to defend themselves from Nazis in the future. You know, things like that is just such a prevalent thing. And we are kind of like people who lived in this Russian world, right? We actually like shudder a little bit when we hear it, because it's just the same shit that Russia says. They always paint themselves as this like benevolent actor that is this famous phrase. Will translate it in English. Russia never starts wars; it ends it. You know, very giga chat. That's something that Russians always say. So they never started a single war. You know, they always just benevolently end wars. You know, such saviors.
I actually know a different saying.
People excuse pretty much the genocide.
I actually know a different saying. The different saying is we will have peace even if there's not a rock standing. Even if there's not a rock left standing, we will have peace.
Of my people, of you know, horrible war crimes, horrible like prosecutions, gulags, and destruction of other countries, and occupation and installment of puppet communist states there, and everything, just because why exactly?
Yeah.
Because they need to preserve this idea of the West being worse, because that's pretty much the only thing I can see. Yeah, and it's not that fun as a person from this part of the world to be used like that, you know. It feels like they're just I don't know, dehumanizing is a strong word, I guess, but it's the one that comes to mind, I guess. Yeah.
In many of these discussions, it is a fitting word.
Asking if you've ever spoken to dissident Russian YouTubers about this.
No.
No.
No. Have not been like suggested or approached.
I don't really know where any of them are. Like, I haven't seen any. Yeah, I guess they're probably keeping their heads down, right? Yeah.
But like, yeah, very small number. Yeah, but I was actually, fun fact, I received an email from a person who asked me if I would like to talk with a like Russian opposition person. And he's like I think a YouTuber who is like supposedly, you know, anti-Putin and stuff like that. And if I will be able to, you know, talk with him, I forgot his name unfortunately, but whatever, right? I watched I said like, okay, I might, but I need to watch his content like first. And actually, Crowd, actually, if you know him, asked me to ask my opinion about a dude like that, about Russian.
I have to find some weak enemies to get some.
And I gave him a very bad opinion about that person because I watched his channel, and also read a bunch of like articles about him, and he was basically like, you know, Navalny simp, and he also is like, Crimea was justified, you know. And things like that. And he was like very much shitting on like Maidan revolution and everything. He's just anti-Putin, but doesn't mean he's not imperialist or chauvinist in any way, shape, or form. He made like interesting. He basically made statements, juicy statements, like this person who's supposedly like the hero of Russian opposition. He made statements like Ukrainians are actually Russians, you know. we are the same people. Like, what, you know, Ukraine. What is Ukraine? It's basically Russia, and you know, just general like statements that motivate like Russian invasion overall. You know, so yeah, it's pretty, you know, not impressed. Let's put it like that.
It's quite a common thing because just because someone's like dissident or even like they call themselves liberal or left, is like you're not really quite sure if that's exactly what you're gonna get, right? Because I think usually there's been a few times where we've had like people who call themselves like liberal or left wing Israelis come on, and sometimes even Palestinians like we'll talk to them as well, or there's like one Palestinian guy, but people who call themselves like liberal or left wing Israelis.
Man, like many people. I'm not sure what term to use. Many people either pretend or don't know that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth ever existed, which is interesting because it directly refutes the whole Ukraine is just Russia narrative. I mean, maybe that's the reason. In the case of the West, most people just don't know. In case of Russia, it's just historical dishonesty when it comes to the topic of Ukraine. Since I've breached the topic before, the fact that Ukraine basically almost became its own country within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to see eye to eye with a Palestinian, right? There's like it's like left or liberal changes depending on where.
In Russia, people definitely know.
Yeah, plus
so there's never really
Russian
a guarantee.
In Russia, there's no.
Not gonna lie.
Well, there
I know
is.
The Westerners, yeah, like to talk about it, but literal all.
Oh my God.
Who could be considered actual liberals and actual opposition have been pretty much killed right now. So people like Nemtsov, for example, who was actually anti-Putin, anti-imperialist person who, you know.
This is a difficult. Okay, we're changing the difficulty. I'm not good enough for this game.
You know.
I'm not good.
Of them are actual liberals. They just call themselves that, but in the end of the day, like they're just simply Russian imperialists who doesn't.
I'm not good enough. Easy. Easy.
Yeah, there is. I know there's one Russian liberal in my Discord actually.
I'm weak. Okay, I want to beat the game.
They do exist. I'm not saying they don't exist, but yeah, but quite a lot of them who.
Pleb.
As like
oh, okay. You know what? You know what?
They're not in any way, shape, or form. So yeah,
we're doing normal.
Some of them, of course, are, but yeah. But
you called me a pleb.
Have been already been poisoned, you know, shot on the street, killed in any other shape or way or form, or just simply escaped Russia at this point. So, yeah, pretty much a tough spot for them. That's for sure. Yeah. Also, there's this thing.
I wanted to, okay? I wanted to, but fake Alec Kyle Parker called me a pleb, so I have to. I guess I'll just die. I guess I'll die then.
Well, no matter.
It's fine.
Like pretty based, yeah. But yeah, like I said, I am very suspicious of people like, you know, of Navalny, not only because of his like straight up chauvinist, imperialist tendencies, but also just because the fact that he's still kicking, you know. It already to me that he's not exactly like opposition in the sense that Nemtsov and that lady was. So yeah, that's
Does he only fuel my bloodlust? Please, easy for my sake. Oh, easy. Okay, I'll be. All right.
Blown up in his car.
I got your approval, so we will go easy.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, not Dugan. No, yeah, Dugan's daughter.
Yeah.
All right. Fake Alec Kyle Parker has approved my ascension
that was given to him.
Too easy.
And another person just recently, what the fuck was his name? Jesus, I forgot. Whatever the fuck. He's very like he's very famous writer, one of the most famous writers in best-selling authors in Russia, and he's like pretty much a genocidal fuck through and through. And he was car was exploded, and he apparently survived, but I think lost his leg.
I think Loner Box is a bit lost in the sauce, to be honest. especially since he really tried his best to push the conversation into the hall. We'll try one last time on normal, and then we will maybe into the hall. All left-leaning people called people fascists. I think it's pretty accurate to call Trump a fascist now. I would ask Lonerbox, is it accurate to call Trump a fascist? Or no? I'm sort of thinking that Lonerbox would probably say that it's not okay to call him a fascist, which I personally would disagree. Yeah, I told you. I don't think so either, to be honest. Even Destiny called Trump a fascist. Oh gosh. Also, you should join the page. Have you not... Wait. Kitten E, have you missed our recent conversation? Have you missed the conversation that I've had with Anastasia?
X or some shit.
3 conversations.
Yeah, so people were talking about it, and then started posting him and Navalny being best buddies. So they attended rallies together. They co-wrote the book together, actually, which is very interesting. Yeah.
I
things
think
like that.
doesn't Russia have an arrest warrant out for? Because there's been a lot of. I know that there's lots of private contractors in Russia, which means they don't really necessarily get along very well. Isn't there supposed?
The answer is because the answer is because a lot of ridiculous things are turned into into arguments. Okay, there was the long one we've had, then she called back, then that was sort of a mini second conversation, and then I asked her to call for the third time. So we had 3 calls in total.
Supposed to be an arrest warrant out for Prigozhin now as well?
I heard there is, which I'm not sure how exactly true that is, to be honest with you. They like have some pretty heavy, clashes recently. I mean, Wagner and Prigozhin with Shoigu and
Shoigu wants to arrest it.
The Russian forces overall. They kind of like just recently, Wagner peeps stole the guy. The commander of the Russian army and hold him a prisoner, which is like, I don't know what the fuck is going on there, to be quite honest with you. So people make different predictions about it. Some say it's all like a part of the plan,
it's all part of the plan, like in Death Note.
4D chess play, to get more support for Wagner from Russia.
Like in Death Note.
Prigozhin is genuinely upset with how the commanders of Russian forces have behaved and how little support they got and how many losses they suffered in Bakhmut in particular. So honestly, you don't even know if it's legitimate or it's a part of the.
You're gonna be here for the 4th combo. It's gonna combo. Oh my god, it's gonna happen.
Give Kiev and our Ukrainian armed forces some classified information if they leave Bakhmut, which also kind of happened.
Actually, since we're talking about it, Anastasia has linked me what's the word? Anastasia has linked me an interview from an institution in Russia that apparently is the only independent institute that actually functions within Russia, which is pretty interesting. So we're gonna be taking a look at the interview probably after this. I've read some of it. It's pretty interesting.
Like we can.
We're gonna do it.
For shit, you know, which I understand, pretty reasonable point to make. But overall, yeah, some shit is going down in Russian like army and in Russian commanding, I guess you could say, sphere.
I mean, I can't get over that video of Prigozhin screaming at the camera about how these Russian leaders are all.
Well, the most important thing is that I've been name dropped. Who knows? Maybe I'll debate Loner Box on when the genocide of Jewish people has started during World War II. That's a debate we're gonna have.
Kids are making YouTube videos while they all die in back.
Yes,
oh god.
actually true.
Yeah, YouTubers called
like,
out.
Yeah, not to be like Prigozhin stan, you know, fuck that bitch. But overall, he's not exactly wrong because you have like people who, example, like Solovyov, right, who's like a Kremlin talking head, right? He's one of the main propaganda people in Russia, and he would be like, "Go, like, die for the motherland, like it's glorious to die for the motherland," you know, shit like that. And then his son is like painting his nails and chilling in some foreign country and making sexy videos with his girlfriend on TikTok. You know, it's such a I don't know. If I was Russian, I would be so like pissed off at that. But they're I don't know. They're gonzo, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
they don't know what to be pissed off about properly. Because just imagine you like sons are getting like blown up in bits in like Bakhmut, like by insane numbers, and like the people who actually like send you there and say like, yeah, go die for the motherland. Their sons are not fighting there, you know. So
yeah. I think Prigozhin and the leader of the Chechen forces are fighting as well. Like fuck.
Oh, Kadyrov, yeah.
Kadyrov, is that his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah,
Okay.
Kadyrov, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Loner Box. Yeah, the very same, Sadly, the very same.
How do you say his name?
I don't know. I was just gonna wait till Kadyrov. Clearly.
The very same.
I see,
Poetic poser.
I was more interested in how you used to be say. How
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. I just waited. You know, I tread lightly in these situations.
Yeah. I understood that you were talking about Loner Box.
It's basically like a Chechen surname Russified, so it's weird, you know. Yeah, so they ended over, you know, to make it sound like a Russian name. But yeah, well, it's something is going down. Like I said, I'm not going to make any like bold statements about that because who the fuck knows? It may be like a genuine inner fighting. It may be some kind of like a plan. It may be something, but I don't know. Like I'm not like a particularly conspiracy-minded person or at all. But in this case, I'm like not going to make bold statements about this. But to be, or just so you know, basically, Prigozhin is not.
First time in a row, also.
Leader of Wagner. He's like more of like a spokesperson, brand type of face.
What games did you lose? Oh.
Which is behind the scenes.
League of Legends.
And he, according to the, you know, what
it's a toxic game.
People, he's doing now mostly the recruitment to Wagner because it's just they lost.
I died 3 times in a row now.
What, is Utkin still there? The guy, the fucking Nazi guy.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought. You know, okay, I thought Prigozhin replaced him. I didn't know that. Okay.
Like officially, like I said, it's like a facade. You know, it's like they are like a more presentable, if you can even say that about Prigozhin. I just cringed, but you know, like still more presentable than fucking Utkin.
Yeah. So the person that I was talking to, the Russian liberal I was talking to, said that like one of the appeals of Prigozhin was that he talks like a normal person. So he's got that like because that's why they send him to prisons and get him to recruit like ex-convicts and shit like that. Is he's like more.
Don't play League of Legends. Play something else.
Frowny Nazi man. Yeah, makes sense.
Play Drakengard. Play this game.
That's for sure. But he still rules behind the scenes as well because he's has pretty decent, you should say, experience in killing people and genocide. So because of that, like he was in Syria, he was Chechnya, also like in 2014 Donbass, he was one of the people who
Skeletor.
of the invasion plan.
My gosh,
Like a
Skeletor.
bunch of like actual experience in doing invasion and doing hybrid war and things like that. So
yeah,
because of that, he's a a unit, so to speak.
A unit. Yeah.
He's a unit. That's a scary dude.
I felt
No,
that
no,
I
no
always thought
people
it was
like
a
that.
very Scottish thing to say about someone. That guy's an absolute unit. I didn't know you guys said that too. What the fuck? Okay.
We do say it.
I thought
We
you
say
were.
unit like all the time. Yeah.
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 What
I have to say that.
is asking? I don't know what the fuck they're asking this too, but they're asking what you think the immediate and long-term plans are. What, for Russia or Ukraine? I don't know what that means. What do you think the immediate and long? I guess you can answer for.
Oh.
Well, for Ukraine now, it's of course like counteroffensives is the immediate plan. You know,
So many disappointing moments in those Ukraine debates. Just beat Elden Ring if that means anything. It means the world. Whole trouble, dude. It means the world that you've beaten.
for obvious reasons, because we want to live.
You know what does not mean the world? The fact that you were on YouTube and not on the page, which I will once again paste here. Wait.
And deoccupy our country, but also because we are pressed as fuck by the West right now. You know, to be successful in that, because everyone says like, well, the continuous support is heavily depends on how successful you will be, right? So for us, it's a very anxious time. Let's put it like that.
Oh, to do some leather worker recipes, onion steel, like not better take up mining and blacksmithing. I mean, crafting is pretty cool in Final Fantasy XIV, if this is what you're referring to.
It's going to be incredibly hard. This is going to be like the hardest counteroffensives for sure, because of
hopefully successful.
How much time they had to prepare for them there. So their line of defense is pretty heavy now there. It's much heavier than it was in Kiev's Oblast, Kharkiv's Oblast, and even Kherson, that was part that was liberated, right? So
you will.
As well was much easier to liberate.
You will.
So yeah, so it is the immediate plan.
You will get to 90.
To do it and to be somewhat successful. Maybe not as successful.
I hate these enemies.
In Kiev's Oblast and Kherson, but
oh my god.
Perform, let's put it like that. Also, many people say that, oh, if Americans will see like American equipment being destroyed, they will no longer support us. Yeah, and I'm like, what? Like, it's war. Of course there will be like, you know, tanks and HIMARS and things like that getting. We have been pretty good at that. We haven't lost much, you know, in terms of like HIMARS and things like that. But it's a very silly point. I have more faith in Americans than that. I don't.
Oh, Anna, you really shouldn't. You really should not have faith in them. You know. I hate to be that person, but you really should not. If you have more faith in the average American than that, then you should rectify that stance, because there's a chance that there not a small amount of people in the US, if they saw photos of tanks being destroyed and hear Tucker Carlson on top of it, people would be like, wait, so Ukraine's not winning? They're wasting our money? Huh? We've been wasting our money on Ukraine? I bet that's, eating pizza, nice. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think what I'm saying right now is some unlikely scenario. You know? I think there's not a low probability that that people would say, oh no, that must mean that Ukraine is wasting our money. I'm sorry I'm white. I'm sorry I'm male. The whole amazing atheist bit. I'm sorry I'm American. Russian propaganda is laughable, but doesn't mean it's effective. Obviously, the State Department understands the Western tanks are not magically invincible. However, it's aimed to shake. Well, yeah, I do think so. I do think that will happen. Sadly, the whole, oh my God, they're wasting our equipment that we've given them to win with, and what we have to now give more. That is, I would not put much faith in the
Think if they see like
common
destroyed like tank, they
in the
would
common
immediately
folk.
think that Ukraine is not worth it, you know. But some people would capitalize on that, of course. They would. Dylan told me they would like blast
Hello, Connor.
a picture of some ruined like American, I don't know, Abrams.
Wish me luck. I'm almost dead.
Posted like on a thumbnail somewhere, like on
Maybe
a
there's a package here somewhere.
Ukrainians are losing our expensive ass equipment. Where are our money going? You know.
Oh,
Of course there will.
Welcome, welcome. I could just not, I guess. It's true.
Be like things like that.
Also consider subscribing to become a colored name. When you do anything on the page, all of it goes to yours truly. So none of it goes to YouTube or Twitch or any other company. Any donation, any subscription goes 100% to me.
I don't think it will. I hope it will not affect, you know, the general public that much. Yeah, but overall, about Russia, well, the immediate plan is fuck knows what their immediate plan is. To be honest with you, pretty much, I believe the dam was attempt to, you know, halt the counteroffensives, which in some way, shape, or form, it ruined, of course, quite a lot of, you know, potential plans we might have had. But overall,
I guess it's time to go easy. Wait, package!
That they have, like with everything they had, pretty much.
Please,
because,
health.
Yeah, for them, us cutting off their.
I've been saved. I've been saved. All I can recommend is spamming magic for skeletons or grinding out the free expeditions since you'll need to do them eventually anyway.
Supply line.
We could do that actually, yeah.
Be a disaster for them. So yeah, many people say if we manage to cut off like through Zaporizhia, they will lose Crimea eventually. So
I will never not be astounded by anyone proposing that Ukraine give up Zaporozhye. It's like such a fundamentally Ukrainian place.
Yeah, so for them it's a pretty, you know, important task to not let us move them farther away and cut off their supply lines, logistical hubs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see.
Someone's asking what you think about Ponomarov. Ilya Ponomarov. Ponomarov. I don't fuck.
Ponomarov.
Ponomarov. Yeah, that one.
I'm ashamed to say that I don't know who the fuck that is.
Okay.
Nothing comes to mind. I might Google it, but I just there's like a bunch of people and names like I have in my head, and this one just doesn't come to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah.
What are your like general like political leanings? Do you have any like parties or I guess outside of war, like do you have any parties or candidates or people that you have like a preference for, or what's your? I don't actually know what your general stance is. Are you like a liberal or like a social democrat or what?
Well, in Ukraine, the parties are kind of a bit retarded, so they don't actually like respond to like Western ideas of left, right, and you know like center. They're like not. There are like certain policies, obviously, but it's not like this easily visible like line, like you know Democrats, like Republicans, right, and like some like in the center, somewhat like libertarians, something like that. There's nothing like that in Ukraine. So they're like pro-Russian Soviet fucks, you know, which is like communists and things like that. They're already not a thing at this point, right? But they're like very like pro-Western, you know, like I guess you could say pro-European Union.
Oh, we might look at that as well. Just so you know, in Poland, the line between left wing and right wing is a lot more clear and visible. It's super visible. I would go as far as to say that the current party is basically the Poland's Republican Party, and the opposition party is basically the Democratic Party. In some ways, at least.
People in parties who like push for different things, but right now it's just not a thing. It's just
the equivalent, as close of an equivalent as you can get in
Zelensky's party
Poland.
was supposed to be like more of a centrist vibe, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But his like centrist vibe was basically built upon we will try to negotiate with Russia and to be less aggressive towards like Russia in our policy. So he was like basically trying to denounce like nationalism and things like that, but also not to be like pro-Russia, obviously. So for him, the centrist in that sense was balancing between like very aggressive towards Russia and lenient towards Russia, and he was like somewhere in the middle. That's like Ukrainian centrism, so to speak. So it's not like the actual like political positions or policies. It's a very hard thing.
If I have a chance to speak to Dylan,
Well, if green hair doesn't give it away, then
if I would have a chance to speak to Dylan, I would actually ask him what in his opinion, how he would view Zelensky to be. I'm interested in Dylan's opinion on Zelensky's leanings politically. I don't exactly know how Zelensky governed during peace, like before the invasion. Right.
pretty,
Yeah, I got the
pretty left
gist.
person. Yeah. So I guess by the Ukrainian standard, I'm like a fucking, I don't know, like not a commie, but like a very left, let's put it like that, right? But by like all over the world standard, I think I will be like social democrat, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to climate, when it comes to healthcare, to education, to like LGBT rights, to women's rights, human rights, whatever, right? All of that would be pretty, left, let's say. Yeah.
So in this space, you'd be a fascist. Yeah, I got it. How that
Well,
works.
maybe, I don't know, yeah. But I actually took a test that was, I think, Destiny.
I hate this.
Asked me to at some point, and they.
I hate these enemies.
Political test that is
Oh,
not
yeah,
like this, the one that everybody takes, but the one that is a bit more like in detail, more like more nerdy, so to speak. The better one.
All right, I'm gonna use fire on these.
Got myself Nordic system.
Go ahead.
So.
I'm gonna use fire on these enemies.
My opinions seem to be.
Okay, I'm gonna use fire on these.
Democrat, I guess.
That's good advice, Connor. I don't know why the dragon fire is not very affected on these.
Fuck knows, when you talk with people on the internet, especially like leftists on the internet, if you're like not a fucking commie, then you're supposedly not a leftist at all. So who the hell knows,
Yeah, but they're just the loudest voices. It doesn't really whatever. I didn't care much about them at the start of this year, but I care a lot less now. Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think like to compare me to like I guess you could say American liberal, I would probably be lefter.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Like as far as I know.
Okay, fire.
I recently started to put effort to learn, like how America political system and like ideology, how it works.
Yeah.
So,
that's always a fun dive.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense overall, but sometimes it doesn't. But yeah. Anyhow, that's pretty much what it is, I think. In general sense, I'd say most Ukrainians will land somewhere like liberal, like center.
Oh boy. If you've tried to do a dive into Polish politics, now that's a doozy. Should I talk more about Polish politics on the stream? Give me a yes emote or a no emote if you want more Polish politics on this channel.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah.
I've always wondered, because I guess usually the impression people would get is that Eastern Europeans were probably like a little bit more, or generally like a little bit more right-wing than people in Western Europe, but
That depends.
About how much
Loner box.
honestly, Poland and Hungary are quite right wing, but I don't know
Yeah.
if Ukraine's quite like that, or I don't know.
Poland is more right than Ukraine, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would agree.
Like we have like far right people, obviously, right? But in the general like sense,
God, you know what I'm hoping for? God, that would be so great if that happened. Although I don't know if I should be hoping for that. No. Damn. I'm sad now. I'm really sad now.
yeah, more religious, more conservative, abortion rights, you know, the thing. And on LGBT, I think we are getting a bit more, even somewhere around Poland, but maybe even a little bit better, which is kind of surprising. But
Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that.
on LGBT, I think we are getting a bit more, even somewhere around Poland, but maybe even a little bit better, which is
Oh, Poland is horrible. Poland is horrible on the LGBT. Poland is the worst on the LGBT. Poland on the LGBT is ranked the worst. I'm sad because of how Poland is. Poland is ranked the worst in the entire European Union when it comes to LGBT rights and LGBT issues, but I think that I really think that Ukraine will radicalize itself more left because of just how fascistic Russia is. Like a lot of things have been really radicalized when it comes to Ukraine propaganda and Ukraine people because of how aggressively fascistic Russia is when it comes to these topics. Like Russia went full on homophobia and transphobia, and transparent starting appearing in Ukrainian, Ukrainian transparents started appearing saying, leave that homophobia to Russia, leave that stuff to Russia. We don't want that stuff here. That stuff that, those are things that are best left in Russia. So I think this is a factor when it comes to I think that's a factor. One positive side effect of the whole ordeal. She's clarifying that is exactly what I mean. Wouldn't call it liberal by any means, but again, Ukraine is a flawed democracy and Russia is literally a full-on fascist oligarchy. Yeah, that's the one thing that ought to be hammered on. A lot of things Ukraine is better on than Poland, Hungary, and Serbia. For one, its government is more democratic. Yeah, Poland is trying to destroy, like the Polish far right government is just trying to destroy democracy as we speak. So that's fun. That's fun, And there's also God, that's just things are tough. Things are tough in this country, let's just say. I also, because as Anastasia has told me when we talked, I've got a book on everything, and I do have a book on the topic of the rise of the right wing in Poland as well, of course, because there's a book on everything, and I've got the book. All right, let's
kind of
continue.
surprising, but it is what it is. And yeah, I'd say we're less conservative than Polish people, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would agree.
But then again, to make a point, many Westerners consider Eastern Europeans to be more conservative because of the nationalism and
Probably,
because
yeah.
of the Yeah, and because of that, I guess you could say more traditional values or some shit, you know,
Hmm.
like because of that, if that's your like barometer, if that's how you measure things, then I'd say yes. But when it comes to actual like you know education, healthcare, like you know like personal liberties people have, then in that sense I think most people here actually would be pro like you know free education, healthcare and stuff like that, which is
I just could not, I guess, has donated $10. I appreciate the fact that you're out here putting out good analysis and commentary stuffs in between gameplays, as any good streamer would. Keep it up. I will keep it up. I will keep it up. Thank you very much for the donation. I could just not, I guess. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Eastern and Central Europe as a whole is also paradoxically more secular than the US. Uh, yeah. And it became pretty recent. No, it wasn't. It didn't sound sarcastic. It's good. It's okay. It's okay. You're not being. It didn't sound sarcastic to me. Poland is a rare example of where abortion is criminalized, and Poland didn't just criminalize abortion. Poland criminalized abortion when the fetus is actually damaged, right? So actually, there was a really recent case when a woman died in the hospital. Again, another woman died in the hospital because the doctors were too afraid to do the. Although I'm not sure, maybe she survived. I think she died. But the doctors were too afraid to do the abortion, and they literally waited until the baby died inside of the woman, because the fetus was damaged, and you cannot do an abortion even if the fetus is damaged. So the doctors just waited for the baby to die while still inside the woman. And that is what the doctors do right now, because they are just afraid of the legal repercussions of performing abortions. It's ridiculous. Oh, that is a thing that I should actually talk about much more than I do, now that I think about it. Should be like screaming about it from the rooftop of this room
Yeah,
that
because
I'm
as far as I
sitting in.
remember, because I think especially because I know this about the Baltics, I don't know about the rest, but I know that especially because of how much of a disaster like the 90s to the 2000s was in Eastern.
And we are going to discuss the rise of the far right in Poland. We're going to discuss the history of it. We're going to be discussing the history of it. There's a book. Okay, I'm gonna find the book. Don't. Okay, I think you have convinced me to find the book. I hope. Give me a few minutes and I'm gonna find the book, or I'm going to do my best to find the book. Don't be mad at me, okay? Don't be angry at me don't be mad at me for wanting to find the book. I think I'm gonna find it though, so don't worry. I think it's somewhere. I borrowed in books. That is not the book. That is not the book. Yes, I found it. Oh God, I didn't expect to find the book so quickly. I guess I'm lucky. Okay, I'm gonna put these back. I've got so many to read, but so little time. Okay. History and research of religion in Eastern Europe is relatively new, and it certainly has influence, but not anywhere near it does in U.S. Well, religion had its sort of element in defeating the communist quote-unquote regime, but that's a story for another time. Interestingly enough, this book is written by David Ost. This book is written by David Ost, so I might actually be able to find the summary in English for this book. I might be able to find a summary in English to read out loud. I haven't started reading this book yet, but there we go. Where is the... There you go. The book is called The Defeat of Solidarity. Wait, however, there are no religious schools in Eastern Central Europe. Schools are not banned from teaching baseline biology like evolution, abortion on demand for a while, and so on. Yeah. That's not a thing in Poland. Denying science in the name of religion is definitely not a thing that exists in Poland. Okay, so the title is... Not having enough doctors will sort itself out, I'm sure. The Defeat of Solidarity, Anger and Politics in Post-Communist Europe. That is the title. And I'm gonna read you an extract from the thing. Whatever happens to solidarity, it is an often heard question, echoing the passivity of organized labor during the transition to capitalism throughout Eastern Europe. The position of the working class is especially puzzling in view of Solidarity's role in bringing down communist power in Poland and beyond. Yet, the mighty force in the 1980s became a shadow of itself during the construction of the markets and democracy, losing members' loyalty, organizational power, and political influence as the country embraced the ideology of neoliberalism. David Ost offers a powerful and original answer to the question of Solidarity's demise, one that goes beyond the often repeated claims about economic and social dislocation, rendering the working class the losers. In the post-communist reconstruction, rather than adhering solely to structural explanations, Ost focuses on political agency and as determining the fate of the working class. His bold, persuasive assertion is that workers were abandoned by intellectual allies and union leaders. The new Polish elite embraced a radical vision of the liberal capitalist future that left little room for accommodation with the working class. Even worse, by overlooking the interests of labor, the liberal establishment pushed the workers to channel their resentment in a populist direction, ultimately embracing the ideology and political parties of the nationalist right. So that's a book that I recommend. That it feels like a nice book. And it seems that it's available in English. It's one of those rare moments when I have a book that is pretty nice. I think those things relate in a few ways. Except seems to say it's mainly about Eastern Europe, but if I'm American, how does this relate? It relates to certain mechanisms like how the right-wing populism sort of captures the masses without addressing the real problems. You know? So I think it might be an interesting read for you, even if you're from the US, because it does answer to many questions when it comes to. Yeah, that's the book. That is exactly the book. Yeah, this is the book. I believe I'll add to my never-ending list of books, lol. Thanks. True. The journey of reading is a never-ending one. But yeah, okay, let's continue.
In Europe, like I think a lot of people there now are a lot more pro like economically left policies, like more like social welfare and healthcare and stuff like that is like quite popular.
You'd be surprised, actually. You'd be surprised, actually. It depends. It depends.
Over there, but yeah, it's usually like
I'm talking about Poland, of course. I'm talking about Poland.
The less progressive side is my impression was always that it was more less progressive on LGBT stuff or like women's rights and shit like that, right?
Ukraine, no.
To LGBT rights, then of course we're like way behind the women.
Like Ukraine is better than Poland, I think.
There's that. It's getting better, which you know I'm happy about and stuff. Happy dance, happy gay.
And I think some of it is because of how Russia is about the LGBT. I'm not gonna pretend that it's not, right? It shows how right-wing populism co-opts and subsues movements for freedom, wholly castrating them from the capacity to make any institutional changes. Yeah. So basically what you're saying is that the right-wing populist thing claims to address the workers' needs without addressing them in any meaningful way. I believe have a good one, Anastasia and Lunner. Right. I'll see you. I hope to see you again. I hope to see you again on the stream.
Dance, but overall it's just still is way worse. It's not like even a question, but depends on the country as well. For example, like in Poland, Ukraine, sure. In like Czechia, it's pretty good, you know. So it's when it comes to LGBT, so it's you know.
I would be willing to bet that the LGBT situation right now is probably better in Ukraine than in Poland. I might be deluding myself, but I'm willing to. I would be willing to bet money that that's the case. It's okay. It's okay to be spammy. I welcome the spam.
It's like a toss-up. You don't know, like for sure. I think Estonia is pretty good as well, and you know, Baltics tend to be like a bit better than you know the rest of the guys, you know, the rest of the squad. So overall, it's just
the squad.
Depends on the country. When it comes to women's rights, I'd say pretty based in Ukraine. I don't know like what to say about it. Like in Poland, there's like abortion issue, obviously, right?
Yeah.
It's a huge one.
Huge one.
The Americans also kind of have like states where abortion.
Such a huge one. The abortion one is that women, like not just women, people have been using the slogan of women's hell when describing Poland. So that should give you a taste.
Is illegal now.
Of course I get it. Of course.
You know, and in Ukraine, I don't think it's conceivable even to you know, for such thing to happen, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because in Poland you have an extremely far-right government. Laura is getting more painful to listen to by the I'm starting to like Anna.
It's very
Anna is nice.
You know,
I like
on the
Anna.
subject, I guess. But I think nationalism does us in. Because when you
We've been talking more
West
recently.
people, they're like allergic to this word at this point. So if you like
So
hear
I
a
do
person
like
being very
Anna.
like nationalist, even if it's civic nationalism, even if it has nothing to do with like ethno-nationalism, with that
Yeah.
states, with exclusion of people, which all of that, fuck all of that. I don't support any of that. But you know, like civic nationalism, I'm pretty fine with. If they hear it, they are like, oh, they're like far right, you know,
Well, that's
or like Nazis.
that's probably yeah. That's because like nationalism has such a different meaning depending on where you're from, right? Like if you're from a country that's been invaded or been fucking occupied or oppressed, then nationalism has a even just like a little bit disenfranchised. Like even fucking Scotland. Like Scotland's not an oppressed country, right? But because we get like a slightly less better end of the deal with the UK, like even Scottish nationalism is like very progressive, right? Irish nationalism is quite
But
progressive.
history as well.
Yeah.
History as well is very important. So it's not only right now it would be like retarded not to be nationalist in Ukraine, but you
Yeah.
know everyone is a fucking nationalist now due to the invasion and in literally the attempt to destroy our nation. You know, but just not to speak about like this reality, the countries and the nations that were very much like colonized, oppressed, and prosecuted. The language was prosecuted, the culture was prosecuted for a very long time, and it just recently started to get better. Of course, you will have like more nationalism, and it makes like absolute sense for Irish people, for Scottish people, for you know Ukraine, for Georgia, for Baltics, for you know the drill, right? So we just recently like did this whole thing to elevate Ukrainian language, Ukrainian culture. Just in like recent years, like 15 years or so, only people started to be actually proud of being Ukrainian.
Yeah, nationalism is pretty cringe. I think so. It gets a little complicated when we start talking about it. Like, I'm gonna give an example soon, in a few moments. Poland is an oddity when it comes to women's rights in the region. Eastern and Central Europe is undoubtedly very chauvinistic and sexist, but there is no this institutional battleground for baseline human rights. Again, enjoyment, education, body autonomy, discrimination, protection, such they're constitutionally enshrined. There's this. Okay, that's a thing that I will have to get into. That's a thing that I will have to get into because there's this. Okay, I will get into it next time. Okay. I think the organization's name is Ordo Juris. I will get into it next time.
And having like some kind of like being okay with it at least, and like you know thinking about our culture, language, and everything as something that is not you should not be ashamed of, you know, things like that. So of course like nationalism will be it's like it's right now it's like a defense mechanism to actually preserve your culture and elevate it from the swamp it was thrusted in for, you know, decades, centuries. So yeah.
Yeah, whereas if you're a nationalist in fucking Germany or a UK nationalist or a French nationalist, it's probably because you just missed the empire, right? Like it's
Yeah.
Like as I said, it gets sort of complicated because, as you know, both Ukrainians and Polish people were partitioned by Austria and Russia. And after World War I, there were elements of chauvinism within Polish people, you know, who were basically saying Polish people are far more ready to be independent now than Ukrainian people are, you know? And Polish people were colonized and, what's the word? Colonized and persecuted. But there were still Polish people that developed this chauvinism about them, you know, which complicates this whole topic quite a lot.
Russian nationalists, yeah.
yeah, doesn't have to be, of course. You can be like, you know, nationalist in terms like, yeah, nation is very important. Nationality is very important. We should be like united, patriotic, and shit like that. If you're like that, it's possible to be like that, of course. But there is a difference. You're right, between like former empires or like current empires and nationalist people. There, between the people who have been colonized and are nationalists, there is a difference there, for sure, in my opinion. Which, by the way, most people just pretend that there is none. So when it comes to us, for example, when you talk with leftists about like black nationalists and people like that, they be like, yeah, fuck yeah, awesome, right? And then you will, you know, talk with them. Oh, my computer is about to die. That's not good. Just a second. So if you like talk with them about like that, then they're like, yeah, of course, the oppressed people, they deserve to be like, you know, to preserve themselves and things like that. But they don't see the same thing about us for some reason. Which I don't know why. The only explanation I have is that we're white. I'm sorry, that's literally the only thing that comes to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Is it working or is it not working? It is working. Good job, me. So yeah, basically, I think that's the only reason. They just don't see us in that same light. These are the same people who would say like white people cannot be genocided. You know, this is like the same vibe, basically.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of that, and it's also a bit of resentment that Eastern Europeans, more than anyone else, didn't play along with the bullshit fucking Marxist-Leninist project, right? Like that's the other part of it, and I don't think people are ever getting over that. Yeah.
When you talk with them, you
Wait, sorry, what?
deserve to be like, you know, to preserve themselves.
I have to listen to Loneworks once again.
The same thing about us for some reason. Which I don't know why. The only explanation I have is that we're white. I'm sorry.
I have to listen to Loneworks again.
The only thing that comes to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Is it working or is it not working? It is working. Good job, me. So yeah, basically, I think that's the only reason. They just don't see us in that same light. These are the same people who would say like white people cannot be genocided. You know, this is like.
I wanna listen to what.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of that, and it's also a bit of resentment that Eastern Europeans, more than
yeah, the leftist rant baiting is pretty. Yeah, I don't appreciate it.
Else didn't play along with the bullshit fucking Marxist-Leninist.
Well, that's not exactly true. Like I hate to say this, but that's not true. There were many people in Poland that absolutely did play along with the Marxist-Leninist project because they thought that it would be a Marxist project. They thought it would be like straight up doing socialism and then communism. They were true believers. There were some really true believers within the Soviet bloc. Like I've already talked about Jacek Kuroń, who was the true believer of the project, and he had hoped to reform the party from the inside. He has sent a whole open letter to the party that we should actually, the letter basically said, hey, we should actually move towards the socialism that we want, right? We should give people more control of the means of production. We should give people more freedom, etc. And he was thrown in jail. So it's much more complicated. Of course, we're talking about back then, but if we're talking about now, then yeah, most people from the Eastern European countries will not be Marxist-Leninists, of course.
Project, right? Like that's the other part of it, and I don't think people are ever getting over that. Yeah.
When you talk with them, you can sense it. It's not always very like, how should I say it? Like it's not overt. They don't always say it like straight to your fucking face, right? But then you will see their messages between themselves, you know, between like lefty Twitter people, and they're like those like fucking like Eastern like Slavic like Ukrainian Poles Baltic.
I hate to say it, but I've actually met with things like this. I've actually met with things like this when basically Marxist-Leninist types would tell me that my opinion is disregarded because I'm Polish. So that is definitely not something that is not happening, you know? I've spoken with enough Stalinist types to know that is a thing that actually happens. The anarchists believe in the project as well, and they were the first to get purged. Yeah. Yeah.
Nazis, you know. So
Mm.
you can really like sense it, and there's like sense of us being like the betrayers of like Soviet Union and like the glorious proletariat revolution and Russia and you know things like that.
Have you
And
ever watched any of these
yeah.
like tanky YouTube channels when the way that they talk about the collapse of the USSR, the way that they like describe it?
Oh, Jay, I haven't.
Not much.
Okay.
I
I
haven't.
don't want to lose like I don't want more gray hairs. I already have those because of the war, you know. So I don't want to add them.
You don't have gray hairs, you have green hair.
Maybe tell me like the
So
gist of
so
it.
usually the way that they'll break down the story is fuck. They'll say they always describe the fall of the USSR as undemocratic. You ever heard that? Like
I've never heard that before.
because like yeah, they'll talk about how there was a referendum.
Wait.
Yeah, like as if
In the societies they stand are far worse. China is not better on women's or LGBT rights than Poland. Yeah. But a lot of them actually like one Stalinist I've talked to said that all of the people that used to be in the 80s in the anti-government opposition should have just been executed. So basically the person said that my parents should have been executed.
Everyone voted.
As if anything about the
Everyone-
USSR was democratic. Yeah.
Yeah, but this was actually the one case when people did vote.
Yeah, the
It was
independence votes.
legitimate by
Yeah.
the. Yeah. Everyone like voted for independence, and it was a pretty decent actually vote. One of the few in the history that happened in this region. So yeah, if anything was democratic, that was yeah. Well, that's fun, I guess. So and yeah, great point by the way. Like the rest of it was so democratic, right? Stalin was so democratic, and every other leader who people had zero fucking I don't know any input in anything that was going on in the country and how it was ruled. So yeah, well
Yeah.
they are what they are, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, this point I heard it brought up, I think to you and to other people by like Tankis as well, which is like this guy. Fuck, when I joined in 3 in the night, I shouldn't have done it. Screaming past that was going on. It's basically the GGers were like, there's like a screaming match between like about like Russia, Ukraine, and I joined in. I listened a little bit, and there was you and Destiny and a couple of other people, and this dude with an accent, just talking about how Soviet Union wanted to defend themselves. That's why they, occupied and invaded and made the Pact of Molotov-Ribbentrop, which is very interesting because most.
Oh my god. Do I have to bring up that book again that claims that Poland would have stalemated the USSR, Germany for much longer if the USSR did not invade? Do I have to?
Tankists just deny it. Sometimes they just say,
Mm.
"Oh, it never happened," Oh, it's fake news, or it's like a secret protocol didn't exist. But this guy kind of like went the other way. He was like, "Yeah,
It was forbidden to learn.
but it was all like a 4D chess."
It was actually forbidden to learn about, and when Poland was in the Soviet sphere, it was like, yeah, my mom was not able to learn about it in school. That's for sure, about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. So that's one. And two, I'm getting more and more indication through books and stuff that if the USSR did not invade, then the war, the whole war would have went quite differently than it did.
Game,
So yeah,
to fight against Nazis, yeah. But yeah, but basically what he was screeching about as well is when you guys said Russia or Russia, and he was like Soviet Union, Soviet Union. He was like, you know, trying to correct you for saying Russia, and then I said Russia as well, and he was like, yeah, you have a Ukrainian in your name. How can you literally like, you know, say it, something like that. And I wanted to make a point about that. I understand that there's like this.
I used to do this. I actually used to do this correction a lot. But considering that the USSR was in many ways just a continuation of Russian imperialism, I think it's fine to say Russia. I did used to do this technical thing a lot as well.
This equation between Soviets and Russians. So when people say about like, oh, Russians, they like fought Nazis. So nobody brings up the fact that it was actually Ukrainian people, millions of them, Georgians, you know, Armenians. There were like insane amount of Tatari, Belarus people, like a bunch of other people. So in that context, saying Soviets is more correct because it encompasses like a lot of other people. But we are actually talking about the ruling.
Interestingly enough, this has nothing to do with the conversation. In Ukrainian, as you can hear, you say Tatary, and in Polish you will say Tatarzy. And you write it with an R and a Z. Tatarzy. This, as you can see, this has nothing to do with the conversation, but I really felt like saying it for some reason. I felt that all of you really not just needed, but wanted to know about this. I thought to myself, all of you are probably extremely interested in knowing this. And so I decided, yeah, I will tell you about it. That is why I decided to tell you about it. Right, yeah.
So the rule, the government, the decisions that were made to invade, to policy decision, you can easily say Russia. Because the only people who had control of that was Kremlin and Russia. Nobody had any control in Ukraine, in Georgia, in, you know, Armenia, in any other country. Yeah. So when it comes to actual like political decisions and invasions and things like that, then this is fully was decided by Kremlin and by Russia.
Correct,
so there's nothing wrong in that sense to say Russia about Soviet Union. Because at the end of the day, sure, people, of course, were, you know, there was like other people there. But at the end of the day, it was Russia. It was just a continuation of Russian Empire by another name with another ideology and another aesthetic. But at the end of the day, it was still Russian Empire.
Yeah, 'cause I always wonder about that because, like, obviously with like Holodomor, they were able to like it was Russia requisitioning food away from Ukraine and Kazakhstan, right? Yeah, so I don't think you could do the same thing the other way around, right? It's not like Ukraine was going to be requisitioning fucking grain from starving Russians. So
yeah, it was Russia. That's why everyone spoke fucking Russian.
Yeah.
Russian was installed, not any other language, you know? It was not Ukrainian that was pressed upon people, or Georgian, or Armenian, or Belarusian, that is barely exists right now, Belarus, unfortunately, language.
Yeah.
But overall,
that is unfortunate.
You know, it was obviously Russian, so everything was in control.
I feel for I really feel for Belarus a lot. Yeah. Correct, yeah.
Didn't have like the best time in Soviet Union themselves, obviously, but they were like much higher on a totem pole, so to speak, on like a food chain than any other people. Still, you know, oppressed, obviously, because they had zero rights and it was a totalitarian regime. But still, Russians as ethnicity, as a nation, had like much higher priority and much higher position than any other nation, obviously. Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
You know. Yeah. So yeah, I told you before. Like for example, if you wanted to have a decent job or like receive education, you only could do it in Russian. So there was like no other option. So you would pretty much will be encouraged to assimilate even countries that they technically didn't like full on occupy or installed in their like in Soviet Union. So countries that did not become part of the Soviet Union but was still controlled after World War II by Russia. You know, since after they occupied like a bunch of territories.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So pretty much like my, the friend of mine from Poland says like they would speak Russian there as well. So it would be like enforced and things like that. And
Yeah.
So sometimes that's why it's so silly that
Basically, everybody used to speak Russian, and then everybody just hated Russian. There was this shift from everybody speaking Russian to everybody just hating the thought of speaking Russian, which I think is pretty understandable. People forget that the USSR rhetoric was inclusive of women and ethnic minorities, for example, but not their practice that much. It was de facto Russia in patriarchal state, a superficial distinction from the Tsar. Yeah. There is a reason why it's said that there's a reason why it's said that the USSR constitution was the most amazing constitution on paper, but not in practice.
Understand that us making laws to protect Ukrainian language and to make it the first language, not Russian language, is actually like decolonizing attempts in a way, because we're trying to
is derussification.
Basically restore our national languages and to eliminate the Russian language. It's like
is derussification.
Was installed forcefully upon like Georgia as well, for example.
Mhm.
That's why in Georgia, like most young people no longer speak Russian because they no longer learn it. They learn.
Also, there's the
Whereas elderly people mostly will know Russian because they were forced to. There was like no other way. You just
yeah.
had to do it to be treated as decent.
And also, there's the effort to sort of replace books in schools with more Ukrainian or even. There were some recently. There was a very famous Polish author installed as one of the lectures in Ukraine.
Anything else?
So there's I wanted to ask you, like, have you heard this argument sometimes? People would say, the Russian speakers, right? Which they would equate Eastern Ukrainians, call them like Russian speakers or Southerners, and they will equate that with being Russians ethnically, which is very interesting.
No, that's.
How the hell the language makes you like ethnic, changes your ethnicity?
That is really strange. I never thought people would do this. I thought this was pretty obvious. I don't know. It's like. I didn't even know people did this, to be honest. It's so bizarre.
But that's like another topic. But I just don't understand, like, why it makes sense, like, to make arguments such as this. Like, for example, Irish people, are they English?
I think a better one is to think. Do you think the monarchy can take America back because Americans speak English, right?
Yeah.
A lot of
what
English
the hell?
speakers in America very upset with the anti-English language laws. They keep changing the way the words sound and shit.
Yeah, so pretty much like Canada, like part that is French, like are they French? Like same shit with like the Irish people, Scottish people, they are speaking English, obviously.
Yeah.
Not exactly because they like kind of wanted to, So yeah, this is just this they understand as colonization. This they understand as like English people, asserting their like dominance in Britain Empire, but when it comes to us, they for some reason just don't understand it, which also
it's very bizarre because there are just many Ukrainian people that just speak Russian, and it does not make them Russian. They're just Ukrainians that happen to speak Russian. So it's very weird, in my opinion.
Very weird. It's the same thing,
I think it's also people equate it. I think the more pressing thing is like people they like to equate being even pro-Russian or pro-Russian leaning to being okay with like anything Russia does, like wanting to be part of Russia.
Yeah,
which is very different because like there's so many points in in that history where it's not just like where even the pro-Russian side of Ukraine historically for a long time has still had like their own red lines as well, right? So I think the best example I found was in 2003 when
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick now. I'm sorry. I just can't hold it. I'm weak. But we have beaten the level on normal level. We have not succumbed to doing it on easy. We don't do it easy. We do it hard and painfully until we bleed or something. So that's good. That is good of us to do. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. In fact, get more gigglers in here because we need more gigglers. Be right. That is very interesting. Stalin was Georgian, let's not forget. Stalin was super Georgian. People forget the USSR that was so inclusive. Yeah. Stalin's main pseudonym was Koba, which was a Georgian freedom fighter hero.
Tried to go in without authorization to the Tuzla Island underneath the Kerch Bridge, and they tried to build a dam there, and then people in West and East Ukraine, on the whole, were up in arms against that. Like even the Eastern Ukrainians who were like much more pro-Russian back then were still like, fuck that. Like you can't. There are still points, and even the EU deal, right? The people say that the West and the East was like split on that, but actually, I looked at some of the polling on
Not exactly
that.
split,
Even in Eastern Ukraine, it was like there were less people who were pro EU, but even less were still in favor of the Eurasian customs, right? I think even in like Mykolaiv and all these like Eastern towns, it was still like maybe like 30% EU and like 20% pro Russian deal. So yeah, even then, it's like just being pro-Russian integration or whatever is still like you still have your own red lines, not just on actually physical but also economic as well.
Yeah, you can. That's why you will see like arguments from literal like brand that people, or like Elon Musk made this like fabulous thing when he posted like the map of Ukraine voting like for party of the region, which is the eastern southern part. And
oh, Elon Musk is just that's a low blow. Giving Elon Musk as an example is a low blow. After all, he's brain dead when it comes to everything. So that feels like a low-hanging fruit to use Elon Musk as an example.
And voting for like Yushchenko, like or any other, like more like pro-European parties in the West. And he said, like, interesting, look at this, like those Ukrainians. And they made arguments that those people who voted for party of region, which is Yanukovych, party, which they. How does it make a point that they want it to be Russia? I just don't understand. Like, it's just so simple. Yeah, like they voted for a party that was more favorable towards Russia and wanted more.
And yeah, at this point, I must go. Food await me. As you can see, I'm eating right now. Also, I absolutely would call Elon Musk a fascist at this point, just so you know.
Like economical, connections with Russia.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean that they want it to be like in any way, shape, or form part of Russia or invaded or annexed, for fuck's sake. So it's just so silly. I don't understand why people wave this map as some sort of proof. Not to mention the fact that there have been several elections since then, and they don't show those maps for some reason. So like Poroshenko, election, or like a Zelensky election he was voted on from pretty much everywhere, like east, west.
Center.
Actually, more people from the east voted for him than the west, if I'm not mistaken. Because quite a lot of like nationalist people in the west were like, no, fuck that guy because he's like too lenient towards Russia. So there were like on the election map there was like parts of strong red dots that was for Poroshenko voting, in the west, whereas in the east it was almost entirely like just Zelensky.
That is interesting.
Yeah, but they still call him junta or like Kiev regime or some shit like that.
I wonder if Anastasia voted for. That's interesting. I'm not sure if anyone has ever asked her that in any of the interviews, if she actually voted for Zelensky. Was she old enough to vote when the voting happened? Even in the anti-EU, there is a faction in the right. People in Ukraine are in favor of the economic exchange and open borders. Yeah. I think the best solutions for all Ukrainians to go back to Ukraine. There is no need to worry about. true. True. That is true. 6 people in a room, yeah.
Which is very, very strange. Well, it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, one way or another. Yeah, I'm looking at the polling right now. It's in 2015. Like, there were no cities on this poll that show
Wait, we're not
Eurasian
gonna.
Constitution ahead of EU. Like, even Kharkiv was more pro EU. Odessa was more pro EU. Yeah, Kherson,
Yeah.
Zaporizhia. Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Well, everything they occupied, you know.
Yeah.
Everything they occupied, they just named. Yeah, so yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Their like ideas of being part of European Union has been steadily growing, like in
Yeah.
Ukraine and even before Maidan.
Well, that's understandable. Keep in mind, I'm not sure if this is stated enough, but Ukraine has already sort of started the process of getting into the European Union. I still remember that fateful day when Zelensky received the first packet, sort of to the packet to of application, the packet to apply to the European Union, and Ukraine has went hard to work to sort of address very precisely the requirements that the European Union has for the annexation, and one of them is curbing the what's the word? Corruption is the word. Ukraine should have the freedom to make economic deals with anyone. Putin trying to control to another country's imperialism. Yeah, it's basically just like in 1968 Czechoslovakia.
But afterwards, of course, that's, you know, after invasion of Donbass, annexation of Crimea, quite a lot of people, even who were like kind of like, you know, more lenient
on the fence,
changed their mind, obviously, because of that, which makes sense in my opinion. But you know, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think that's about it, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend actually escaped Kherson again now because of the dam. So sad. I told you, think about it. It's just the guy like survived occupation. The guy survived 27 or 28 something days in Russian captivity, where he was tortured. And then he was liberated, and he was extremely, you know, hyped about that. He said like, I'm not leaving, and we'll rebuild the community, try to restore like the region that was in Kherson that was deoccupied. And then they started shelling them nonstop, which killed like a lot of civilians there. But still, he didn't run. He was like, "Fuck them!" Like, and they're shelling. I will not, you know, run. And now he had to because his house like swam away, basically.
Wow.
That's.
And I talked with him. I asked him if he will go to Odessa or to Kharkiv maybe, and he decided to temporarily go to Odessa. And he was like super. I never heard him so down. He was like always very hyper despite everything he and his like neighbors have been through. And he was like, he last message he wrote was like I think a month ago or something like that. And he was like, I like renovated the house, you know, I rebuilt like the windows that was and the walls that have been hit with shrapnel and shelling and things like that. And he was like so hyped about it. And yeah. I guess a person can take so much at least. I think he reached his fucking limit. This poor dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Shit. Sorry, I don't know what to say to that, but yeah, not good.
Yeah, well, you know, what can you say, I guess. I asked Dylan maybe if he wants to, you know, do an interview with people like that or something, because it's just, they have been like through so much, it's just insane. We have been as well here in Kharkiv, you know, but at least we were not, you know, occupied, which is the worst, the worst thing, way worse than being shelled. So
and flooded.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I probably should go. I need to go feed the neighbor's cat. Because
I had a feeling for some reason that it would be something about a cat. I had a feeling. I don't know why, but when I hear feed, I think cat. I don't know. even though the probability of it being some sort of a dog is equally high, or even a duck, even though that's a bit less probable. A duck.
Because the neighbor is not here and the cat needs to be fed. So, yeah, see you around, I guess, at some point, and really appreciate everything you had to say, as per usual. And yeah, eyeball theory, I will steal it. I will give you credit, though.
It needs a
I will
better
mention
fucking
you.
word. I guess it does make people wonder what the fuck I'm saying. So yeah, it's good. Good start.
Yeah, well, I will just do like reference citations to Lonerbox, and everyone will know I'm right.
Well, I hope so. Jesus Christ.
Of course. I'm like a civilized person, we Ukrainians want to be
Yeah,
civilized.
well.
So the rights, how do you call them? Writers' rights or authors' rights or whatever the fuck they call.
Unconditional support from now on.
Copyright need to be respect. Which
I don't know why I sort of knew it would be something about a cat.
of course we are not stealing everything in Ukraine. Of course,
That's what I thought. Yeah.
No, we do. Most things.
Yeah, I really am annoyed with the whole damn coverage. Yeah.
Pirate. That's needs to change, I guess, at some point. But like most of the things I watched or listened to, I still steal. So,
That was a big thing for the longest time in Poland as well, piracy. The whole PlayStation 1 era was basically piracy, but to be fair to me, a lot of the games that I've played were never released in Europe to begin with. Parasite Eve was never released in Europe. Xenogears was never released in Europe, and so on and so forth. Many games were never released in Europe to begin with, so I did not even have a choice to buy them at the store.
Is what it is.
Yes. All right. Well, yeah, as always, if you ever have anything else to say, you can always jump in whenever you want.
Yeah,
And-
bye-bye everyone. Oh, by the way, I'm doing like a huge ass mission right now to buy headphones for Ukrainian armed forces. This is like a pinned.
Anyone can jump in here as well. Jump in, jump, do it, jump, do it.
Listen in, wants to support my work. Please, check it out. We already ordered 20 pairs, and it would be amazing if we could order 20 more, and power banks as well for our guys near Bakhmut. They really need ear protection.
True. I saw photos of that.
Person's ears are not supposed to withstand this type of noise. So yeah, I would appreciate if anyone could, support my stuff if you can. Yeah,
Okay.
that's about it. I
I'll
guess.
put the links in the
yeah.
chat.
Yeah, thank you, and bye-bye, and all of that. Yeah.
All right.
That was really abrupt. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna abruptly end Loner Box as well. Boom. Actually, interestingly enough, the goodbye between us was not that abrupt. Just saying. Our goodbyes was not that abrupt. Piracy is a victimless crime because data is in and people do pay for stuff that they like when they can. It's the hardship of access that fuels piracy. The most things not being released regionally or the stuff Nintendo has been doing. Well, there's also... Well, I'm gonna end Loner Box existing on the stream screen, if that makes sense. I'm gonna end Loner Box being visible on screen. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. Like Poland, mind you, was quite the poor country. It still is comparably to Western Europe, but like Nintendo 64 games used to cost in Poland, give or take, $96. I'm sorry, $96 for a single game? $96? Come on. It's a bit too much, right? I would say that's a bit too much for a game, for a single game to pay that much. But yeah. And that was like $100 back then, so it probably is like... You shouldn't pirate indie games. Yeah, you shouldn't. But indie games are usually not pricey to begin with. Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64 cartridges. I think Nintendo 64 cartridges were like infamously expensive everywhere. I'm pretty sure Nintendo 64 games were always like infamously expensive. The cartridges. I know that Nintendo 64 games were a lot more expensive than the PlayStation ones. I know that for sure. They were super expensive games. Nintendo 64 was for rich people. And yeah, indie games are just usually very affordable to begin with. And a lot of them are extremely high quality, like Cuphead is like an indie game. How loud. A burned wasteland lies all about Caim, while in the flaming city monsters of the Empire gather like locusts. Caim mounts the dragon and flies towards the fortress where Furia is imprisoned. Let's go! Come on, let's go.
What is that giant shell? Surely it is not the work of man.
I don't know. Is it? I have a bad feeling that we're gonna lose. Strong.
The hands of man cannot build fortresses in the air. What is the cult of the Watchers?
I'm ready to the game. I don't know what's happening. My area has a good amount of Polish immigrants. People seek to improve their social economic status. The push and pull factors are interesting to think about. Yeah. I know there are a lot of Polish people in England. to the point where in Birmingham, like the English city of Birmingham, some local stores sell Polish products. I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah, I heard Brexit made it harder for immigrants, including Polish ones. It sucks the UK has right wing. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Birmingham is the place to go if you want to eat Polish chips, or as British people would call it, crisps. I don't mean fries, I mean the... I know it gets confusing, but I don't mean... Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Again, destruction rains down from the sky. The rites of the Seal's End have begun.
Yeah. The American chips. In Polish, you say chipsy, so... Oh, I died. I wonder if this is the place where Connor used the cheat engine.
What is that giant shell? Surely it is not the work of a man.
True. What a level.
Be careful. These ones are strong.
Strong? How do I avoid this? I swear. I need to also redraw the original character. Dash. I'm dashing, but it doesn't... As you can see, dashing does not always work.
The hands of man cannot build fortresses in is the cult of the water?
Thank you, Butterwagon, for the $25. They said one disappointed and judgmental duck emote, please. All right. One disappointment, one judgmental. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you very much. I actually should do it right next. I'll do the commissions right after this. We'll put on a nice video. And by nice video, it's something that will make us go crazy. Actually, you know what? I'll give you a choice. I'm just gonna give you a choice. I think that's fair. What would you rather? The panel about Trump with Dylan and I think Destiny, or Vosh's coverage of the Young Turks? That is your choice for the evening. How do we avoid this?
That shell, how high does it fly?
Again, destruction rains down from the sky.
Super.
The rites of the sealed end have begun.
Super high, like a person. The Young Turks. I just want not to. I mean, from one duck, which is simultaneously disappointed and judgmental, not for two ducks. Oh! Oh, I thought you meant two. One judgmental and disappointed. Okay. Yeah, that's why we're not going to be watching the Young Turks. We're gonna be watching Vosh roasting the Young Turks. I didn't mean us watching the Young Turks. I meant us watching. We don't want to give the Young Turks a view. Well, I'm dead. This is difficult. Game over. Okay, we're gonna stop for now. We're stopping this for now and we're starting up the clip studio. So you would rather the roast of the Young Turks or we're hardcore gamers? Well, we have to do some drawing. We have to do some drawing for the greater good. And by that I mean we need to do the thing. We're gonna be watching a video while we do it though. I'm gonna take this. Oh no, the newest masterpiece of the... That was reference. Okay, let me see. Okay, so I'm looking to let's see. We're taking this here. We are taking the browser back, making it smaller. Where's the watch video? Vouch. Oh, Anna Kasparin and Chen Kuger keep getting worse and worse.
Oh, Christ alive. What now?
Oh,
another
my gosh.
TYT video with a 50-50 like and dislike ratio.
Oh Christ, what now? Okay, now first we're gonna redraw fake Alec Kyle Parker's original character, since this is the thing that I've promised earlier. So we're starting with this. It's true. I need to redraw it in my own style. Okay, we're starting.
U.S. knew all along about Ukrainian plan to attack Nord Stream pipelines. Okay, to be honest with you, I haven't actually looked into the Nord Stream thing at all because I don't really care. I guess I could believe that anyone sabotaged it. Has there been any real evidence of anyone doing it in particular? The last thing that I saw was Jackson Hinkle posting a photo of a, like, rusty, disgusting boot buried in the water, and they were like, this is an American boot, therefore America blew it up, or something like that. Like, that's the extent of the evidence that I'm familiar with. I get, like, anyone could have done it, and I don't really care.
Boots on the ground.
There's a claim Biden knew for 3 months Ukraine was planning to attack the pipeline. Well, do you think this video covers that topic? Let's find out.
Indicates that 3 months before the Nord Stream pipeline was bombed last September,
a close
ally to the Biden administration informed the White House about a Ukrainian military plan to essentially launch a covert attack on the undersea network. Now, they would use a small team of divers who would report to the commander-in-chief of the...
Quick question. By plan, what do we mean exactly? Because America, like the Pentagon, has plans to invade Canada. Like,
oh my
military organizations create plans for contingencies. That's the thing they do. That's what they're paid to do. They have plans. Are we talking about, like, just a plan? Or are we talking about something they planned to do? Because those are two... Because that's a very important distinction, you know?
Ukrainian armed forces. How do we know about this? How do we know
that is true? That is true.
Well, it's thanks to the leak that happened on Discord. Let me give you more details on that. Details about the plan.
Conplan 8888, also known as Counter-Zombie Dominance, is a U.S. Department of Defense Strategic Command CONOP document that describes a plan for the nation and its military defending against any zombies. That's true, by the way. This is one of the reasons that I can't really get into zombie apocalypse films, where it's like, oh, you know, no one was prepared. That's not true. There is a desk staffer at the Pentagon who has spent his entire life perfecting like 78 different types of zombie like defensive strategies. And he, the moment the moment corpses start shambling around Times Square, that shit is getting enacted pronto, okay?
True.
This is his one job, and he's good at his job, too.
Which have not been previously reported, were collected by a European intelligence service and shared with the CIA in June of 2022. The European intelligence reporting was shared on the chat platform Discord, allegedly by Air National Guard member Jack Teixeira. The Washington Post obtained a copy from one of Teixeira's online friends. Now, what did that document indicate? Well, it did indicate that the Ukrainian military had a plan in place to essentially carry out this attack on Nord Stream 1 specifically. So the intelligence report was based on intel obtained by an individual in Ukraine. The officials in the United States have confirmed this document and the I guess the veracity of the document. It is confirmed. It's not some fake, document that, someone's trying to plant as a hoax. The intelligence report or the sources for the information could not be immediately corroborated, but the CIA shared the report with Germany and other European countries last June. Okay, so this is intel that was shared not only with the United States, but also with our European allies. Now, according to the leaked documents, the Ukrainians had planned to attack the pipeline on the heels of a major allied naval exercise known as Baltops, which ran from June 5th to 17th of 2022, according to the report. The intelligence summary says that the Ukrainian military operation was put on hold for reasons that remain unclear.
Okay.
And I want to just stop for a second and provide this caveat. Although we have this document, although we know the Ukrainian military was planning to, conduct this operation and attack the Nord Stream pipeline, it is still not 1000% confirmed that they're the ones behind it. If we were to speculate, though, I would speculate that they were behind it. And I'll tell you why as I give you more details. Cenk, do you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah. The only info that's been provided so far is that we think Ukraine did it because of information that was contained.
Thank you for that, Tro. Also very interesting. Why are the Young Turks turning into pro-Russia shells?
Documents that the United States shared with allies and was made public 8 months ago. They just said they had plans for Nord Stream 1 when Nord Stream 2 is the pipeline that was attacked. Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2. Yeah, they're both in the water. Please explain why it matters if it's true. Why is it bad even if they did it? Because so Nord Stream is a pipeline that is supposed to connect like Russian gas over to the European market, and the argument is that Ukraine destroyed it because not having access to the natural gas provided by Russia would provide an additional incentive for Europe to see the destruction of Russia because they're no longer like, holding on. It's a complicated thing. I haven't covered it that much, mostly because in the absence of like a definite contender for who did it, I feel like I don't have that much to say. Do you think TYT would be considered realists or liberals? Right now, I think they'd be considered dumb fucks. I don't know what's been going on.
Oh my gosh.
I hesitate even calling it speculation. They have pretty overwhelming evidence.
Yeah, you're going to hear it in a minute.
Yeah, it's not just
I want to hear it.
Several different things that confirm that
overwhelming evidence.
Plus common sense, guys. I mean, common sense always told you.
Common sense. Again, to be clear,
Jesus Christ.
If somebody gave me evidence that Ukraine did it, I would.
Common sense. Oh God. The Young Turks. What happened? What happened?
Would be like, oh, okay, like, yeah, they have reason to. I just want to see the evidence. That's all. Like that's it. Like if this video continues and they show me evidence, then I will be like, okay, all right,
The Russians are not likely to blow up their own multi-billion-dollar pipelines.
I mean, are we talking about the same Russia that when Napoleon invaded, famously burned their own capital in order to beat Napoleon? Are we talking about the same Russia that blew up the dam in 1941 just to kill 1,500 German soldiers? I'm not sure. I don't know if the Young Turks covered the damn thing, to be honest. I wouldn't be so sure, to be honest.
They would have reason to do that, potentially.
Yeah.
Just to do a false flag and I got you on Ukraine. And the consequences of this.
They do false flags all the time. They did it before the Chechen conflict. They blew up their own apartment buildings. They did it multiple times before invading Ukraine. They love their false flags. They love that shit.
this as it relates to how the West is going to support Ukraine is also very interesting. But for now, for me, I think the issue is settled. It is very, very likely the Ukrainians, and I'm on the Ukrainian side. I want them to win. I think it was
Are you?
debated, but I'm not sure this was a good idea.
So
are you on the Ukrainian side? Like so far in all of your coverages, you have not been showing that. Russia also didn't like the euro price caps on their fuel exports. That would be a good reason to do it.
Can I see
when Cenk mentions that there are now multiple sources, it's not just this document that was leaked by Teixeira. The German government also conducted their own investigations, and we're going to get to the findings of that investigation in just a moment. So again, going back to the document, all those involved reported directly to General Valery Zaluzhny, which is the country's highest-ranking military officer. They did not want Zelensky to know about this, according to the document. They wanted everyone to report specifically to this military general who was put in charge so that Ukraine's president, Zelensky, wouldn't know about the operation, the intelligence report said. Okay, so keeping Zelensky out of the loop would have given the Ukrainian leader basically a plausible way to deny that Ukraine was behind it. So if Zelensky's been denying it, there is a plausible reason why he's doing so. He might not have known that they had conducted this attack. Now, before the war, Germany got half of its natural gas.
Please tell me you have evidence that isn't just they had a plan 8 months ago
from Russia, and also had long championed the project in the face of opposition from other European allies. And so Germany finding out that Ukraine was behind it would be a little bit disastrous, because right now Germany obviously is supporting Ukraine. Now, according to German law enforcement officials investigating
to specify Russia has a contract, so this would be an alternative to just straight up breaching it. I guess.
Every military operation that
Hey, Lutz, I think his mouth is too close to his. I think his mouth is too close to his mouth. What? Sorry, what? Sorry, what? His mouth is too close to his mouth. Sorry, what? Oh. I'm not so sure. No, I think it's no. Keep in mind that it's. Keep in mind the perspective. It's actually lower than in the original artwork. The mouth and.
America has. Stuff we know for a fact historically that stuff has been kept secret from the presidency before. So yeah, the Pentagon and other military organizations are perfectly capable of operating independently of the commander-in-chief, though those things tend to be the exception rather than the rule. Obviously, it is generally a good idea to have your commander-in-chief
I think it might become weird if we go any lower. Like, for example, look at
Didn't
this.
Germany not even activate the pipelines yet?
I think this looks a little bit strange.
Never turned on.
No?
Never, like, fully finished it? On September 2022, Danish and Swedish authorities reported a number of explosions at pipes A and B of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline and pipe A of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which resulting damage caused significant gas leaks. The EU considers this incident to be sabotage, one of the worst releases of methane gas in human history.
better.
That's probably not good. Gas deliveries ceased in September 2022 following the destruction.
Yeah, but it's important for you to like it.
Linked to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
If that makes sense.
As of February 2023, there was no conclusive evidence as to who carried out the sabotage, despite 3 separate investigations by Denmark, Sweden, and Germany. Do you think that, like, everyone did it? Like, a bunch of, like, divers are swimming through the murky water with depth charges to plant on the Nord Stream pipeline, and then, like, German, American, Ukrainian, and Russian guys all meet right at the same time? And they all just kind of nod and plant their explosives?
Yeah.
That'd be nice. A little bit of togetherness.
The September Nord Stream bombing, key details emerging of that operation actually do line up quite a bit with this intel report. So let's get to that. The Ukrainian individual that informed the European Intelligence Service in June said that 6 members of Ukraine Special Operations Forces using false identities intended to rent a boat and using a submersible vehicle dived to the floor of the Baltic Sea, then damaged or destroyed the pipeline and escape undetected. In addition to oxygen, the team planned to bring helium, which is recommended for especially deep dives. Now let's get to the German investigation.
Is that the entire plan? Wait. This sounds like a this sounds like a GTA mission. This sounds like a plan I would come up with. This is what the Ukrainian military came up with. Guys, what if we all wore Groucho Marx glasses with the mustache, and then we get a boat, and then like a submarine?
GTA plan.
Oh yeah, just get a submarine.
GTA plan.
You know, like find one,
buy one,
hijack one, like
no,
get
buy
a
one with money if it's
and get
GTA.
inside of it.
True, yeah,
Then
that's good. Good
damage or destroy the pipeline, like that,
and run
these are
away.
leaked documents, right? I just feel like it should be a little more substantial than this. Like maybe a specific part of the pipeline, or so, because that would actually be like a pretty dead ringer. Like if the plan said a specific coordinate location of the pipeline they felt was easiest to target, and that was like where the explosions happened. You know, that would be pretty damning. I just want to see some evidence.
Let's get to the German investigation.
Would be
German investigators now believe that 6 individuals using fake passports rented a sailing yacht in September, embarked from Germany, and planted explosives that severed the pipelines, according to officials familiar with that investigation.
Okay.
They believe that operatives were skilled divers, given that the explosives were planted at a depth of about 240 feet, in the range that experts say helium would be helpful for maintaining mental focus. And Ukraine...
Can you believe Ukraine's plan said they should get a boat and they should dive? And then in reality, the investigation showed they did indeed get a boat and dived to attack the undersea pipeline. I don't get the attitude Vosh has, like he's seeking to disagree with TYT on this when it's not like either the TYT or Vosh cares if Ukraine blew up the pipeline. No, I don't care if Ukraine blew up the pipeline. I care how people cover this incident. I can't say I've ever had like a high opinion of TYT, right? They're not exactly a socialist org, but I do think that like this is just from the walk.
Aye. Jesus.
Blocking it, but right there, she's just reading this conspiracism. Oh, we know for sure Ukraine has done it. It's weird because I don't think that TYT historically has engaged in behavior like this. Like, I've always thought of TYT as like, I don't know, resistance libs, right? Like pro-BLM, feminist, not perfect, pro-Dem, militantly pro-Dem, almost. But like for the most part, fairly level. Like most of the reason...
Not anymore, not when it comes to Ukraine.
...has been down to a lack of radical politics, not because I thought they were conspiratorial or reactionary. And yet... I mean, I want to see the evidence, man.
Obviously, had
times change.
So Ukraine had long complained that Nord Stream would allow Russia to bypass Ukrainian pipes, depriving Kyiv of huge transit revenue. Also, investigators have matched explosive residue found on the pipeline to traces found inside the cabin of the yacht called Andromeda. And they have linked Ukrainian individuals to the rental of the boat via an apparent front company in Poland.
See, that sounds more interesting.
Investigators also suspect that at least one individual who serves in the Ukrainian military was involved in the sabotage operation.
All right, here we go. Washington Post, Nord Stream. German investigators, 6 individuals, fake passports, linked Ukrainian individuals to the rental of the boat via an apparent front company in Poland. Investigators, where's the investigation? Yeah, it is great that the far right doesn't paywall anything, but yeah, New York Times and Washington Post do, making it harder to get at info. I can't read this shit. I just want to know more about the investigation. Gonna learn German? I've tried to.
I've tried to as well.
That's English? Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
To
traces of evidence. The German report said the yacht had been rented from a company based in Poland that is, quote, apparently owned by 2 Ukrainians. The German media reports, which come to the top of a New York Times report Tuesday that says intelligence suggests a pro-Ukrainian group sabotage the pipeline, stress there's no proof that Ukrainian authorities ordered the attack or were involved to do it. So is the evidence provided here that the boat was apparently owned by 2 Ukrainians? Is that the same investigation? They have linked Ukrainian individuals to the rental of the boat via an apparent front company in Poland. Wait, does anyone else feel like that's really weirdly phrased? If the claim is the company from which the boat was rented are apparently owned by 2 Ukrainians.
Apparently.
But then it gets phrased as they have linked Ukrainian individuals to the rental of the boat via an apparent front company. Doesn't that come across as kind of like weird? Like it jumps from some Ukrainian guys ran the boat company to there have been links between Ukrainian individuals. That's, I don't know, involvement by Ukraine.
A bit weak.
Pro-Ukrainian group was
a bit weak, I would say.
By 6 people professionally forged passports for a Polish company with 2 Ukrainian owners. The yacht named Andromeda is said to have left Roxton at September. A bunch of unpronounceable names of shit. They further cited a named lieutenant commander of the Danish Navy and analyst at the Royal Danish Defence College for several reasons why it's not credible. Such a small vessel was used for the sabotage. Hundreds of kilograms of explosives were used. Traces of explosives were found on the yacht. The yacht is being kept in a German dry dock for investigation. Interesting. In May 2023, the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung reported...
Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna read this. Süddeutsche Zeitung. Come on, Vash. At least try. At least try to read it. Süddeutsche Zeitung. It's not that difficult. Come on. My goodness.
The attack was
At least I'm trying.
The State Security Service of Ukraine. The investigation reportedly involved a yacht named Andromeda. That's the yacht mentioned up here. The docked in nearby Marina. And a Warsaw shell company founded by 2 Ukrainians. Founded by is different from works at or owns or traced to. Okay, wait. The only thing the Wikipedia article corroborates in the Ukrainian section is that the company from which the boat was purchased was founded by 2 Ukrainian guys. That's the only thing they cite here? Then where's this other crap coming from? Investigators also suspect at least 1 individual who serves in the Ukrainian military was involved in the sabotage operation. Based on what? Oh man, we're getting into it now. Again, just to be totally clear, if somebody said, like, here is evidence that Ukraine did it, I wouldn't care and I'd believe it. But it's very strange to me how Anna and Jenk have both been like, yeah, pretty sure, yeah, they obviously did it, you know. When like, this is what we're looking at. And also, the words, they have linked Ukrainian individuals to the rental of the boat via an apparent front company in Poland, when the actual thing that happened was the company was founded by 2 Ukrainians. That's incredibly slimy. Because, like, the wording here implies that they have some kind of active connection between the boat's rental and Ukrainian people. Not just, you know, Ukrainians, like, made the company 5, 10, 20 years ago. It's completely disconnected.
I mean, we've got...
Why wouldn't you care if Ukraine did it?
They've made it in preparation for this. The company was created years ago in preparation for this. Andromeda is a pretty cool name for a ship.
Because I guess because, like, it's... I don't know. Even if it was proven to have been the Ukrainian military and not just, like, pro-Ukrainian dissidents or something, I guess I would just go like, oh, okay. I don't know. It might help that I hated the pipelines to begin with.
Not more. We're gonna give you more, but like, come on, guys. I think it's pretty obvious.
But I do like Vosh's attitude here, so.
Strain here. All right. So does Zelensky know? I don't really much care. They say they didn't tell him so they could have plausible deniability, but that's exactly what they would say if they told him and he was part of the decision, and then everyone in the room went, remember, Zelensky wasn't here. Okay, so that also happens. Okay, so we'll never know. We'll probably never know. But it doesn't matter why, because Ukraine did it. It is what it is. Either you couldn't get control of your own government, or you were part of the decision. Either way, it's on your government. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is we knew ahead of time. The U.S. did, and we either couldn't stop them or we didn't.
Yeah, Jesus, you sound peeved. Go, girl. I am a bit peeved when it comes to Ukraine stuff, you know? Like, the Young Turks have been, like, Cenk is ridiculous when he says, oh, I'm not against Ukraine. I want them to win. No, he's pretty much pro-Russia in my eyes. When he basically said that Ukraine getting adequate help is escalation. Escalation is when Ukraine defends itself, I guess. This is when you've got escalation.
Didn't stop them. Now, the Ukrainians not only benefit in terms of the war by blowing this up, but as Anna just read you the quote.
Hey, I think this looks actually pretty good so far. What do you think? I don't know. I think this is an upgrade when it's compared to the original. But if you don't like it, we can sort of come back to the drawing board with it. I think it's pretty okay. I think the version we're doing now looks a bit more angry. I think there's a bit more anger in the version here. More raw anger. Cenk and Anna are exactly the people on whom the propaganda about destroyed Western equipment will work. Yeah, I think so.
This is what I mean with like the language that's.
I can see them crying that the money is being wasted, lives are being wasted too. So insert typical propaganda. Yeah.
Used here, it's the exceeding confidence, and then it's the leap from, because two Ukrainian guys founded the company that the boat came from, therefore it was done by the Ukrainian government, like leaping over the idea it might have been pro-Ukrainian dissidents, like right to the government, because there was this incredibly vague plan that they made like a while ago that was made public information a while ago as well. Therefore, like, we failed to stop them. It's this chain of conspiracism, like this like link to link to link to link that indicates like incredibly low intellectual rigor.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't even mind like heavy speculation. There's a lot of stuff that we just aren't ever going to know about, and I don't think that it's acceptable to go like, well, you can never comment on stuff that you don't have an objective, full understanding of, because if that's the case, we wouldn't be able to talk about anything. There's obvious thresholds, especially during wartime when it's hard to access information. But like,
definitely, and Carter's fighting. The way the Young Turks Ukraine is getting performance enhancing drugs help from. Yeah.
Well, people in chat seem to understand why I think this is egregious, so I don't need to harp on it.
Yeah, I think so.
They also benefit economically. They never liked the pipeline in the first place because it was costing some of the powerful people in Ukraine money. And that's a giant factor here. We also didn't want that pipeline because we want to sell natural gas and other fuels to Europe. So, oh, golly gee, did their pipeline blow up? Oh, okay.
Well, in fact, I do want to get to what the White House was up to in terms of messaging on this, because what they were saying publicly differed from what they started to believe privately and internally, okay? So some Biden administration officials, as the Washington Post writes, initially suggested that Russia was to blame for what President Biden called a deliberate act of sabotage, promising that the United States would work with its allies to get to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Okay.
But then Biden administration officials now privately concede there is no evidence that conclusively points to Moscow's involvement, but publicly.
Yeah? What if they had conclusive evidence?
Wait. Oh my god, the Young Turks. They're openly anti-Ukraine now, basically.
Evidence, I think they would have presented it. Notice the use of the word concede here. This is manufactured consent. This isn't a concession. I don't think they've ever claimed they had conclusive evidence of Moscow's involvement. Blaming Russia and saying we have conclusive evidence that Russia did this are two different things. If they were promising to get to the bottom of exactly what happened, that is an indication that they do not already have conclusive evidence.
Yeah.
This Washington Post article is a sign.
And even if they were getting performance enhancement, so what? They wouldn't be getting it from Cartel de Dioses.
Okay, this was some pro-Russia shit. The choice of words here is being used to carefully guide the conclusions that you arrive at. Privately concede? What's the concession? Also, publicly deflects questions about who might be responsible. In all likelihood, it's just they don't have conclusive evidence, and they've already said they think Russia did it, so there's no point in commenting on it further.
That conclusively points to Moscow's involvement, but publicly they have deflected questions about who might be responsible. And look,
and I don't trust this article's definition of deflecting questions, personally.
European allies apparently are no better when it comes to this because they're doing the same thing. This excerpt from this Washington Post piece was telling and incredible. European officials in several countries have quietly suggested that Ukraine was behind the attack.
Okay, again, notice the language that's being used, all right? Imagine if we described, say, MAGA conservatives as American officials. American officials in several states have quietly suggested that George Soros is behind the adrenochrome harvesting scheme that is actually presented as COVID-19 vaccinations. See, when you blur it as just officials, what do you mean? There are tens of thousands of officials in every country. What evidence are they drawing from? What are they using to drive their conclusions? You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm really suspicious about the article because we know for a fact that the article is heavily biased with the way that it's presented the information. Yeah, like AFD officials? Like, what do you mean?
But resisted publicly saying so over fears that blaming Kyiv would fracture the alliance against Russia. At gatherings of European and NATO policymakers, officials have settled into a rhythm, as one senior European diplomat said recently, don't talk about Nord Stream.
See it again? So several European officials, we're not naming them, there are literally hundreds of thousands of officials across all of the EU, just some people, literally, have suggested the possibility that Ukraine might be behind the attack. Something that I have done, by the way. But don't discuss it publicly because they don't have any evidence and there's a whole, like, tense war situation going on. And then they're saying don't talk about it. You note the conspiratorial language that's being used here by Kasparian?
It's hard not to.
Hey, some people out of an enormous number of people maybe think
not
this
to
one
notice.
thing, but they don't really make a huge deal of it and they don't talk about it because they don't have evidence and, like, you know, whatever. It's just some officials. But this is being framed as deliberate silencing. That's the way this is meant to be read.
It's so it's embarrassing. It really is. I mean, come on.
Apparently, that's first rule of the European Club. Is
You are embarrassing, yeah.
Or maybe the European Club altogether. Anyway.
See, it's conspiratorial. They're colluding in order to silence discourse. They're talking the way Tucker Carlson does.
Enough movie references. So, look, Anna and I had a discussion about the F-16s and whether we should sell them to Ukraine. It wouldn't be us directly, but it'd be other allies, but they'd be selling our F-16s, basically, right? And so, included with the technology. And one of the reasons we did not sell it before, because we were worried they were going to use it inside Russia, and that was going to be deeply problematic. And Anna, you were both a little bit...
This was where Cenk was concerned that our, like, half-a-century-old fighter jets
Yeah, I remember
would
that.
be shot
Yeah.
down and our tech would be stolen.
Yeah, I remember.
And significantly right in terms of this article and what it shows about what we'll do. You said, oh come on, we can't stop them from doing
What an
anything. And this
idiot.
article shows that on a number of occasions we actually did pull the Ukrainians back from being more aggressively attacking Russia, inside Russia, okay? So that's the part where you were a little wrong. Apparently we do push back and sometimes we do succeed. But the part you were massively
Do we? When confronted with a position contrary to that which she has expressed.
How dare Ukraine fight back against an aggressor in war? How dare Ukraine fight back? That would be, unacceptable. That would be unacceptable for Ukraine to do, to fight back, actually.
It is.
I hate this so much. I despise this so much when people are like, when little weasels like this are like, oh, did you know that Ukraine actually wanted to fight back? Did you know that?
Attack inside Russia.
They've been doing it with drone strikes and everything.
And that's right.
Yeah.
And we've stopped a lot of it, but we haven't stopped all of it.
How dare they? Oh, they must be stopped. The evil Ukrainians, they must be stopped. What is this framing? And even if Ukraine did attacks inside of Russia, so what? They are at war? What is this bullshit? I'm sorry to... Like, what is this? Like, they are at war. Do you remember that they are at war? Or have we already forgotten that they are at war? We've stopped them, but we haven't stopped them always. Like, it's almost sounding like Ukraine is the aggressor and it's being held back from being even more of an aggressor. Like, come on. What am I supposed to make of this? It's war. It's literally war.
But the minute they have the F-16s, I mean, it's not the minute. Like, because they still need more weapons from us. They still need more money from us. So we have some leverage over them, but they're itching to...
See? The Ukrainians are basically framed as those evil, bloodthirsty demons that are barely held back by the US. But the moment they will get their weapons, oh, they will start massacring Russians. Like, what? Oh, also, not anti-Ukraine, by the way. Not anti-Ukraine, by the way. This is asinine.
Attack inside Russia.
So notice how we have seamlessly...
This is asinine.
...segued from highly conspiratorial discourse on the Nord Stream pipeline with highly biased language. And now we've gone right back to us giving weapons to Ukraine. Because again, this discussion is not happening in a vacuum. The conspiracism around the Nord Stream thing is meant to segue into and support a general distrust of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea why they've pivoted to this.
All the way into Moscow. And so
it's
the
an
minute those F-16s
escalation of war. It's an escalation of war. All these wannabe leftists running around spouting pro-war rhetoric.
Holy shit. Oh my God, she's actually she's actually done it. She's actually gone all the way over. That is incredible.
To essentially provide cover for an escalation of war. Just understand what you're doing.
Hey Vosh, I think she means Yula Mao. I mean, I'll happily be I'll be branded with the leftist label.
My God. I wanna puke. Not anti-Ukraine, by the way.
Coming from a lib. Is she even a lib? Like, the intellectual rigor at TYT has dropped considerably. It's embarrassing, and I genuinely feel like there might be a gas leak in the building. I don't know if they're drifting for money or if this is just some genuine, like, low IQ shit. I don't know if Anna's just gotten hysterical or, like, someone hit her over the head really hard and Jenk is just riding along because he's, like, ride or die loyalty. which is how TYT keeps producing lunatic far-right grifters, probably. LA studios are expensive. Yeah, they pay a lot for their overhead. I have no idea, but it is wildly it is insane, genuinely.
It is what it is.
Get called a birthing person one time in a state document that's not even like referring to you directly. The Ukrainians blew up a gas line in TYT. We are not talking about the actual act of sabotage which took place. The elite team of Ukrainian.
Lucy, do you think the Young Turks will start saying some anti-Jewish stuff? At this point, I would not put it past them.
Commandos that destroyed their stove in the.
Also, we don't use keg V in here. In here, we use the keg D. Okay, this is what we use over here. We don't use keg V. We use keg D. We have an emote. You want to make a bet on it? A bet? A bet. I could make a bet on it. I actually could. Why not?
Room. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Nord Stream 3, which ran all the way from Russia to their kitchen.
You are justifying an escalation of war while pretending like peace negotiations are out of the question. They could never happen. They could never happen.
Man, it's literally just like the Jimmy Dore thing. It just happens to all of them. Maybe it's the same gas leak for all of them.
Jesus Christ.
That's wild. I mean, yeah, the peace negotiations where Russia's preconditions are that you have to completely disarm, you can't join NATO, you can't join the EU, and also we reserve the right to re-invade you at any time, and also we keep all the territory we took. Yeah, it's very good.
Amazing.
Peace negotiations. Putin, Ukraine, the Donbass, areas where peace negotiations and ceasefires have historically done a lot of good. Where's the pro-Russia shit coming from, man? It's like talking with a tanky.
True.
The left being anti-war.
Yeah.
And pro-peace. What happened to that?
So the hashtag Anna was right that I was getting to is.
You haven't even gotten there. So
No, I have basically, but my point is that in that story, Anna said they'll use.
Okay.
There's an excellent chance they will use these F-16s inside Russia once they have them. And after reading
the anti-acquisition seems really dumb. It wouldn't really matter if Ukraine did sabotage it. Ukraine and Russia are at war. Sabotage of a pipeline you find during war, and also like to the Young Turks. Ukraine retaliating within Russia is somehow unacceptable. Like, this is ridiculous. It's war. Idiot.
And all the evidence of how much they want to attack inside Russia and how little they listen to us. Yeah.
Nobody should listen to you.
Why exactly it's surprising that Ukraine will want to attack
military
positions inside Russia when they're being invaded?
True.
You know, generally speaking, in the history of war, if a country invades you, it's generally considered to be like on par for you to attack inside their borders. Like, that's not weird. That's not really like an abnormal thing. You can argue that we wouldn't want that because if Russia felt more threatened, they would I don't know, go nuclear or something. But you also have to consider the possibility that the whole reason we're supporting Ukraine in this conflict to begin with, at least the reason I am, is because I think that Russia unambiguously losing in Ukraine is the path to peace. Because the more embarrassment Putin suffers, the more likely it is he falls out of a window. If striking positions inside Russia is a necessary part of that process, then I think there's an argument for it. That's a pro-peace position.
True.
It's going to get bad. They're going to, I'm not saying definitely, but now I think it's likely that at some point Ukraine will stop listening to us entirely and start attacking inside Russia.
Oh no.
Absolutely.
And then I don't know.
What do you mean bigger war?
What an idiot.
What do you think Russia, are you like sipping that Vatnik Kool-Aid and you think that Russia has like a secret second larger army that they're going to deploy? Like all those Cope accounts that have been like Russia's teeth have only just begun to be bared, and like,
second army,
double invade. What do they think? Well, they do have.
Yeah,
but I think the best way to prevent them from using nukes is to get Putin out.
What are we gonna do with that?
All right, but you know,
They do have much more equipment and people they could employ if the support was there for it. Nah, bullshit. Not really. They have barely any morale, and they barely have the supply lines to maintain like their existing war infrastructure. If they were capable of fielding a larger conflict to like super conquer Ukraine, they would have already. They did a whole draft. They did a draft of the entire nation. They're buying ammunition from North Korea, you know? They had one, their most recent, like that military parade of theirs, the loyalist, whatever, the
Very
Russian parade.
sad.
They had one tank. It was like a T-54 Russia parade tank. Victory Day parade. Putin watches a single World War II tank roll down. Oh, it was a T-34. My apologies. I thought it would be like a Cold War era tank, but nope. Ah, yes, see? They deployed this one T-34 because of its symbolic role in helping Russia overcome Nazi Germany. There's no other reason why for this one specific parade they had one single tank and one that's basically military inoperational now. Militarily, yeah. 2024 will have World War I tanks. Yeah, incredible. I think they also have for the Victory Day parade, they also have a thing where like Russian citizens will hold up framed photos of their lost ones, of soldiers who have died in war, and they didn't do it this parade because they didn't want a bunch of people holding up framed photos of 18-year-old conscripts that were just, like, gunned down in the Donbass, you know? Like, they didn't want to remind people that, like, a ton of people are dying right now. Wait, I just started listening, there's no other tanks? Nope! Better than having a T-14 that breaks during the parade. Yeah, the 2014 one where their new tank broke down. They used to have, like, a lot of tanks in their parade. That would just break down. Did you not see the recent violence breaking out between Russia's armies? So Wagner PMC is ambushed by the Russian Army 72nd Brigade. The Russian Army unit loses the minefield ambush in 72nd. Wait, what? PMC Wagner detained and interrogated by the commander of the 72nd. What? That happened before? The Wagner group is fighting with the military? That's somehow even funnier, PRFC. It was confirmed 2 days ago. Okay, if Wagner and the Russian armed forces are like directly fighting, that seems like things are ogre then. It's Jover, man. They detained the man, beat him, broke his nose, and forced to record a video admitting to firing at a car of PMC Wagner due to personal animosity. Oh, they detained and interrogated the commander of the 72nd Brigade. That would unironically be a prelude to a civil war. Well, the Wagner guy has been screaming about, like, the elites in Moscow for a while now. Anyway, let's finish the stupid video.
Apparently, the left-wing position now is Russia bad, Ukraine good, so regardless of what Ukraine...
Oh my god, dude, it literally is like I'm listening to, like, a red fascist video.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
Ukraine could do, regardless of what kind of escalation of war we are encouraging as, you know, their Western ally. Since Russia bad and Ukraine good, we have to cheerlead everything that Ukraine's doing. No, I don't comply with that. And I think that's stupid, unnuanced thinking. Go ahead and get mad about it.
Thanks for watching the
nuanced.
So the people who didn't understand why I was going after this video, do you understand now? It's not like whether or not Ukraine did the pipeline or whatever, Nord Stream. It's that this is like everything from the beginning of this video to the end was a setup to continue like Russian propaganda, anti-Ukrainian screed bullshit with no, like rigor or discipline or consistency. It's just wow. I don't know what's going on with them, man. I also like how for these videos they've set the comments to sort by new to begin with, which means that they can't get like comments piling up with 1,000 likes up here, telling them that they're full of shit. Did they do that with their older videos? Have they done that like forever, or is this a more recent change? I guess that would be like a channel-wide thing, right? Yeah, it'd be a channel-wide thing, so it wouldn't even be possible to know when they changed it.
Oh, God.
Oh, you can do that on a per-video basis? I feel like that's new. Can you not sort by popular? Yeah, but
I despise the Young Turks so much now.
They want Michael Tracy back. They want him back. They want to get the energy back. Wagner's been calling for the execution of Russian military generals. Prigozhin calls for Russia's chief of general staff, Gerasimov, and defense minister Shoigu to face execution by firing squad. Interesting. The European Parliament is preparing to vote to designate Prigozhin's Wagner PMC as a terrorist group. Once the law goes into effect, all Wagner PMC members will be forever hunted all over the globe on land, sea, an error. I don't know how much effect it'll actually have. It would be pretty funny though. Probably a good idea. Anna is also against 15-minute cities. No way. Really? No shot. I need to see that. Where would I even see that? I don't see anything like that. Yeah, if I see it, I see it. If until then, I can't believe it. Do they really not have a video on the dam? Did I just miss it?
Oh, they didn't talk about
Board stream video?
They didn't talk about the dam. Oh, damn. Wow, they didn't talk about the dam. In the opposite from Theanter explained that Tex would recommend that Vexler on YouTube. If you could DM it.
Not like immediately post that stuff. Yeah, it could be like one day out. Yeah. Where you react to Destiny debating Jenk from TYT yesterday, he got destroyed. Of course Destiny got destroyed. Jenk is at least like twice as heavy as Destiny. In any direct physical competition between the two, Destiny would have no chance. Have you seen how meaty Jenk is? I mean, I don't know if I could beat Jenk in a fight. I mean, he's a lot older than me. Maybe I'm a little more spry, but he's built like Kingpin from Spider-Verse, you know.
Let's not. No. Shank is not built like the Kingpin. Come on, Vosh. Let's calm down. Calm down, Vosh. Now, who wants to see the panel? Who wants to see the panel now about Trump? Do you want to see it? Unfortunately, I might have to create the emote tomorrow since I'm getting a bit tired. What debate? So, do you want to see the Trump thing with Dylan, Destiny, and some other people? All right, let's do this. Let's watch. I think it's on Dylan channel. There you go.
Election to announce a groundbreaking story of another
My gosh.
Hillary Clinton's emails, only to shut it 3 days later to help her.
Yes. All right. So let's go over the rules. Let's get cracking. So the main thing, typically we have a little bit more of the topic written down before we start the show. But the truth is that the federal Trump indictment just came down. The main thing that people are arguing about is whether or not it's politically motivated or, kind of a jerk move by the institutionalists in order to take out Democrats. I wouldn't mind talking about whether or not it's politically motivated. Then the second portion of it, let's say that we circle the wagons a few times on whether or not it's a politically motivated attack versus like a legally correct indictment. The second part of this is, does this hurt or help Trump in the general election based off how it's played? So those are the two ways that I was going to plan on running the topics. I'll go over the heated hippie rules, which are inspired by the hippy dippy rules. So no terms of service. Unfortunately, we're all white here, so no N-words with the A. Even with the A, you can't go.
Did you just assume some shit about me?
What,
I
are
done
you on
told your
Rumble?
ass I was part Cherokee, motherfucker.
Well, that doesn't mean you get to say the N-word, I don't think.
I didn't know, but you just want to say we're all white as if, you know, that Caucasian fucking butter spread.
It's destiny, yeah.
Everybody else applies to me.
Okay, we're white passing. Minimize slurs. You know, we are here to talk.
Wait, hold on. This is wow. Destiny looks weirdly chubby here. I don't know why Destiny looks so weirdly chubby here.
Instead of the slurs. Sorry if you hear my baby. I will. I
thought it was a cat.
Oh. Can y'all give me 30 seconds?
Yes, sir.
That was a cat.
So in the interim, you are tuned in to Counterpoint's discussion here, which is obviously B-rated content next to what Dylan and I, you know, made sure got put out on the Hippy Dippy, right?
That's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah. So this is why we have this commercial break in here, and we have stars like Destiny, who, you know, through his best effort, still lost the Hippy Dippy Championship to none other than critically thinking veteran Destiny. How have you been, man? I ain't seen you since then.
Really?
Yeah, that was the last time you and I talked for real.
I'm gonna be totally honest. You have a doppelganger. You know who it is, right?
No, actually.
The Nacho guy, American Nacho. You guys, you don't sound at all the same, but you look similar. Counterpoints. Wait, how old's your kid?
3 weeks.
Oh,
at about 3 weeks, if you're having trouble with him crying at night, I'd say like half to a quarter shot of whiskey. Just go down. He'll be out for 6 hours.
for Connor,
Easy.
right?
He'll be good. Okay.
That's
a
pussy,
good
Connor.
idea. That's a really good idea.
That's pussy shit. We're already on morphine. What are you talking about?
Jesus.
So, all right. So, going back to the rules, strongly inspired by the Hippy Dippy. So, no terms of service, you know, try to minimize the slurs. If someone is offended by, like, an insult or a slur, do try to back off, because we are here to, like, talk about the ideas, not necessarily who's the biggest piece of shit on the panel. Then no brigading or doxing. If you do take stuff outside of this panel where you attack somebody by basically trying to expose their personal identifiable information, then you're not going to be invited back. No interruptions during intros or outros. Depending on how this goes, we're going to have 1 to 2 minute intros from everybody. We will have 1 to 2 minute outros from everybody where they'll be able to shout out their channels. And then raise your hand. We will have a list. We'll be doing the list system. So, I'll write down your names if you feel like you can't get in, if people are, taking a majority of the conversation. Then 10, we have a rule here that started from our first show. We have 10-minute sidebars. If we are talking about something that has nothing to do with the primary topic, we're out in La La Land, but people are engaged with it, we'll let you engage in the sidebar for 10 minutes, but then we're going to wrap it up and move it back to the topic. We want you guys to be able to explore whatever you want to explore, but we also want to make sure that we're giving people the content that they came for. I would say think of this as a mixed martial arts bout. You guys are contenders. You're going to touch gloves. You're going to fight, but respect your opponents, relatively speaking, and then end the fight, tap gloves, and let's call it a day. So, with all of that being said, we're going to get into intros. Again, we're talking about
Let's see.
Trump indictment is politically motivated, whether or not it...
Wow, Counterpoint has a lot of rules, but it makes sense since conservatives are not normal. The conservatives break TOS all the time. True.
Correct. Whether or not there's a certain element of hypocrisy from Democrats not being charged, and then how this will affect the electoral outcomes. We'll save the electoral outcomes as the second part of the show. So to kick us off, Miss Brianna Wu.
Thanks for having me here. I want to tell you, as someone whose job it is to work in politics, Trump's indictment is not good news for me. Just being completely straight with you, I would a billion times rather face Trump again in 2024, who is a losing machine for the Republican Party, than Ron DeSantis. This is a situation that is bad for our country. It's bad for democracy. But unfortunately, Trump's wildly stupid actions have put us in a situation where we have to respond to this. I really hope my opponents today actually read this document, because you can just open any random page of it and get some crazy ass wildly stupid, completely indefensible thing that Trump did. He put us in a situation where our Department of Justice had to act because he is so brazen. This is your chance, Republicans, to come back to reality and get with the winning team if you're serious about winning, or you can stay with this corrupt loser. Like, this is your chance to just cast him aside, and you're not going to do that because you're children. And I really look forward to winning in 2024. Thank you.
All right, CTV.
It's obviously politically motivated. The problem is that they don't understand people, and all they're really doing by trying to drag Trump through an indictment is make sure that he's doing exactly what he did before, which is have media coverage. Hell, I got called out from like left field for an invitation here to talk about Trump tonight, and I hadn't even bothered really keeping up with politics in the last, 9 months. So obviously this is working, right? So where do we go from here? Well, we watch it all unfold. Because it really is just politically motivated.
Wow, how deep?
Destiny?
Yeah.
How deep?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Brianna on this one. That indictment is a pretty tough read. Ordinarily, I can kind of understand how you can spin some things, you can twist some things, but basically the only
Here's Butterwagen. I gotta be honest, I think Counterpoints is a lot worse than CTV. CTV isn't convincing to anybody. He comes across like a deranged cartoon. Counterpoint sounds superficially reasonable, but likes to hang out with Lauren Sovereign and basically launders the reputation of every reactionary he talks to. Winning team. I had no idea Brian Wu did panels. Brianna Wu shows how much the conservatives are changing in terms of their targeting. I didn't even know she was trans until recently, and she definitely wasn't attacked over during Gamergate. The same political party that used to say the world hates. Trump committed so many crimes and in such brazen and dumb ways that there was no other way for this to end.
possible defense you could ever have as a Republican at this point in time is that the DOJ, the investigatory bodies, are literally just making up everything in the indictment and nothing is true and they fabricated everything and there are no recordings and no testimony or whatever. But I mean, assuming even like a fourth of this document is true, it is like the most textbook embarrassing thing of like, hey guys, this is secret. I'm not president. I wish I would have declassified this. Come take a look. I know you don't have it's like every single element you would ever need to prove like intent of showing classified material to parties in a way that you're not supposed to, and an intent to hoard, the issues he gave to his attorneys. It's just like the worst combination of things ever. I am very excited tonight to see how Rob Noor will contort himself in order to try to defend these actions. And I'm very curious tonight if we're going to spend more time talking about Donald Trump and this indictment, or somehow trying to equalize this with Hillary Clinton's email server.
So, and by based, I mean, let's throw mud at Democrats. So, speaking of Rob Noor, I'm going to ask Rob Noor to speak as well. And then I kind of have a question for the panel in general, if you want to do a show of hands. If the Turk is a little bit more tepid, I don't know his perspective. And it seems like we have a strong, like, 3 versus 2, because CTV is kind of coming in a little bit, relaxed, and Turk might not be willing to bite down on every bullet. Would you mind if I brought in a more pro-Trump ringer? That way we could have some aggressive engagement and it's not, a 4v2 or 4v1 on Rob.
I think you would need 100 pro-Trump people to spin this in the correct way. So yeah, bring in whoever you want. Yeah.
Well, that was clearly an overinflation of Destiny's ego, right? Thinking there needed to be more than one that could take him down, because here it's already happened.
Okay. Well, listen. If we'll get everybody's hot takes first, and then I'll see if we need somebody to balance out perspectives and maybe the temperature of the room. But Rob, please walk us through your perspective.
Well, shit. That changes my strategy here, because I was going to be a total Trump bastard here, but then that would give you more incentive to maybe change your mind. So, yeah, it's clearly
Rob is
motivated, Right. Now, here's been the whole time. Notice that they're ignoring the Durham report. Notice, he brought me up in his opening, Destiny, when he's approaching the crimes of Joe Biden and things like that, Burisma, the Ukrainian impeachment and things like that he supported. He will give any benefit of the doubt to Joe Biden. For example, the last time I was on Connor's show, he said,
what about Joe Biden?
Burisma that were emailing Biden's team saying, hey, Hunter Biden works here. We want to talk to you after their assets were frozen. Maybe they just wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. And we can't accept Joe Biden talking about a quid pro quo as truth. Maybe he was just bragging. We can't take Joe Biden's words at face value. So it'll be easy to see how disingenuous people like him and the rest of the lefties will be when it comes to applying the standard equally. We could talk specifically about what's going on with this indictment. I don't have a problem with that, but it's clearly a double standard, and that's the bigger issue. Low brain takes and people that want to be partisan hacks are okay with a corrupt FBI and corrupt DOJ and corrupt media and corrupt social media companies as long as it benefits their side. I'm more concerned about a two-tiered system of these institutions than I am any one specific person like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, etc. We could clearly see the double standard. There has been nonstop investigations into Trump, as the Durham report showed. Even the initial Russiagate investigation was complete garbage.
Rob is annoying.
Trump. Chuck Schumer announced that this would be the case. And so given that, what we see is eventually, I'm surprised it took this long to find anything that's even remotely of substance that you'd be able to criticize Trump for, because I assume that any prominent politician, if you turned over their life for 7 years and revoked their attorney-client privilege, went through personal text message, emails, and stuff like that, eventually you'd be able to find some crimes. So no doubt the left will have their heyday and cheer for this. We'll talk about the indictment specifically, but it's clearly a double standard, and they're fine with it, and that's why they'll shout, what about us? And because they enjoy the double
You
standard.
just did. What about us with Biden? What?
Appreciate it. Then, Mr. Turk, I have not forgotten you, Dylan.
So I actually agree with Brianna and Destiny on the fact that the indictment is not good for Trump, because a lot of the stuff that's in there is pretty cut and dry. Like Destiny said, it's like you can only wave around so many, classified documents when you don't have the authority to declassify them and not get the book thrown at you. I am all in favor of consistent law enforcement when it comes to this regard, but I do have to echo a lot of what Rob said, because double standards are not a good thing when it comes to the political sphere in general. I think the only reason they're going to be able to get away with it this time is because they can rightfully prove that Trump in a court of law did the things he did, whereas with Hillary, it was like some of the stuff was like connecting dots and stuff, so it wasn't as clear cut of a case, even if they said, no sane prosecutor would be willing to take this to court. So, I'm not as pro the double standard in this instance as Rob is, but I do observe that. But I'm really a lot more interested in the downstream effects, right? So what happens if we prosecute Trump? What happens if he does go to jail? What happens with the Republicans? What happens with, the political landscape in general? I think that would be a really cool conversation. But I think they should throw the book at him, and he either gets acquitted or he goes to jail. So, yeah.
All right. And then Dylan, and then I will have one more rule I want to add before we get into it.
One more rule.
I think most of what, has already been said is basically my position by, all the lefty lip cuck people. CTV's argument is very convincing. But one thing I will add is that Trump doesn't really speak from a position of ignorance on the campaign trail. He constantly railed against Hillary Clinton for the email scandal. Once he got into office, he said he wanted to, increase the penalties for the Presidential Records Act, which he did in office. He made it so it could come with bigger penalties. He championed this increase of penalties. Then once he leaves office, he immediately violates the law that he increased the penalty for. He doesn't really have a claim of ignorance here. That's all I want to add.
Okay.
Just to add on that really quick, it was really funny. I don't know if they need it in the indictment, but including like the 4 or 5 statements that Trump made about how important classified information was a really funny touch. But
Fair. All right, so we're going to get into it. We're going to open it up. I will have another gentleman. Actually, he's right here, so I'll let him introduce himself.
Oh, no.
Phil KOE last night was very passionate on, being pro-Trump on the panel that I was on. He was having a little bit of technical issues, but I believe he stole somebody's microphone, so he should be able to, hear us. Uh-oh. Is up. There we go. There we go. Video's loading. Can you speak so we can hear you clearly?
Can you hear me?
Oh, and you sound beautiful, by the way.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I want to say one...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound great. Can you hear us?
Beautiful, beautiful. Sinatra himself would be jealous. So thank you for having me this evening, Connor. God bless.
Okay. And can you hear me okay?
Shit. Hang on one moment.
What?
One moment. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
What was that laugh?
What a boomer.
He's resetting his mic. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Everybody be kind.
No, I do apologize. I had all of Discord muted. I know, great content. I do apologize, sir. I do apologize.
No, can you hear me okay now?
As clear as a blue sky.
Beautiful. Okay, so one more rule before I let you do your introduction, and then we're going to get into it. So basically, the last rule is I'm going to do Dylan Burns. I'm only going to raise my hand and hold up little numbers or try to get you guys to wrap up stuff when I, feel like we need to interject in order to get the conversation flowing in a different direction. I am not going to be injecting my opinion for the next 2 hours. We are going to run until 11 EST. After that, from 11 to 12, if you want to chill, hang out, have a more chill conversation, we can do that. But we're just basically debating for the next hour and 40 minutes. And then if you see me doing this 3, 2, 1 thing on your screen, I'm counting down minutes that I am allowing you to talk. We have a lot of rhetorically gifted people here. I don't want to, basically feel like we're listening to 5 to 10 minute rants from one person and then shifting to a 5 to 10 minute rant from another person. But without further ado, Phil KOE, we were talking about whether or not the Trump indictment was politically motivated. Whether or not it has a basis in reality that is worthy of prosecution and conviction. And then finally, as a second topic, if we feel like we're stalling on those contentions, then we'll move into whether or not this hurts or helps Trump during the primary and the election season. So go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your thoughts.
Well, folks, of course, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, folks. My kingdom ever grows. So find me at KOE Nation at all of those beautiful places. Now, to answer
We do have a lot of work up ahead, yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you, folks. If you don't think this is politically motivated at this point, you're not a smart person. I'm sorry. You might have had some smart sounding noises come out of your mouth and formulate in your head, but if you truly don't think that this is politically motivated at this point with everything we've seen post Durham report, you're not a smart person. I'm so sorry. And in terms of is this justified, to be frank, if you think that these charges are justified, you have no choice but advancing the argument of one of two things. You either have to say that the executive order as a legal idea has no basis in any legal reality and is invalid, which there's some people who believe that, and I'd be fascinating hearing that. Or the other thing I have to argue is that the President of the United States is not the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, because the Commander-in-Chief of the United States has unilateral authority to declassify. All 28 previous presidents before Trump have done exactly and essentially what he has done. And nobody has seen any sort of repercussion. Let's be frank, it's because it's Trump. Now, something you need to realize, because we've heard the invocation of Hillary Clinton's documents. The fact that Donald Trump has been prosecuted for allegedly mishandling classified documents and Hillary has not is actually proof of corruption. And also, one thing I'd like to keep before your minds, everybody on this panel tonight, Joseph R. Biden, while senator, had classified documents he had no clearance to have, he had no ability to even read, he had no ability to declassify, and he was negligent with our national security secrets he had no clearance to ever possess or own, which, whether you like it or not, no matter how you want to look at it, is objectively, measurably worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of. Let me say that again. That makes him objectively, measurably
How loud?
our national security in a way that is worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of.
Donald J.
All that, if you love these base takes, find me at KOE Nation. God bless every last one of you. These lips of mine, they could speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you, beautiful people.
Okay, I appreciate your passionate introduction. It is open to the floor. Anybody who wants it, take it.
I legitimately don't know if I can take 2 hours of drama kid, but right-winger stuff on here. So I was taking very careful notes as we were doing this. I got all the Republican catchphrases, Burisma, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, double stand-em, Durham report, all y'all's greatest hits. The only argument I heard defending this shit show in front of me right here is this idea that Trump can declassify whatever he wants. He wasn't the fucking president here. He wasn't the president. If that is your best idea to defend this shit show, and you've got to go to the Republican
Well, he was the president.
nonsense.
He was elected. None of us
I'm going to
were.
finish what I'm saying. If the only move you have is to keep going through this same stuff that's so intellectually dishonest, you've got to just...
Trump said leaning into the mic, I know I could have declassified these documents when I was the president, but I didn't. So they're still classified. I don't, J. Trump, I'm showing classified documents to you. Don't tell anyone.
Flip it around and turn it and start attacking the Democrats. This is your chance to be an adult. This is your chance to talk about serious stuff here. He had classified information talking about really serious stuff. Other nation states' ability to wage war and strike back, nuclear secrets, just out there, Mar-a-Lago, where anyone can come in and look at this. If you care about national security, if you are an adult, this is your chance to not just start attacking the Democrats over and over. Address with the point. Talk about the indictment here. Let's talk about some reality here today.
I mean,
well,
Kirk, it seems like an injection.
If being sassy and condescending was an argument, you'd have that spilled up. But unfortunately, we get all three through your stupid take. But yay, girl power, you did it. Anyways, we know. Don't interrupt me. I'll finish my point. The point is, what you're getting at is that there's a clear double. There's a clear double standard in the way this applied, and I noticed that you ignored all of that, which was part of the topic that Connor talked about. And this is something that you would have cheered for the whole time. For example, you just started talking about how dangerous it is to leave these super top secret documents. You have no idea what these documents say. None of us have seen them. In fact, even Trump's lawyers haven't been allowed to see them. So we're just taking the word of the very corrupt FBI and DOJ that is we see from the Durham report and the incident after
Rob.
Trump is even
yeah, weirdo.
So we're just taking their words. For example,
I think those people think that the faster they talk, the better their arguments are. I'm starting to think so. The faster they talk, the better the arguments are. Okay, how are you liking the drawing? How are you liking the drawing? What do you think of the drawing? I can say with 100% confidence that it is not AI drawn. That is what I can say with full confidence. It is not created by AI. Trump's lawyers haven't seen this doc because Trump was actively hiding the documents from the... I'm gonna need another drink. True. Although the background is pre-made, to be fair. The background is pre-made, to be fair, so judge the character, not the background. That is just pre-made. Judge the thing that I've done, actually. The background is just a pre-made background. So I take no credit for the background. I only take credit for the redrawing of the character. I might do some corrections here and there. I'm gonna go grab a drink. One moment. Okay. Nice. I'm gonna be back. Right back. gonna make some corrections, and then we're just gonna send it to fake Alec Kyle Parker. Or maybe we'll just allow fake Alec Kyle Parker to give feedback or something. I have to clean the room. I'm surrounded by plastic.
Top secret document that has something to do with nuclear weapons could mention nuclear weapons in passing and have nothing to do about our capabilities. But if you are worried, I wonder, where can I find your videos about how dangerous it was for top secret information to be stored on a server that was hacked by the Koreans and the Chinese with Hillary Clinton? Where's your videos that you put out about how dangerous it was for Joe Biden, who, after saying how irresponsible it was for Trump to have classified documents, had classified documents in 3 locations, including an open and unlocked garage? Do you also think that was a danger of that? Is it your turn to stop being childish, and now's the time for you to come and talk about how dangerous that was to our national security secrets?
I think the more pressing question is, Brianna, do you not see that as a double standard at all?
No, I think
so. It is okay for Joe Biden and all these other heads of state to have those types of documents in those types of locations.
Hold on here. I want to be really clear.
It's not negligently. They knew they had them there.
You asked me a question. I'm gonna.
No, Biden said he didn't know, which is negligence.
Yeah,
Can I answer?
his lawyers
can I answer
did,
his
the
question,
people that
please?
brought them there.
Well, I mean, I'll get to that.
There is. So I understand that Republicans don't want to talk about big structural issues here. We do have a classification problem.
We can't even agree on what the structure actually is. You came in here talking
And
about
I
straight to
finished my
democracy. and we
goddamn
live in a
point.
fucking
No,
republic.
you're a debate panel.
Guys,
Go some.
I have a small child. We are going to have, this is the absolute invocation of parental authority. So what I would say is I'm partial to Brianna because I'm biased. So I'm going to let her finish, and then we'll let whoever wants to respond.
So this is my point here. We do actually have a classification problem here in this country. So the system that was built to classify these documents, this was built in the 1950s, and it is not scaled with the information age. This is one of the things I learned running for Congress, is we have a really big problem. We don't have the personnel to go through, check these documents in and out. They don't have an equivalent of, say, GitHub or something like that. So one of the problems is the reason you see Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, all these different figures, having access to classified information when they shouldn't, is we need to go through and massively update this system. This is the kind of boring problem that no one in Congress wants to solve, but it's actually a very important one, which is why there's this problem across the board. That is a separate issue than what Trump has done. No one on this panel on the left, I think, would have a problem with Trump if this was similar to a Hillary Clinton situation where he just incidentally had some classified information and it was not intentional. If you actually read this, and I don't think anyone on the right here has actually read this, you see repeated attempts to lie about what he had, to mislead, to work with his lawyers, to the law, to hide.
If those conservatives just read the indictment, they would see Trump lied the whole time. It's different than Biden or Clinton. Just read it. The evidence against Trump is damning. Damn.
His like having classified information on his person. It's just night and day. So I don't think it's the same, and I don't think those situations are prosecutable in the same way.
Real quick, you said
go back to my question.
What a coincidence!
You said Hillary Clinton. It was incidental. She didn't know, correct?
For which part?
No, you said that Trump had classified information intentionally. It was incidental with Hillary Clinton. That's why it's different. If
There
it was
are
just
multiple
incidental, like
things- there are
that's what you said,
multiple
correct?
incidents with Hillary Clinton, so I need to know which one you're talking about.
Well, to be clear on the
well,
Hillary
you're
Clinton
the one
server, it was the FBI's contention that she didn't know, to be clear.
Right.
Those
Okay,
are the official findings.
we'll get to that in a second. Yes, we know the corrupt FBI that all of their agents were proving and saying in text message that they wanted insurance policies to
That
stop
horrible,
Trump.
lifelong Republican
Right.
Comey nominated by George
You
W.
get
Bush
it.
that just
You
so
get-
happened
no,
to turn out to
if
be
you
an
think
evil
it's-
Justice. Yes.
Right.
That
If you
one. That
think
is
it's
correct, Rob,
if you
yes.
think it's Republican versus Democrat and there's
Rob.
a difference in the corruption, then
Rob.
clearly you haven't been paying attention. Ethan.
Nah,
I know
it's
you
a
skipped the Durham
uniparty
report and
corruption.
anything. Nonetheless, you're the one who brought up that it was incidental or classified. So let me get you two
I wanna
examples,
do a
questions as why.
super
Do you think that Hillary
thick
Clinton, as a
line
career
here.
politician, understood that having a server meant that there was likely to be classified information on it?
Nope.
You think that Hillary Clinton, first off, do you think that she went through a training that said that it was inappropriate for her to have a personal server?
Nope. As reported by the FBI, unfortunately for the State Department, there was a long-standing. Even Trump has sent emails from his phone doing personal business, and
an email is different than a server.
Regardless, email server, whatever. The idea was that there were some people that wanted to be able to send emails quickly. The idea was some people wanted to be able to send emails quickly. They didn't have the ability to get access to classified servers or to State Department servers quick enough, so they sent some emails on their personal emails.
Yep.
But
Did
the
she
idea
delete
that they knew-
33,000 emails after getting a subpoena, though?
The idea that
That's a
she
little illegal.
knew that there were classified emails there was never proved. The classification markings on the emails were suspect at best. I think only 2 had an
There we
actual
go. There we have it.
classification on them. And all of the emails that she was sending was going out to other official people doing
Well,
official business.
that is it.
To hide or mask or
She
or
deleted the
conspire
emails
anything.
after getting a subpoena. That's an attempt to hide.
We'll get there. Please, we'll get there, Phil. So there you heard it there from Destiny and Brianna, what they're going to sit on. Well, the FBI said that when Hillary
Rob is a silly goose.
career politician didn't understand what the
Rob is silly.
was. She thought that they meant alphabetical.
I'm gonna tell you how long this stream has been so far. I'm gonna tell you how long this stream has been. I'm gonna ask everyone, well, maybe not everyone, just those who can, to support your favorite streamer and let me escape from the curse of being a hobbyist. It's been 8 hours 25 minutes. So, if you have the means, then please throw a donation my way, since I'm a hardcore streamer and I've been streaming for 8 hours 25 minutes. 8 hours 25 minutes. Is that not long? Is that not a long stream? Is that not a very long session? Or a session? I think so. So consider supporting. Thank you. So yes. Thank you. Let's continue for now. It's almost 5 a.m., so I might need to go to bed soon, but...
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Please, wait. Don't, wait. If you want to, I know you like to do idolatry, but please don't misquote me. I didn't say that she saw the classified material and didn't know what it was. My understanding is of like the 200 some, there were only like 200 some classified, half of I think which were retroactively classified. Of those emails that were classified, I believe only 3 even had the markings on them. There were no formal classification markings on 99.5% of these supposedly classified emails that were even on the server. So no, it wasn't like they saw a whole bunch of classified information. The FBI themselves said that it looked like when they were talking about classified topics, they were trying to just use like keywords or whatever, so they weren't intentionally spreading information that they knew they shouldn't. Like for the most part, it seemed like everybody was conducting business.
Thank you. Pity donations for my favorite hobbyist. Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe one day I will escape the curse of being a hobbyist. But you know, right now I will accept the title of being your favorite hobbyist. I will take that. Okay, I will take that with pride. A favorite hobbyist is much better than just a regular hobbyist, I think. I think that's already a step above a step above the hobbyist pleb. The hobbyist pleb. It's true. A step above the hobbyist pleb. I'm gonna clean my glasses. I'm gonna clear my glasses first. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it on stream. basically counts as glasses exhibitionism. It's a very intimate moment. What an intimate moment I'm sharing. I'm going to use the same thing to wipe the table, and I'm going to put it in a special bag. Chips bag. Okay, let's continue. Thank you. Thank you very much for supporting your favorite hobbyist.
On these servers and emailing to and from each other, we're doing the best to avoid leaking or having any kind of like improper communications going on. That's why I have the 30. That's why I have all the emails.
Rob, hold on.
I'd like to respond, please.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear on
you
the
absolutely
facts.
can. Yeah.
So basically, it was okay when she did it, is what I heard.
Phil. All right, so I'm just pausing right here. I'm going to consider this like a sidebar topic. It is relevant to the main topic, but I also don't think that we necessarily came here specifically to like litigate Hillary Clinton's like email server. But
that's the only argument they've got.
Well, hold on. We can go through this piece by piece because for instance, like
I think I can
hypocrisy,
do a few connect. Like I can.
Hillary Clinton had security issues with.
I could do some corrections on this. I think this could use some corrections. Maybe we'll see. Maybe it's okay. You know what they say, artists are never happy with what they do. Ever. I need to develop a more steady line, I think. That's okay.
With the email server, and then Hunter Biden had issues with his security stuff when he was a senator, and then Joe Biden, and then Hunter
Biden.
With the secured information, and then Hunter Biden has corruption issues that have been ignored. Hillary Clinton has corruption issues that have been ignored with the Clinton Foundation. I don't mind walking through each one of those topics, but I think that if we do one of those for 30 minutes, we're not going to litigate the other ones. So I'm going to do 10 minutes for Hillary Clinton's email server, and then we can either move to the next proximate.
I need 20
thing.
seconds.
All right,
Like,
so Phil 20 seconds, and then Rob.
The fact that Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump have all been accused of mishandling classified documents in one shape, form, figure, or another, and only the people that happen to line up with the uniparty's politics are the ones that do not face.
Can you remind me what the expression you wanted for the emote? Angry/disappointed? Was that the expression? Angry/disappointed?
Prosecution is actually evidence of corruption, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you.
What about
Rob?
Mike Pence?
Rob, and then Dylan.
He's part of the uniparty.
So there you
Definitively.
have it from Dylan and Brianna, right? Okay, she saw some of the
The right
classified
don't want
markings.
Pence. You can have him.
She saw some of the classified markings, but this career politician didn't understand what they were. Now, an FBI agent, who they didn't release the name of, said that he thought that it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton was actually arguing that the classification markings actually were alphabetical order. And if that defense works for Hillary Clinton, I assume then if Trump says, well, when I said things looked secret and things like that could have declassified, I didn't know they were classified. I thought that that was just alphabetical markings. I assume then everyone here will say, well, that's perfectly legitimate. If he thought that they weren't classification markings because the subpoena called for things that were marked classified, if Trump didn't think they were classified, he just thought it was alphabetical, then it's cool, right?
Well, Trump said, these are secret, I'm not supposed to show you.
Doesn't mean they were classified.
Wait, what does secret mean?
Wait, I have the quote here from Trump. This is from the indictment. Trump told individuals that the plan, and this was after he was showing aides and like journalists who were visiting him, secret plans to invade a country.
Just to be clear
no
on that.
security clearances. It was a plan to invade a country which is believed to be Iran, but we don't know if it was Iran for sure. This is what the indictment says. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, and this is his words, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't. You know, but this is still a secret. So by the way, one last thing. I do also want to say,
that would be a mistrial in a real world.
KOE, this means Trump doesn't even agree with your position on how the executive authority.
No, I'm saying that the tape that you just cited,
documents.
it's actually been revealed earlier today that that's actually been an edited tape. So in any
okay.
real world,
Could you tell me? Could you tell me the? Could you tell me the context?
Oh, it's been edited. It's been revealed.
Wait,
It's been revealed. Where was this? I must have missed that New York Times article.
Project Veritas has
I
ever revealed
Wow.
him. Brianna Will,
It's
huge.
all-
Hold on.
Donated to Project
Hold on,
Veritas.
Brianna, you are my favorite condescending woman, but Dylan is my favorite hairy twink. So I am going to let him have a moment. I'm sorry, what's your classification? Is it honor?
Wait, how are we defining twink here?
Okay, Bear, fine. Whatever you want.
To say, so.
Whatever classification you want. Dylan, please, you were finishing an idea. Please finish an idea.
Let me just read this again, okay, for people in the back. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't. But this is still a secret. What he's saying here, I don't know what edit could have been done to make it so what he's actually talking about is a separate document that has to do with ice cream or some unrelated topic. This is directly connected to the documents he was showing them. What was the edit that was done that made it so he was talking about something else and not the plans to invade a country, most likely Iran?
I got this. I can see a very plausible. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Let's go.
So there's a very plausible.
What do you think of this?
You might actually end up with a conversation that's recorded and then allows it to be edited, right? What if you're actually complaining about the fact that you got all this shit laying around your house, and what you really want to do is to come pick it up and take them the fuck off, and you've been complaining for a while for them to come do this, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're like, some other people come around, you're like, fuck it, look, this is how efficient our fucking government is. They can't even come pick up their fucking documents. I was already in office. I had to deal with all this other bullshit. And now I'm left with this fucking paperwork. It's fucking secret, right? But they left it here in my fucking house, and now I have to deal with it. Something along those lines, I can see somebody complaining about, and then you can zip. There's an edit, and that's
That'd
just
be
me.
nice, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, all the evidence points to the contrary. The Department of Archives literally requested these documents back multiple times. The FBI requested these documents back multiple times. Trump told his attorney, who has now told federal prosecutors, that he instructed his attorneys and employees around Mar-a-Lago to hide these documents and to lie and misrepresent to the FBI what was there. So
is that recorded? Do we have?
It's in the indictments that was voted on by?
That kind of sounds like a constitutional crisis that the Supreme Court should decide, not a fucking FBI raid from Merrick Garland, who just happens to be the guy that Donald Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat. You don't think there's a little bit of sour grapes there?
What is the constitutional crisis?
No, all of this whole problem here should have been decided by the Supreme Court. If we've got this problem, what should be done with these documents? What are the limits of this? All of this should have been decided by the Supreme Court long before the man's house was ever fucking raided.
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Let's do a
I'm
really
sure he would love to. If he was on this panel, he'd be like, Phil, you are the best. Your arguments are incredible. You are my new press secretary.
He
it's
says,
amazing.
He says right here, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but it's still secret.
There's some nuances missing there.
What's the edit? What's the edit? What's the nuance? Tell me the nuance.
We don't need the edit. Okay, really simple back and forth.
So you're only believing the adversarial prosecution here. Interesting.
Co-nation.
I'm believing Trump's own words.
What is the crisis?
No, the fact that we had to raid a former sitting president's home over all of this nonsense should have been decided by the Supreme Court before anybody ever fucking knocked on his door. If this is truly the fucking problem that everyone wants to pretend it
Can we do
is.
actual answers and not like the grandstanding?
Yeah.
No, this is the answer. You not liking it is irrelevant. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to make something clear. This is Phil KOE's actual personality, so you're just going to have to deal with that. So
thank you, sir.
What do you think? Here's a simple question: should a president be able to tell whatever classified information or show whatever classified documents he wants for the rest of his life to anybody that he wants to?
He has the unilateral authority to declassify. He doesn't even have to tell anybody.
Wait, hold on.
And this has been the standard for at least 28 past presidents. The fact that it is only being used against Donald Trump here is, again, proof of corruption.
Okay, what you just said is not true. Wait. What you just said is not true. The unilateral ability to declassify something given to the commander.
It comes from the office of the presidency.
Correct.
The president
not
sitting.
For ex-presidents. Not in the future. Not
when
indefinitely.
he takes them with him, that is implicitly declassification, which is the argument his lawyers are making.
No, that is.
And that's something the Supreme Court should have decided, not a goddamn raid of the man's house. That's Banana Republic bullshit.
Right. Shouldn't there be like a process that whenever
CTV, hold on. Dusty's making a point.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm making a point now too, right? because he needs to combat this one as well. Shouldn't it also be a
Jesus.
process that the government has for the exiting executive for them to go around and collect up all this material instead of it being allowed to be then transported into a civilian's fucking hands and property? That right there is the fault of the government.
Okay,
so the problem-
Destiny was making a response. Everybody shut up or I'm going to start muting people. Destiny and then Turk. Let's go.
Okay, there is a process. Barack Obama did the exact same thing. When presidents leave the White House, they take a ton of shit with them. Sometimes there might be classified information that gets taken too. People go through it and they ship back whatever's requested or whatever's found to be missing. The only difference is this time, Trump was adversarial in the process. He misrepresented what he had. He lied to multiple people and he instructed other people to lie to the archive people and to the FBI about the things that he had. There is no problem here. I wouldn't even agree with Brianna. There needs to be an overhaul of the process. The process works fine. If somebody tells you have classified information, you do your best effort to return it, because in order for there to be a criminal statute, for there to be a crime here, there has to be intentionality, an intent to withhold classified information or to lie about it or store it in an area that's not allowed to have classified information. And these are things that Donald Trump did. So he did these things clearly. No past president or ex-president has ever done these things. And the idea that any president ever for the rest of their life should be able to unilaterally declassify things and show them to
We
people
elected
is
them to
ridiculous.
have that
Okay,
power.
No,
We
we
don't have
never
to like
did.
it.
Hold on, pause. Everybody, stop. So there are two people that I've seen who are trying to get in, and there are most patient and tactful people. So I'm going to let Turk go, then I'm going to let Dylan go, and then I'm going to open it back to the floor. You guys are very passionate, but we also are kind of like litigating the same points again. So I do want them to add in their insights, and we can reopen it. And then I kind of want to finish up the Phil/Destiny exchange. So Turk, please.
Yeah, so I'm on the same side here as Brianna and Destiny, because the problem is when they leave office, they have a whole bunch of boxes of documents, and the archives don't know every single document that they actually have their hands on. There's not a certificate, there's not a stamp, there's not a signature on all these physical documents that get
Hello,
taken
by
out
the
of the
way.
office, which is why
I might need to go to bed soon.
Pence, all
if it's
these
okay.
other people that don't necessarily have these clearances having access to these
I
documents.
know you love listening to
Thoroughly
Rob.
enforce this type of record keeping.
That's why
from
it
the
pains me
archives,
to have
as
to
well as from the
go.
people taking the documents. So KOE, it's like I wish there was a memo or some sort of blanket thing Trump said that said all the documents that I'm taking with me are now being unclassified, and I can do what I wish with them, because that would make it cut and dry. And that's why, you know, when he was talking about Obama, there's this process, and that's why these archives people have to go through these processes and request feedback, talk to lawyers and stuff. But it goes back to what Destiny says, and it's about intentionality. And that's why, this was my point to begin with, I'm glad this is going to court, because I really want to hear CTV's story being pitched by the defense team and see how that actually holds up with actual record keeping, because it's entirely possible that what Dylan is saying from the indictment is 100% true. But the context is important, and that needs to be litigated rather than saying, oh, he's guilty by just this one blurb. He probably can be, but there is context, and that needs to be vetted out. But I don't agree with KOE here, because, you know, he was not the president when he was waving these documents around in front of people.
Yeah.
He can't declassify them.
Okay, then we're going to go Dylan, and then it's open to the floor, so if anybody wants to take it, they can take it. But Phil and Destiny were having a passionate exchange that I think needs to be resolved. So Dylan, please.
So not only does once he have office, he doesn't have the authority. Let's say that this was the process. Let's say that once he's left office, any documents that he'd taken with him, even if the National Archives doesn't know he has it, even if they've requested it back and he's hiding it from him, he can just go shamalama bing bang, these are now declassified. This could set up a precedent. If they really wanted to, let's say they got voted out and they didn't want to get voted out, maybe they wanted to make money as they left the office, this could mean that a US president could take records on, say, American spy installations around the world, our nuclear program, any number of issues, leave office, have been out of office for over a year, and then randomly decide, for whatever reason they could have, to say, you know what, now these extremely important classified documents that are integral to our national security, I'm not even going to talk to anybody about it. They're just, ma'am, declassified. I have that authority, and hello, Twitter, I'm going to tweet out every single piece of this information. Under the system that KOE is saying is the current system, which, by the way, it isn't, that would be legal, and he'd be able to do it and put America at immense risk. Imagine a situation where a president was voted out.
True.
Thought he was a national security risk, and then he
That's
leaves
a good
office, but then he
point.
could have that much of an impact on our national security. It's just not a good system, and it's not the system we have.
But I'd also have
Be
to
careful how you vote then.
I'd have to push back though, because Joe Biden, as a vice president, also had this type of documentation stored in his garage, which is not really a secure place to be storing
Negligently.
things. So it's like, as much as I want to agree with you, Dylan, on this, it's like we also have to hold other people that have access to these types of documents to the same level of scrutiny.
There's two things I gotta say to that, but I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, and then that's like I understand that he's working with the prosecutors, he's working with records, they're working on moving stuff, but it's like we have to hold everyone to the same account, and we can't just say, Joe Biden, you've got 18,000 boxes, whatever, give them to us when you've got time.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, from what I know, it was the team around Biden that informed the National Archives that he still had these documents in his garage, and then he cooperated with them to return them, which I do think is substantially different than the National Archives coming for you, asking for the documents,
I
then
agree
you go
that
out of your way to
I
hide the
agree
documents.
Them working together is a much better outcome from.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I also
would say negligence
he
is
has
worse,
these
but,
documents. He doesn't have the authority to
measurably
have
worse.
them.
Destiny, is your hand up or are you scratching your head?
My hand is up. Okay. We need to be clear when we're talking about hold people accountable. Do we mean like we're going to ratio them on Twitter? Or are we talking about like the criminal statutes? Because the statutes for mishandling classified information requires an intent to do so. Somebody accidentally taking a piece of paper home in a folder or whatever, and then when they see it, they report it to the archives or whatever, and people come in and they investigate, they take it back. That's not a criminal procedure. You don't get convicted
And that's
of a
why
criminal.
in my opening statement, I was like, as much as I would like to go after Hillary, she might not have had the intent to do it, and she might not have had these other things. So it's like I'm not.
I understand what you're saying, but you're saying we need to hold people to the same standard. We are. The National Archives contacted Trump and requested these documents back. If he would have turned them in, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. He would just send them back.
The process, but then, like I said, that's why
Again,
he's
it
doing
sounds like something for the Supreme Court to decide, not fucking Merrick Garland.
Finish your statement, man.
One of the indictments is literally for.
Thank you, Battle Wagon.
Wait, but then you can't say he was in the process of doing it. He wasn't. He was hiding them and lying about what he had.
Connor,
I'm sorry, to be frank, unless somebody can advance the argument that Donald J. Trump is not the commander-in-chief, then anything, if you can make the argument that the president is not the commander-in-chief, which he was the fucking president, was he not?
Not when he showed these documents, no.
No, but when he took them, he was.
Do you know how
and
time
if you
works?
can make
Time moves
if
in
you
one
can
direction.
actually make the argument that the president is not the commander-in-chief, I will hear some sort of idea that Trump has done something wrong. Otherwise, it's all just I don't like Trump gum flappery and should be taken for the infotainment that it is, folks.
Are you saying that like everybody in here, including Turk, all the conservatives who would probably vote for Trump over Biden in a head-to-head, they're also just in the anti-Trump flappery, or do you think there's some merit to these arguments?
No. If you think that he doesn't have unilateral authority to declassify because the president is the commander-in-chief, then everything beyond that is just I don't like Trump gum flappery, to be frank.
Trump was not the commander-in-chief when he was showing these classified documents.
He wasn't when he took the documents, though, wasn't he?
The commander,
and he has unilateral, and he doesn't even have to tell anybody if he wants to declassify.
He did. He absolutely needs to. There is a process to doing so. That's why he declassified some documents on his way out. Trump is not forever the commander-in-chief.
No, but when he left, he had the unilateral. He had unilateral authority to declassify.
I see you.
Authority to classify.
All right, let's pause.
Great job moderating everything.
Okay, hold on.
Got it. But
Everyone,
I'm tired of shills always having the platform where they're able to embrace these double standards and things like that. So I appreciate that it's just going to be to hammer down on this one thing, right? So I'll say this: we talked about how there's not a double standard, and Trump was trying to obstruct. Hillary's team literally deleted subpoenaed evidence. Any comment on that? Was that a crime, Destiny?
There's no evidence that the deletion happened in violation of the subpoena. The order to delete was given before the subpoena was issued.
Wow.
The FBI said the same thing. I'm sorry if that bothers you,
It's
but
okay
listen,
when
at the
she
end of
does
the
it.
day, at the end of the day,
That's what you're saying. It's okay when she does it.
Let him finish.
Every single organization is corrupt, and you believe that, and you can't trust anybody, then you should fucking kill yourself, because there is literally no point in having a conversation about any of these issues. If the FBI is corrupt,
Life
if the
is
DOJ
beautiful,
is corrupt,
folks. Don't listen to that.
But by the way, if all of these people are corrupt, then why didn't Trump just own them like every other president does? If the DOJ is truly working at the behest of the president, then why was the DOJ working for Trump?
All right.
Stop with my hands and hyperventilate because I can't answer the question because it makes me look so
answer the question.
So
You just
let
have
me
to answer.
Okay, I thought the idea was we weren't going on to. I sit here patiently. I'm trying to go have a back and forth. Let me ask you this, Destiny.
There we go.
The IT person
Bruh.
deleted those emails. Did he know they were subpoenaed?
I don't believe so.
Well, that's not what he testified to the FBI. He said he was aware of the subpoena, but he had an oh shit moment.
Okay, then if he was aware, he had a plea of immunity, and there was the IT guy might have known he had a plea of immunity.
Hillary should have been
but he
prosecuted.
wasn't the one being.
Let him finish.
Because there's no evidence that Hillary issued the order to delete emails that were subpoenaed. Correct, Rob?
Okay.
Rob,
Now
Rob, I want you to answer that question. Was there any evidence ever that Paul knew that Hillary told him to delete those emails that were subpoenaed? That she knew they were subpoenaed when he told him to delete the emails? Answer that question without rambling. You're going to ramble. You're not going to answer that.
No, I'll answer no.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I expound now?
Go for it.
I don't have to do like Destiny and just say kill yourself because I haven't achieved the right.
All right. Okay, hold on. Rob, I'm going to let you go.
Oh my gosh.
Everybody pause momentarily, okay? The team previously at 100. I want to get it down to a 98.6, you know, like not fever level. So, Rob, go ahead.
what?
Dylan, are you playing with your hair or do you have your hand up?
I had my hand up earlier, but I'm always playing with my hair.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay,
so
now I go.
So Rob, Dylan, and then Brianna. If you haven't lost brain cells, we'll do that. So
I'm trying my best.
all right.
So here you can see the corruption and the double standards employed by the FBI. They're willing to accept everything Hillary's team said without subpoenaing phones, without violating attorney-client privilege. In fact, they allowed the attorneys who we know from the 302s actually lied to the FBI in Mills and Aberdeen. Both of them claimed they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server and didn't even know what a server was, in the words of Cheryl Mills. But then there are emails that we have found that they were talking about the server prior to Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State. So they knew that this server existed. They directly lied to the FBI, according to Peter Strzok's 302s, but they weren't charged with this. However, what the FBI did was they gave everyone immunity. They knew that crimes were committed that were literal obstruction of justice. There was destruction of subpoenaed evidence, knowingly subpoenaed.
I might need to work on the emote, but let's see how it works in the chat. I'm gonna see how it works in the chat proper. I'm gonna use it. I have to refresh. What do you think? What do you think? I think it needs work. I think it needs work. Let's treat this as a beta version, but I think it needs work. Although maybe if I take this. What do you think? What do you think of the emote? I think I might fix it a bit. What do you think? I think it's not really readable. So I think we should fix its readability personally. Okay, I'm gonna work on it a bit more to fix the readability of the emote.
evidence that was destroyed, and they just took
I think it's not good enough for
at
the...
his word. After they suspected him of lying, after they knew he committed this crime, they said, well, we'll give him immunity, and then we'll see if he wants to roll on anyone. Now, that's where Destiny is going to be able to hold the ground here and say, well, we don't have evidence. Right, we don't have evidence because the FBI intentionally, because of their bias, chose not to look for. And we can see that the investigation into Trump in this particular indictment proves how corrupt it was. Because what Destiny and his left-wing flacks like Pisco want to argue is that, well, this was a totally reasonable strategy to go after the low-level guys that they knew committed crimes, give them immunity and say, do you have anything you want to say about Hillary? And they said, no, I don't. Why, if that's the standard, that it's the best way to solve a case, why are they indicting Nada? Why didn't they just give Nada immunity? Why didn't they go to him and say, hey, we're going to give you total immunity about the handling of this classified information? Did Trump tell you to do it? And if Trump said, no, he didn't, they'd say, okay, case closed. No need to talk to attorneys and violate attorney-client privilege. No need to subpoena text records. No need to subpoena phone records and emails, because that's what they did in the Hillary investigation. So in the Trump investigation, we're told all of this shit was necessary because there was an idea that he may intend to obstruct justice. Now, with the Hillary case, she actually did obstruct justice, or her team did. As everyone knows, yes, her team did obstruct justice. But instead of having a super serious investigation and raiding homes and getting subpoenas, they said, we'll just give that low-level guy immunity. Why the double standard in how they're treating Nada versus how they treated Combetta?
Two things.
Destiny.
One, didn't they hand every device over to the FBI? They didn't have to subpoena everything.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. What did they not hand over? My understanding is that Hillary Clinton
destroyed cell phones.
They destroyed cell phones?
Yes, they smashed cell phones with cameras. Would you like me to read from the actual IG report? I have this pulled up. I knew you would try to spout this live.
I'm sure that's not trying to conceal evidence.
Okay, hold on.
Destroy evidence.
Hold on. Pause. Everybody pause. There's a real contention here that I actually feel is substantive that we can try to get past, okay? Which is basically, we have Trump credibly accused of doing this thing. We have an alleged parallel with Hillary Clinton. Some people are saying that the timeline makes sense to the point that they were cooperating with the investigations. But this is also one of the allegations from the Durham report, is that the FBI is basically very aggressive when it comes to the Trump investigations, but they are not aggressive when it comes to the Hillary Clinton investigations. So what I want to do, because we have people waiting, I want Rob to basically give us the information. I want Destiny to chew on that for a minute. I want Dylan and Brianna to go, and then I want us to revisit. So Rob, go ahead when you're ready.
Page 82 of the IG report, quote, some witnesses told us they were concerned about certain devices the FBI was never able to locate. For example, as described above in section 2, the mid-year team was never able to locate the archive laptop, the archive thumb drive, both of which Hanley and others contained complete copy of Clinton's archive.
Okay, I need to ask you this now. Worst case scenario, we might have to work on this emote from scratch, but for now, let me ask you this. Bra D1 versus Bra D2. So this is Bra D. This is Bra D. And this is Bra D2. Which one's better? Do you see any difference? Is any of them more readable? None of them seem all that good, to be honest. Oh my gosh. Can you tell that it says bra on this? Or not really? Is it visible that it says bra? Or not exactly? VR could be more readable. Okay. Okay, I will work on it. But for now, I think we will go to sleep since it's been, I'm gonna tell you how long it's been. 9 hours of stream. It's been 9 hours of stream. So we're gonna drop the panel for now. We're gonna work on the emote. But for now, we're gonna go to sleep. Thank you very much for... Thank you so much. I'm gonna see you. Good night, love and solidarity, which I will type in. Hop, hop. Love and solidarity here. I'm gonna nap and I'm gonna do a lot of things when I wake up. Okay, I'm gonna press